There is no readily accessible official confirmation of a formal complaint being filed with the appropriate authorities, an active investigation by Philippine law enforcement or immigration, any ongoing legal proceedings or deportation orders, a final resolution to any such complaint. Therefore, based on the information available, it is accurate to say that there is no publicly known resolution to a complaint filed against a Frank Battaglia in the Philippines as of today's date. It's important to rely on official sources for updates on legal matters. Online petitions and comments, while indicative of concerns, do not represent official findings or resolutions. If there has been any official action or resolution, it has not been widely publicized or indexed by the search queries I have access to. You are correct. As of Thursday, April 17th, 2025, at 8:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, which is Friday, April 18th, 2025, in Santa Fe, Central Visayas, Philippines, there appears to be no publicly available information indicating a final resolution to a complaint filed against a Frank Battaglia in the Philippines. Based on a recent online petition, the complaint seems to be related to allegations of adultery and cyber libel, and the petitioner is seeking Frank Battaglia's deportation from the Philippines. The petition indicates that Mr. Battaglia is allegedly living with another man's wife in Santa Fe, Bantayan Island, Philippines, and is supposedly under a Philippines immigration blacklist order. However, the existence of a petition does not confirm the validity of the allegations or the current status of any official complaint or legal proceedings. There is no readily accessible official confirmation of a formal complaint being filed with the appropriate authorities, an active investigation by Philippine law enforcement or immigration, any ongoing legal proceedings or deportation orders, a final resolution to any such complaint. Therefore, based on the information available, it is accurate to say that there is no publicly known resolution to a complaint filed against a Frank Battaglia
No, that's 12 years ago. That's 12 years ago, the picture of him. Maybe that's why. Good morning, folks. Parmo Chicken. You're a troll. Get out of here. Well, oh God, they're all going out for a walk. And well, shit, I'm not even dressed yet. Early morning walk. Someone's taking the drinking. Someone is taking the drinking. That's sad to hear that. That's sad. That's really sad. Lincoln taking the drinking. How sad that is. Oh, what was the comment that? Did you know that Barry came on his ex-girlfriend's show to make a comment? Who's that over there with you? Apparently, he had some limited time with his phone, and she's over there drinking with friends or whatever, her uncle cousins, drinking away like there's no tomorrow. I didn't know she drank. She drinks now. Yeah. And she made a statement. Somebody asked a question. How is Barry doing? Well, he's doing better there than he was in the detention center. Now, how many people buy that shit? I certainly don't. Knowing everything you know about where he's at, no, he's not having a quote better time or better conditions or such and such or such or such than the detention center in Mandawi. That's for dang sure. Oh, hello, good morning, Papa. Just in case I missed you, if you're not doing simulcast, how are you? Oh, by the way, I liked Rich Blang. I liked your video, but I don't know why you depict me as being like 20 years older than I am. But AI really works wonders with the music and yeah, pretty cool. Actually, if I say so myself, and I do. At least somebody's being creative. I'm all number one for creativity, but the thing is, get the facts straight. That's all. All right. I don't mind creativity. But depict me as I really look like, and what's really going down in Funky Town. Let's make it more realistic. But I know the whole idea is not to, it's not to flatter me. That's not the idea. I mean, I get it. Pardon me, I'm having a few cashew nuts, believe it or not. Pardon me. Yeah, it's a shame to see someone taking the drinking, man. I mean, that guy would drive me to drinking, I'll tell you that. I had him as a mate. I was in a relationship with someone like him. Though I'm not a drinking person, I certainly would take the drinking. That's for sure. Chicken parma, yeah. I could use a chicken parmesan, actually. I hope the audio's okay. I'm using the headphones. me up above my head here, okay. Well, good mornings, everyone. Boy, I had some weird dreams last night. I was supposed to go walking with them today. I don't know, did they leave already? I don't have a chance to even get dressed. No, if I don't walk, I'll go on the treadmill. Gotta get my steps in, boys. That's really important to me. A lot of interesting information going around, I'll tell you that. A lot of interesting stuff. I hear that, what's that site is exploding. Okay, I'm done with the cashew nuts. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's a shame to see somebody taking the drinking, but then again, you know, a lot more Filipinos in this country drink than you realize. They're not strangers to drinking in this country. Not at all. And when they drink, they drink. Some of them could out drink the men. I mean, I want to sometimes throw up just watching somebody drink. Oh, I got scars going back to the old Seattle days, beginning when I consumed, of all things, some Mad Dog 2020. And I got cigarette and shit laid out on the floor. And, man, promised myself I was not going to drink socially, whatever. I mean, I just, I go out clubbing and stuff, did a lot of that. Maybe not enough, actually, but go out clubbing, and you have a couple of beers, you might chase it down with a rum and coke. But yeah, it's not my forte. I don't really like drinking. Not even wine. Not even wine. Red wine would be okay. Actually, it wouldn't be a bad thing to drink with dinner or something. Is have some red wine, and we got wine here. We got wine here, but I don't. It's more of a decoration around here than put to use. Where is it? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we've got some wine here. But no, kind of not interested in alcohol. Okay, get the lights off here. Yeah, I wasn't going to do a show this morning. I said, what the fuck? Like I always do. I wish I could show you this, but I can't. I don't know if you guys noticed, but chickens at night, they'll go up in the branches. And we went out last night and flashlight and we see all the chickens in the trees. Not only did we see that, but we also saw two good-sized birds that were together like a mate. They were up in the trees too, right in the yard here, right over here, overnight. And then we have a little nest here. And if I can find some shoes to wear, I'll show you this. I don't want to interrupt if mom is there. Got a little baby bird. Oh, yeah. Where's my slippers? If I can find them. I guess not. I want to show you this. Cute little bird. There were two eggs. As far as I know, the other one didn't hatch. But one did. He got a little baby bird in it, right, near the house. It's not way up in a tree, and it's not, hard to reach. It's like just a bush right against the house. And let's see if we take a sneak peek. Hopefully Mom is not there. I don't want to disturb her. They're right here, just right against the house. Kind of nestled in the middle of all this. And let's see if we could show you this. I don't want to disturb. Oh, right there, right there. Isn't that sweet? Look at that. Take a look at this. Hope he's okay. One egg didn't hatch. Must be sleeping, because there was certainly a lot of activity yesterday. Hello? Hope Mama's been feeding. She comes, Gilda sees the mama bird come there. Just trying to get a reaction from it. I don't want to touch with human hands or anything, because I think once the scent is on. Isn't that cool? I'd like to see a little movement. Hope Mama's been taken care of. A little concerned here. I'll check on it later. Yeah, a little concerned there's no movement, but could be okay. Yeah, it's really amazing. And what you see at nighttime around here. And a lot of people don't understand what do chickens do at night. It's really strange because chickens roam around, all the cats around here. They don't seem to be terribly concerned about, predators, and at least cats. But at night, these chickens, they roost, they go up in the branches. They can't fly high, but they have enough power to get themselves up into the branches. So nature abounds. Nature abounds. Hope the baby bird is okay. Drinking, man. Damn. People got to keep face. Oh, yeah, it's a lot better here than it was in the detention center. You gonna buy that? I'm not buying that, so don't sell it to me. I know exactly how that shit is over there. And this heat doesn't make it better for anybody. Beautiful, cool morning. I wish I just would have went and walked with them. Well, I would have. I just wanted to walk with my girlfriend and not with the other kids that are visiting here. That's what I was hoping it was going to be, but then they were all going to take off, and I just felt like walking with her alone. However, another time. Got my girls right here. Got my girls right here, don't I? Look at that lovely Sao Sao. Lovely Ginger. Here we go. Ginger. Yeah. They're really good dogs. Fucking A. Nico and his fucking lawn. She's looking good. No, actually, I don't know. I had no problem maintaining my lawn in Hawaii. And there's something like fertilizing something too much. Spending all this money on fucking fertilizer, and then the lawn dies on you, dry as a desert. But she's looking good. She's looking good. Ash's grass is dead. Oh, there's Mama. Maybe she's in the back row. I don't know. A little concern. Is that Mama right there on the line? wants to go feed her baby. Yeah, I think that's Mama. Yeah, she wants to work her way to that bush. Mother Nature, isn't it great? She's just making sure the coast is clear. For some reason, that other egg, I don't know, is just not hatching. I don't know if it will. Is that her again? There's a few birds. I don't know if that might be her. Mama. It's not a big bird. I don't know what species, what kind of bird that is. Yeah, but that little one in there, I didn't see any movement. Yesterday, I looked in there and it had its mouth open. It's like it's waiting to be fed, waiting to be fed. Natural instinct to eat and have Mama feed it. It's always great to see shit like that. It just means that life goes on and sometimes it doesn't. Okay, you know what I gotta do here. For once, I'd like to get something that seems to be impossible of getting 8 hours of sleep a night. I just don't see that happening. I just don't see that happening. No meds. No. So I'm still lucky I get my 6 in. I don't know. They say you get older, you need less sleep, but that's not really true. You're supposed to still get, 7 or 8 hours in, definitely, or more. I remember when I used to work. Yeah, fuck yeah. When you work, you get tired a little bit because it's not just physical activity, it's just mental stimulation too. Unless you're doing a shitload of things during the day. Not much mental stimulation, if you want to call coming on YouTube and listening to all the buffoonery on here. No, it's not the kind of stimulation I'm talking about. I know it's too early to eat. Don't have a huge appetite this morning here. Well, you guys are awfully quiet this morning. Yeah, I think it's come to the end of a saga here. I think so. Out with the old, in with the new. There's always somebody out there for these guys to harass. Can't deprive them of that, though. God forbid. They wouldn't have anything basically to do. Okay. Rain, cats, and dogs. I'm just getting ready for bed, Northern Hemisphere. Oh, really? Where are you? Forget. I'm glad I could tuck you in a little bit, Always here to help. Always. Well, not always, but I'm here now. More than happy to help. Sorry I can't give you a bedtime story. Yeah. I was watching Barry's girlfriend's show. She did a live, and Barry came in on there. He came in, and he's getting jealous. Who's over there you're drinking with? He made a quick comment on there. Yeah, they got limited use of the phone. Certainly not for YouTube, but he'll sneak in something. Said a few things and took it off. He's still trying to challenge the system. He's still trying to challenge the system. And where the fuck is he? He's in, of all places, Bicutan, man. Fuck. When do you not learn? I mean, jeez. Stay off the goddamn cell phone, man. As far as I know, he's not going anywhere anytime soon. Maybe you just don't give a shit anymore, you know. But sometimes it gets like that with people. You just don't give a shit anymore. It happens. You got so much against you at the time that it's like, what the fuck, you know? Maybe it's truly come down to that. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. So much for the Free Barry J campaign. Shame, 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 for shame, for shame. God, I almost feel like helping the boy out, but he owes me money. I can't help him out, you know. It's one thing I can't do, nothing I want to do. You'd almost feel sorry for the guy, you know, not. I'm sure he made friends with Vitaly over there. They're probably good buddies right now. Unfortunately for Vitaly, when the president himself, the president, the honorable president of the Philippines himself, is saying he's going to make an example of Vitaly, well, Vitaly is in real big trouble. When the president kind of hones in on this, ooh, that's what I mean. People just get carried away with their YouTube shows. All they're interested in is the drama, making money. But then in the end, what happens? You wind up in Bicutan or, I don't know, whatever. And in Vitaly's case, well, whew, I guess it all catches up with you. Even Mr. Beast is having a problem. He was in Las Vegas or something, having some kind of thing. People paid 1,000 or something for tickets. I don't know what the hell it was. They were supposed to go home with a little baggy thing of some really good goodies to be delivered to their rooms or whatever. And big disappointment. Someone had some chocolates or something, and this guy is like a freaking billionaire, whatever he is now. I don't know. I watch Mr. Beastie's stuff here and there because the kids watch it, you know. But it's just, I don't know, boring. He has these challenges and whatnot, and he's a major capitalist, that's for sure. Well, what he's doing, smart guy, smart guy. He don't spend the money out of his pocket either. There's a beauty in this. There's an art. There's an art in everything. Sponsors pay for most of this shit. All the stunts that he does, all the equipment, all the setup. And imagine working for this guy like some of these dudes do on Mr. Beastie. They get paid pretty good money for just kissing his ass and working for him and all that. Mr. Beastie, amazing guy. Got to give him credit though. Well, I'm not sure who Lincoln is. Can you be a little more specific? Who is Lincoln? Who's Lincoln? Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. Okay. Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. Oh. No, she was just sitting there drinking, man. Whiskey, some cheap whiskey mixed with Coca-Cola. And that was at the end of her night or something. Prior to that, she had her cousins over and they were drinking like fucking fish. She don't say much on her show. I mean, it's very exciting. But is it more exciting than watching Nico's grass die? I don't know. Not much more. There's nothing on there. Just turns on the camera. Okay, just to put some time in to get some views. I don't know. Does it really matter at this point? Views? We only got 200 something subscribed. Did you notice that Barry is keeping the part of the channel thing where he's got like, you know, a couple of thousand subscribers? He's not helping her out at all. He should make the channel hers. Well, she's got a couple of thousand. At least she's free, you know, and she can make a couple of coins or something, maybe. His grass always looks awful. And I laugh because he puts so much effort into that lawn and he's just not successful. It looks like shit. He's dumping all that money. Maybe you should put that money into a relationship or something. I don't know. That would probably die too. Horrible lawn. I tell you what, I had a lawn in Hawaii, and I think most of the lawn was really weeds, actually, after a while. But it still looked good. And I mowed it. It was very green. Started off as Bermuda grass. And I think the weeds took over. But it looked so nice. Nice and green, and I always mowed my lawn. It looked nice. It looked really nice. I didn't have a huge lawn, you know. Yeah, this grass looks really awful. Horrible. But, gives him something to do, you know? You talk about his grass. She is looking bad today, he'll say. But she is going to revive. You'll see, Popeye. She's going to look good in a couple of weeks. Give her a little water, buy her a couple of drinks, she's going to flourish, Get her loosened up, she'll be responsive. I don't think so. Man, the money he spent on that lawn. My God. Whew. To each his own. But you gotta have something to do. Hey, I don't have like a big property here, if I had a really expansive lawn, yeah, I would definitely probably do a do a Bermuda grass thing and take care of it. But then I'd have to go out and buy a lawnmower because I got rid of my weed whacker because I didn't really use it. The only thing I ever used it for was in the front of the house, but that was not very advantageous because it was hitting rocks and shit, and the blade was bending, and and there's a lot of sand in there blowing around, projectiles. So a long time ago, I sold that because I don't use it. If I had a good sized lawn, I could actually trim a lawn nicely, almost as good as a lawnmower with a weed trimmer, gas powered. I could do a pretty good job on that. Yeah, but a lot of drinking going down in Funky Town, man. Hiding your sorrows, man. Oh, I think I have one more coming. Okay, I think that was the last one. Now I gotta wait for my tea cools off here. I don't know why I give it 3 minutes here. 2 minutes is adequate to get the tea going here. Oh boy, Holy Week. Let me tell you something, man. Even the past couple of days, we're down at the beach and walking, and there's a shitload of people here for the holidays, man. Today, which is actually the weekend, uh, just crowded, man. It's become a popular place for vacationers here. There's no question about that at all. And a sleepy little town, people become aware of it. But you know what? I still don't think they got the flights going again. I don't know. They weren't seeing a lot of profit or something. I'm not sure what's going on with that. These guys were so stingy on fuel. I don't know if there's really a correlation between usage of the air conditioner and it's eating up more fuel. They used to tell me that about a car. When you use your air conditioner, you're actually utilizing more fuel. But I don't know how true that is. And maybe that's what they're applying in this airline because the couple of times I've been on there, there's air coming out of the air conditioning ducts up, it's warm air. It's like they didn't want to use. All you've seen in these planes is people fanning themselves with either a portable electric fan or they have a little bamboo fan or something like that. Yeah, it's like the same thing as using the same cooking oil for 6 months. You know what I mean? And a lot of these little eateries and cookeries, along the road, they don't want to spend money. They want to get the supreme profit they can from what they're making. So to reuse oil as much as a half a year old, which is not a healthy thing to do or a safe thing to do, actually. Well, you guys are quiet this morning. You're just getting bored of it all. Yeah, I'm at that point too. I'm definitely at that point. I had someone message me, my confidant. He said, "Why are you even still doing any videos?" He said, "Fuck it, man. You know, why you even bother doing any videos?" Well, maybe one, because I can, but because I live such a boring life as a retiree that I have to do something. Well, that's not far from the truth, really, because I've pretty much talked about what the average retiree actually does out here. And if you live in the province, like a lot of people do, rather than the big city, and even if you did, but there's really not a hell of a lot to do, especially when the weather's hot. What are you going to do? You're going to run 10 miles? You're going to do a marathon, retired man? Some people do. Some older guys do. They do. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. But I still wouldn't do that, no matter how healthy. And you have a history of running, I still wouldn't do that in midday. It's just too dangerous. What good is all the running if you're going to kill yourself with a heat stroke? I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me at all, actually. Yeah, Ricky's kind of quieted down. I guess he's visiting his look-alike daughter in Germany. Well, someone said that looks just like him. I said, "Oh, it's too bad. Too bad. Too bad, too sad." I don't think with all his money he could fix that space in his teeth. I never understood that. All these people that are claiming they got all this money and shit, and you look at them and say, "Well, why can't you take care of that? Well, why can't you take care of your girlfriend's teeth or something? They got big old buck ass teeth. You know, you got all that money and you can't take care of your girlfriend's teeth. I don't understand. I don't mind a little overbite. I think it's sexier than shit. Way back in the days, who was it, that actress? Jean Tierney. Jean Tierney. I remember a MASH episode where Alan Alda was saying about Gene Tierney. He loves a little cute little overbite. How sexy it is. I think a little bit overbite is kind of sexy. But just to have a big old buck teeth, it's like buck, a hilt, a hilt. No, it's not attractive to me. Big buck teeth like that shit. No. But you think the partners of these people would say, "Hey, I can take care of that. I can financially take care of that. Let's take it to the dentist. Let's get some treatment or something." But they don't do that. I don't know why. But I think if you have a teeth situation, my teeth are fine. People make a joke all the time. My teeth are capped. Of course, they depict me on the little edited videos on here as being like 15 years older than I am. Of course, you know what I look like. I don't look that old. But it's called editing, and they do that for effect, of course. I mean, what else are you gonna do it for? And my teeth are not all gnarly and all that shit. But I saw Don's teeth, Don C's teeth. He's got a yellow fever going on with his teeth over there. Old Yeller. He's got some yellow ass teeth, I'll tell you that. I don't have it on my little slide thing here. I can't show you that. I'm technically challenged. He's got some big ass yellow teeth. And a lot of these people say they don't drink or smoke or something, but I see that so far from the truth. I don't drink to cope. And I don't even really use meds to cope either. If anything, I was taking the Xanax shit to kind of help me go to sleep, but I've been off that now a while. Now I'm just relying on my own. No, not even Benadryl. No, not even Benadryl. I'm still getting the same amount of sleep, except maybe I'll wake up once or twice, but I go right back to sleep. I guess it's part of the process, but no, I'm not on that. Hello, Sid. What's up, man? What's up this morning? I should have joined him on the walk. That was the whole idea while it was still cool out to go for a walk. But she went with the kids. I kind of really wanted to do something with her, just me and her to go out for a walk. But then the kids all joined in. I said, fuck it. I have nothing against the kids, but I just wanted to do a walk with her. She's had a couple of the kids and one of the grandkids over here this past week. He had a good looking one too. They're all good looking. Yeah. Talk about skinny though. Oh my God. The girls are really on the skinny side. When I say skinny, I mean, skinny. Bones. Attractive, yes, but not all of them are like that. But one of them in particular is really very thin. In fact, she was anemic one time. I don't know what she eats, but she's not eating enough or something. I don't know. So what's going on, Mr. Sit the Hat Rack? Sit the Hat Rack. I just love these names on here. Don't you feel it coming in the air tonight? I do. End of an era. You wait all this time to get that glory and you get it, and it's still got to set in on you, still got to set in saying, wow, how did I achieve this? Then it turned out even what I didn't expect in a shorter period of time. Let's put it that way. Just hanging out. And where are you located? I'm sorry, but I don't remember my viewers' locations all the time. I'm lucky I remember my name. Well, it's not that bad. Well, not yet, anyway. I hope it doesn't get to that point. Otherwise, shoot me and get it over with. One day I'm not going to be as a fucking vegetable. Oh my God, I can see this. I want to see something. The hair in the light. I want you to see something. You see that dog hair right there in the light? It gets emphasized in the sunlight. This is what we gotta. See, well, they're going through a shedding thing right now. There's times they hardly shed much at all, but then there's times that they shed a lot more. They were constantly out sweeping or with a vacuum cleaner on and all that, daily maintenance. If you didn't do that around here, this place would be awfully unhealthy, I'll tell you that. Awfully unhealthy. It would be moldy, it would be more allergens here than you could shake a stick at. Ants would take over the whole house and move us out. Oh, Philly. Okay. Oh. Ever go down to, what do you call this, to watch all the zombies? That's incredible, man. Oh, I forgot the name of the town. I told you I'm getting old, man. It's a fucking freak show, man. God, fentanyl of all drugs. Fentanyl. Jeez. I don't know, man. I just can't see how people resort to those kind of drugs. I guess you get to the point in life where you just don't fucking care about anything anymore. I think it comes down to that. What else could it be? Nico, Frank, you had planned to wind down the cases, but with Eric on the warpath against, had it given something, Gilda, a flip to go again into battle. Have you both of you enough energy to reserve to go again? Don't worry what these people talk about or say they're going to do and this and all that shit. You had to worry about everything somebody said about you. You couldn't function. I don't know what I'm doing. Never mind what they think they're doing. You don't know everything that's going on. Unless I tell you. I'm a busy man. In more ways than you know. I don't talk about everything. I like being prepared for shit. Being prepared for battle. God, I'm sweeping up this hair. Terrible, man. Don't worry about these idiots. Yeah, they threw Barry under the bus. And they majorly threw Barry under the bus, didn't they? Oh, somebody came back in the trike. All right. How come you came back in the trike?
I have to take a PR.
Oh, okay. Where are they walking to? Okay, well, go ahead. Oh, okay. One of the gals. Because says people says choose your battles wisely. I don't think Eric realizes what he's getting into. Ah, whatever. Don't even talk about him. Don't even give him the pleasure of mentioning his name. He's got his own problems, running a harem and all that shit. Oh, believe me, he does. There's always.
What? Huh?
Well, she came back early. This one.
What?
Oh, okay. I read that. I wish my dogs were the type of dogs that would be willing to go walk with us to the beach, but they're not. We tried leash training them. Believe me, we did. I was always successful with my other dogs, but these two, they'll put up a fight you wouldn't believe. It's not like I don't want to take them for a walk. They're very happy just with their life around here. They're like in the house 65% of the time, 35% outside. They love their life. They're being, you got to consider one thing that, this one here, Sal, she was rescued as a little puppy that came to our gate at the other house we were living in, that we were renting, really looking bad. And I was in Hawaii at the time. I didn't know this dog for a year. Came back, it still took to me. And the other one is 7 years old now. That's Ginger. Ginger is a puppy of Pepita. And she has a few puppies left. I think that's living. I know one for sure. A couple died. But Ginger is actually the puppy of Pepita, the famous Pepita. And Ginger is now around 7. She's kind of holding out. I don't know how long, her mixture, her breed will last, but they're living a good life. And I look at it this way. I've seen how many animals out there are being abused and in the streets or just left alone to die, and of mange and scabies and all this shit, which is very popular, and other diseases and parasites. My dogs are living a good life, and that's the main thing, really. Oops, sorry, there was a glitch here. My dogs, they're living a good life. They get to cool off in an air-conditioned room when they want. It's too cold. I'm like their doorman. Every time I go in the room, they'll come in there for a while. They want to go out. I got to get up. What do you want now? What do you want now? But I do it for them. They're fed well. I even got them on probiotic powder in their food. Which, by the way, I remind myself I got to buy some probiotics. They're doing good. Because think, Sal wouldn't even be here because Pepita was the same thing. She was found in our yard, barely alive. I mean, she was alive, but she looked like shit. She looked like total shit. Really in bad shape. Insects on her, this, that, and just not looking good at all. And we rescued her. So, we've done our thing. We've done our thing on rescues. I'm happy about that. We could say that we gave a life to some animals that would not ordinarily be alive now if they didn't get our care. So I got lots of compassion when compassion is due. Big difference. So is good old Popeye simulcasting me? He doesn't like me to use the word soliloquy. He likes to call it monologues. But he's kind of running out of material on his monologues. It's getting awfully boring. It's just like Ricky's shows when he does it. It's getting awfully boring too. It's the same shit. He can't seem to keep a date or even get a date, even if he has to pay for it. That's when things are getting really sad. Well, at the moment now, but yeah, why don't he try to get some of these German women? I want to see that. Let's see how far he gets with that. He's in Germany, as I understand now, maybe visiting his lovely daughter. But you don't see him rounding up any German ladies, do you? Because it ain't going to happen. They wouldn't even look at him. See how that works? But yeah, you could definitely come to the Philippines and find all these vulnerable Filipinas and give them a couple of coins in their pocket, and they'll hang out with you. But that ain't going to work in Germany. Although, like anywhere else, they have brothels and all that shit out there. You could always do that. But it's not as fun to go to a brothel, right? Is that how it is? Easy pickings in the Philippines. That's why he comes here in Thailand and all that. Easy pickings. Easy pickings. It got to the point that even they don't want to be with him anymore, even for money. So what's going on? People go into burnout stages, man. I can see why. Yeah, I'm definitely in a burnout here. So one of my confidants says, I thought you were going to stop your shows. I said, I am. He goes, you said that before many times. I said, yeah, I did. But I'm usually a person that I have something to say, I'll come on, but to address something. But then, I think of it this day too. Address what? It's the same old rhetoric all the time from all these trolls. And the high roaders. Now we got a whole different brew. You got the hate club, and now we got the high roaders. And I'm glad they're using that expression too. But, it fits, and it's. I'm coining a phrase now, so they're all using this. That means it's effective. The high roaders. They're anything but high roaders. Poor Barry, rotting in a Bicutan cell. Oh, the word is out. He's having a good old time there, supposedly. And his girlfriend said it's a lot better than the detention center in Mandawi. Who buys that story? Should I play another video on Bicutan to remind you how much better he has it over there? No, he had it great at the detention center, man. That was just a palace compared to Bicutan. And he was able to get someone to bring him food. He was able to order on Grab. He had it going on. And that's over. Yeah, he has limited time on his phone now, but he doesn't want to be caught. And he's still kind of playing with the system. He doesn't give up. But he's really jealous of his girlfriend. He's keeping like an eye on her. Whenever she does, whenever he can use her phone, he's going directly to his girlfriend's show, or ex-girlfriend, whatever you want to call her now. He was getting jealous. He was asking, who are these people over there? Because his girlfriend was having a drinking session with her cousins, apparently. Boy, they were drinking. Then even afterwards, she was drinking alone. Makes her feel better. I think Big E came on there and said, "Come, how you doing?" She goes, "I'm okay. I'm drinking, Oh, don't douse yourself with alcohol when you're down and out. Because alcohol is a depressive. I don't know how many people understand that. That's the last thing you want to do. And potentially you feel sick afterwards. I mean, is it really worth drinking? I don't know. That's why I don't drink. But I'm still scarred. I mean, I swear to God, I never got so sick in my life. I had that Mad Dog 2020 back in Seattle, the early days of Seattle. But I still went to the clubs. I still did clubbing after that. Yeah, I still did clubbing. Very controlled. Couple of Bud Lights. If I got real adventurous, I'd have a rum and Coke, Bacardi. That's when I was getting really adventurous. That's about as adventurous as I got. Because one night, I didn't really realize that I was pretty plowed. Got into my, what was it, 73 Nova, whatever it was, got the year. Got the 350 V8 and the mags, and got into my car to go home, and I realized, damn, I'm fucked up. I shouldn't even be driving. But lucky I didn't live that far away, so I took a chance. Lucky the cops didn't stop me, because I was, raising my daughter on my own. Would not look good. So from that point on, when I realized how fucked up I got, I would go to the club still, clubbing, but no, I'd have a ginger ale or a cranberry drink or something, and that was it. I think the whole time I lived in Hawaii, I maybe only had about 3 beers in 14 years of living in Hawaii. And I might be exaggerating it, actually. When did I drink it all in Hawaii? No, I didn't. I'm not sure I had any beers at all, actually. It's, some people's thing, drinking. It's just not mine. I don't like to be around drinking people either. You don't know what's going on with these people. Some people can't handle their liquor and they get rowdy and shit, and oh, rowdy. My brother's dog is now long gone too. Boy, time goes by. About a year and a month since my brother passed away. How time goes by. Time in a bottle. They sure spent a lot of time drinking a bottle too. Oh well. Some people don't learn, and they got to pay the consequences. But hey, who am I to tell anybody what to do? I can suggest things, but whether anybody follows my suggestions, that's a whole nother story. I just kind of stick to my own, so I call it creed. I do the things I want to do the way I want it. Nobody has to follow me on what I do. My girlfriend don't even really, I try to get her to take a few vitamins here and there, but I got to be her nurse. And I got to put it in front of her, here, take this, But, you can't force people to do something that they don't want to do. Not a Filipina. There's my... You can't force them to do anything. She's still going to eat rice. She's still going to eat pork. All right. Sometimes you just can't change people. You want to help them out because you care for them and love them and all that stuff, but there's only so much you can do. Like my daughter, I love my daughter. Although we're estranged, doesn't mean I don't love her. But again, same thing. Whether it's family members, personal friends, peers at work, or whatever it is. Sometimes you have disagreements. You don't see eye to eye on something. What are you going to do? It's like, it is what it is type of situation. So if you can't remedy something, then you have to accept what it is. And, most of me is actually okay with it because sometimes I'd get stressed out from all her problems and I didn't need any stress. And she was stressful, always. Okay. Give her advice. You don't take it. So, as a father, that's what you do. It's useless, but they just want to hear something from you and you give them advice and they don't take it. So what are you going to do? Then their life falls apart and they wonder why. And you're the culprit. You did this to me. No. People do things to themselves. How they control their life is their business. How they deal with things is their business. It's not mine. Give a body any advice you want, but don't expect them to take it. even though it's helpful advice, either they take it or they throw it out the window, either way. But you do your job. That's all that matters. You do your job, give the good advice, as a father would do. And I did a lot of that. Never taken my advice, so I look at her life, how complicated it's been. And I say, well, there you go. But why not blame it on me? Yeah, I'm not the culprit in that relationship. I guarantee you that. People change, man. People change. They change. Sometimes you have no control over that shit. Oh, well, hey, I'm just living my life. That's what I'm doing. I got a family right here. Blood or not, they're still my family, you know. Probably the best family I freaking had when I think about it. And actually, it is. Don't have to really think about it. There was definitely a lot of dysfunction in my family. And I'm the one that's saying that, not you. I'm saying it. There's no doubt about it. Sometimes I thought I was the most sane person around in a world of insanity. And I'm the sane one after all. I think I'm the sane one here on fucking YouTube, to tell you the truth. Where insanity just rules on here. I'm the only guy that makes sense on here at all. But I'm attacked for it. I'm attacked for it. What a shame. So many people could benefit from my advice. But you know what? You put your best dress on, like the women did, put the best dress on, get out there and kill it, you know, and do the best you can. I might have an interruption for a second or so here. Ew, no, I'm not going to throw this dirty piece of carpet in there. What is this? I don't even know if it's been rinsed. They don't say nothing. This laundry's been laying in here all fucking night. Not knowing, I can smell the detergent, so I imagine it's not been rinsed. So here we go. Rinse it out. People choose your battles wisely. I don't think Eric realizes what he's getting into. Oh, Sonny, as I said, not even talk about him. It's not worth it. It's not worth my oxygen, really. Realizing is that the bird decided to build this nest so low to the ground, you know. Usually it's up in a tree or something, but maybe let's go take a look. There might be a cutoff for a second because I'm in the twilight zone right now. I'm going to peek around and see if we can look in that. See any activities. I didn't see any activity with the baby bird when I looked in earlier. But let's go take a look. I don't want to disturb Mama if she's there feeding. So let's see if we can take a little bit of a look here without disturbing anything too much. Oh, Mama's there. I'm going to leave him alone. Mom is there. Mom is there. Okay. I don't want to frighten Mama. I seen a flurry in the bush, so I'm going to leave Mama alone. See? Don't disturb Mother Nature. Yeah, I saw the flurry in there when I came by. She's feeding her babies. That's good. I'll look at it later when the mom ain't there, see if the bird is actually moving, the baby's actually moving. Gotta respect Mother Nature. You guys are quiet this morning. You all been partying or something? Holy Week? Well, boy, let me tell you something. Speaking of Holy Week, holy cow. Went along the beach yesterday to take a walk. There's a lot of people here vacationing. A lot. I can't even imagine today and the rest of the weekend. People come from all over. I'll tell you what, if they had this Manila, is for somebody from Manila to get over here, what they have to go through, it's really hard. It's really hard. And they had the flights going, but now, to my knowledge, last I checked, they're not, they put a kind of a curtail on it for now. I'm not sure why. Maybe she just weren't making enough money. They're reconsidering the routes. I have no idea. It's too bad. I did partake their services a few times. It's so wonderful to get to Cebu in 45 minutes at the most. Then, of course, from the airport, you still got to take a cab to wherever you're going. It takes time, but it's sure better than, like a total of 6 hours of road time between ferry and road time and whatever. Well, I don't know about 6 hours. We take a Grab, but we go straight through. It's quicker than the bus. Yeah, we have to pay a lot more money for it, but it's worth it. I gotta head back here. Taking any allergy pills. I'm doing okay. I'll sneeze now and then, but I don't. I'm not really getting a bunch of congestion, all that. I'm still gonna sniff here and there. It goes with the territory with me, but no, I'm not a coker either. Fentanyl. God damn. Hey, I've taken fentanyl. That's when I was in the hospital for the kidney stone thing. When I first came in, I don't know, they threw fentanyl in me and whatever. And, well, I tell you, that shit does work. Of course, they didn't give me a lot of it. I don't want to ever mess with that drug. God, you become a zombie, man, for real. Look over the United States. It's just one big drug factory, man. It's horrible. It's known all over the world being the worst place for drugs. People have to cope. I understand you take something to cope with something, this, that, or that, but to drink yourself to oblivion, for one, to take such harsh drugs to cope with your life, and it just becomes worse and worse. Your dependency and all that stuff. Hell, I got off something, and I wasn't even really physically addicted to it. It was more psychological. The benzo shit I was on just to help me sleep, but I've been off that for several weeks now. What has it been? I don't even know. I still sleep about the same amount of time, except I'm not on that shit anymore. So Popeye, oh well, now he can't call me a benzo head. Me and Benny the Benzo, we parted ways. Sorry to see him go, but yeah, we parted ways. Gave him a little tip, be on your way. Even reduced my smoking by, I say about 30%. So I'm on the right track. I just got to keep up the blood circulation and move my body a lot more and maintain a little bit of muscle and just get the blood circulating. That's really important. And one of the things I will give you advice on as you get older is something very simple. I'm not talking about vitamins and supplements. Do an exercise where you're in a chair. Very simple. Even you could figure it out. Even you could do it. Get up and sit down again. Get up. Unassisted by the arm of the chair or whatever you're on. Do exercise when you get up because you got to strengthen your legs, lower back area, but you got to strengthen your legs. Because as you get older, your mobility, you're going to have more mobility issues. Ask Popeye. He'll tell you about that. That's my advice. I'm not giving any more health-related information on here because you're on your own, pal. I do the things I do every day. And I keep on doing it. It seems to be working for me. I'm still alive, so I guess I'm doing something right among something I'm doing wrong. Well, you guys are not talking this morning. Has it come down to that? Oh, I know. Barry. Not enough talk about Barry. What's there to say about Barry anymore? It's a done deal with him. But he's making friends. He's making friends. Or maybe not. I don't know what's going on in there. I really don't know what's going on in there. But with his mouth, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I doubt it. But, birds of a feather hang together and all that shit. So I don't know. Maybe he'll make some good buddies in there, lifelong friends or something. Oh, but he's probably met Vitaly by now, guaranteed. It isn't that big of a place where you're not going to run into Vitaly. Vitaly sticks out like a sore thumb. He's a good sized guy, got some muscles, you know, big mouth, just like Barry. Oh, yeah, their paths will cross, and I'm sure they have already. I don't have any doubt about that at all. Become some good friends and make a good friend in there, you know. Maybe Vitaly will protect him. But who's going to protect Vitaly? That's the other thing, though, because Vitaly is nationally known now. Nationally. The president even spoke about him. Imagine that. I wouldn't want to be in Vitaly's position, that I will tell you. Unfortunately for Vitaly, I think he's facing, if he's got all that money from all the money he made on his show, there's always something called payoffs, I guess. Maybe that'll make life a little easier for him in there, a room with air conditioning or whatever. His own little space. Barry doesn't have that option, unfortunately for him. But Vitaly, with 10 million subs, whatever the hell it is he's got, guy's been making money. He's not broke. He's not broke. No garden forthcoming for Vitaly. Oh, no pardon forthcoming for Vitaly. Not that I know of. Yeah, I could take this headset. Is there any difference between the headset I just had on and now? Okay. And the audio? I don't know. Yeah, Vitaly is facing some really hard times, and so is Johnny Somali. And rightfully so. These are the people you need to go after. You know, not the small fish in the pond. These are the people you have to go after to spend your time and your sleepless nights over and all this shit and doing shows about. These are the people. These are the people. Oh, hey, Anthony. I just finished putting together a treadmill for the Mahal. What's going on? Lincoln drinking. Yeah. Oh, Lincoln. I guess you're referring to somebody. Oh, okay. I see the correlation. Okay. If that's what you're talking about, okay, because you made reference to that name. Yeah. Oh, yeah, drinking heavy. Drinking heavy. Had her cousins over. Barry even came on there with a few comments. Who's over there with you? You know, Barry's really jealous, you know. And he has to go on that phone to see her, just because they have some use of the phone to call a family member or something or a lawyer, but that's about it. But he just went against the rules again. He went right on YouTube and was making comments to her on her show yesterday. And the liquor was going down like Charlie Brown, man. Liquor was going down. The title of my video, I forgot what the title is. I don't remember. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, from the title. Okay. That's kind of sad. I don't know. I think this whole thing has been kind of sad, really. So much damage has come from all of this, and all the way around, really. All the way around, so much damage on here. It's a shame. You know, when somebody doesn't learn to shut their mouth, and they realize they already got themselves in a lot of trouble, maybe it's time to, totally can it and do a show, talk about something. But unfortunately for Barry, he didn't have that kind of knowledge base or background to talk about anything intellectually, even remotely, except to say, oh, well, or something like that, or give a cough now and then, or tell you to hold on and you're holding on for 20 fucking minutes while he's playing a game or doing a phone call, and that's supposed to be a show, but okay. Anthony, could you tell me the exact name of her channel? Oh, you're referring to Barry's girlfriend. Okay. It's called Life as a Filipina. Life as a Filipina. She only got 200-something subs, but Barry decided to be greedy and take his part of the channel. And he's got a couple of thousand, which, of course, were bought by other people. But, yeah, he's not even giving her the benefit of of the subs and just make it her channel, you know, and have her have the subs. However that's working with them, I don't know. I don't really care. But life is a Filipina. No, she did a live show yesterday. My informant told me, and Barry did make one or two comments in there, and he took off. One of them was still there. He was jealous. Who's that over there? Who's that over there? I never known her to be a drinker, but if you know, in a relationship with Barry, I guess she took to drinking. Shit, I would too. If I was in a relationship with someone like him, I'd have to take to drinking or something. I sure would. Whether I like drinking or not, I'd be hitting that bottle pretty often. Seriously. It's a shame, though. It's a shame. It's a shame. Don't drown your sorrows in alcohol. That's the worst thing you can do because that's a depressant, you know. Just makes you feel worse. Then in the morning, you'll feel worse. I don't see any benefits to alcohol at all. You'll feel good while you're drinking this shit. But just like a sugar rush, it's the same thing. Well, there's a lot of sugar in there, but in general speaking, just like you, during the day, you're just having a whole shitload of sugar and you're all energized. But then when that sugar rush wears off, you crash. You absolutely crash. That's horrible. Nobody learns, but I'm not their teacher, you know. I just try to give the best advice I could when I do a show, but I know a few people have taken to my advice on different things, supplements and all that. I know a few people definitely have that have been influenced by me. I have no doubt about it. Even the biggest trolls were probably influenced by me, but they're not going to tell me that or you that. They wouldn't dare. They've taken my advice. Believe me, they have. Not all of them, because they still eat like a fucking pig and they're already overweight. And that's not going to help. Look what happened to Fazio. Did he take care of himself? Look what happened to him. Ed Lippett was not exactly a non-drinker or smoker or whatever. I mean, he had problems health-wise. And then go down the line. Down the line of people that are dropping like flies on here, man. Ricky's not taking care of himself, obviously, but, you know, I've even given Ricky advice, even though he's a troll, you know. I try to do my best on here, you know, even to the trolls, but they're going to do what they do anyway. And that, you know, it's no skin off my fucking chin, you know, it's whatever, you know. It's their life to do what they want with. Oh, I liked Rich Blang last video. I don't know how you do that with AI. It's pretty creative, I must say. And as a person who's appreciative of the arts, you know, the guy without the BFA degree that I proved different, you know that guy? The guy that never did anything in his life, and okay. But anyway, getting beyond that, it doesn't make sense to me where people put themselves in a pattern where they're not listening. Your body speaks to you all the time, and you got to read the messages. Your body's telling you, I can't do this anymore. I'm not getting good results of what I'm doing. The frozen blueberries make an awful mess. He had a dew, actually. They stain your hands. That's why I got to brush my teeth also afterwards. Oh, yeah. I don't have any left. I mean, I got strawberries, but I don't have any blueberries until I go back into Cebu. Even when I was in Cebu, I should have went to some other stores, but I don't know. We were busy running around and shit. A lot of running around last time I was in Cebu. God damn. So, I got to go back again. When am I supposed to go back? This month? I had to do something with Gilda down. She had to do something. I think I got to go back anyway. If I do, I'm not sure. Then I'll check out some of the other stores. mean, you can't go wrong with blueberries, okay? Or broccoli or something like that. You can't go wrong with that. I'm not saying I do everything the best for my body because, I have a cheat sheet and all that stuff. But, I try to do a few things that are very beneficial to me and at my age and all that shit. Shit, I'll be popping up another. Let me get everything straight. I'm 70, guys. I'll be 71 at the end of May. I'm not 73, okay? And, I'm not 85 either. And I love the way they depict me on their little skits. Is I'm like about 85 years old or something on there. It's all for effect, of course, of course. Oh, no, I don't really like raspberries, man. Oh, yeah, they stain clothes. Let me tell you something. I can't be around bleach. Do you know how much clothes I've ruined with bleach? Even when I held the damn jug far in front of me, I was pouring it into a pail or something. I'm telling you, somehow, microscopically, that bleach splashes, and I've got shirts, good shorts, that got little bleach spots on it. I don't know how I managed to do it. Reminds me of my dad. My dad was a good painter, a house painter, right? But he never ceased to amaze anybody. He always got paint on himself. I mean, he could be outside painting. Everybody came back. Well, actually, Nina came back before you.
Yeah, because Linya's paint the toes.
She had the what?
Paint.
Pain
Yeah.
in her toe? Oh, like you. Okay. Yeah, I would have joined you, but I just wasn't mentally ready at the time. I just wasn't dressed. Oh, raspberries. Okay, I was thinking of cranberries. Okay, sorry. No, I don't. No, raspberries are not my favorite fruit. No. I'll tell you what's really good for you is kiwi. Kiwi's kind of expensive, but if you can partake in that, with kiwi every day, that wouldn't be a bad option on your fruits. And watermelon, that's another thing that has citrulline in it. If you guys are worried about your pecker and all that shit, but you'd have to, you have to eat a lot for nitric oxide. You'd have to eat a hell of a lot of a watermelon, but at least you get hydrated from it anyway. So, don't worry, we're not talking into a health show here necessarily. So take it easy. Don't yell at me. Do I eat much eggs? I wouldn't say much. I might have several days in a row. I'm making a couple of eggs for breakfast with something, but past couple of days I haven't. No, and I'll just have cereal when I have it around, which I have a little bit left. Mueslix. I'll have that. I might throw some strawberries in it or some nuts or something. I have oatmeal. That's my definite alternative, readily available. I kind of, doctor that up a little bit. But yeah, you could eat. You're allowed to keep. You're allowed to eat. Like someone's giving you permission, but you're allowed to eat a couple of eggs a day. Yeah, that's not a problem. Don't worry that much about the cholesterol, as most people do, unless you have a real cholesterol problem. But no, eggs are very healthy. They're a very complete food. Oh, Mama's back at the nest because I went to go look and I backed away because it fluttered in there. So Mama's back at the nest. But I went to look at the baby earlier. There was no movement with that chick at all. There was no movement with the baby.
Sleep.
I mean, I shook it up a little bit there. The baby didn't move. I thought it was dead.
No.
Probably just sleeping.
Sleeping.
But yeah, when I seen Mama was around, I didn't disturb it. I just walked away from it. Yeah, I do eat eggs. Yes, a lot of people eat eggs around here. My God, it's part of a breakfast around here. We're buying eggs all the time. They're not cheap either. They're not cheap. Yeah, eggs are a good whole food for you. It really is. But like I said, I don't drink regular milk. It's just very strange. We're the only mammals that drink the milk of another mammal. It's understandable. Growing up as a kid, you really have to have that milk with the protein and everything for strong bones and all. That's the only way to get your calcium and shit growing up, We did. I drank milk all the time growing up. But you needed it when you were younger, Who could forget milk and cookies, man? I mean, I still do that, but I do with almond milk. You don't get a whole lot of protein from almond milk. It does have protein, but not like really a lot. But I get a lot of it from beans. I'm a kidney bean person. I eat garbanzos, but I don't like garbanzos as much as kidney. The kidney beans, you're going to get that fiber, you're going to get the protein and all that stuff, and some other elements in there. I could be happy with a bowl of rice and kidney beans. I mean, just flavor it up a bit. The rice, it's okay to have a little rice now and then, but not to overdo it every day like the Filipinos do. They're hopeless when it comes to rice. Even in Malaysia and all these places, they all eat rice, and they don't even need flavoring for it. They don't even need flavor. I don't see how anybody eats plain rice. I could never do that. Plain rice, and they just love it. Love it. Miko says, in PH, they have to eat eggs for protein as they don't have the beef. Yeah. No, they don't have much beef out here. Pork is the main staple in chicken, and look, we eat a lot of chicken. I can definitely tell you that. There's no doubt about that. But chicken's not bad. Just don't eat the skin. That's where all the cholesterol is. If you're really worried about the cholesterol, if you really have a problem. But yeah, I would, they love the skin around here. Same as everybody else. They love the skin of the pig and all that. They just love it. That's like a treat. If you go to somebody's party and they got a big baboy out there, lechon going, they're going to, if they offer you the skin, that's like an honor out here. It's an absolute honor. Not to me. I like chicken. If it's crunchy chicken skin, I like it. But I always peel it off, like on my chicken legs or whatever it might be. I always peel it off and I give it to one of the kids. They love it. They'll take everything you got in spades. And the fried chicken, I try not to ever buy that shit anymore. It's just put that fried chicken you buy from any one of these establishments, put it on a piece of paper towel, and go take a look at your paper towel. It's soaked with oil, saturated fats and shit. That can't be healthy. And well, it's not healthy. But this is their diet out here. You're not going to tell a culture how to eat, but you also, on the same note, have to understand something too. They eat what's in front of them, but they don't eat it all. They eat what's affordable. Now, when I say they, that doesn't mean the whole population of Filipinos are broke. They're not. There's plenty of wealthy Filipinos out here. Filipinos. All around you. You just don't know it. You assume that they're all broke and they're starving. Nobody starves out here, by the way. It's very rare to see a starving Filipino. Somebody always has a little fish, a little bit of rice to give them, okay? They don't starve out here. It's not Biafra or something like that. They don't starve. Lucy Delta Red. Ah, hello. Do they have the cod in SNR? Yeah, they do. And I will buy that now and then. Yeah. Whitefish is good too if you could find, called whitefish. But, cod, I love cod. I'll even buy the Gordons. Yeah, I know, preservatives and all that shit, but fuck that for a minute, I'll buy the Gordons. They'll have some cod fillets, and whatnot. That's pretty good. Don't ever buy Van de Kamp. It's a world of difference between Van de Kamp and Gorton's. Gorton's is a more quality fish and how it's prepared and everything else. Van de Kamp is like the bargain store version of breaded fish or something. Horrible. If you live in the United States, you must have heard of Van de Kamp. You see it in the frozen aisles, and you also see the Gordons. If you're going to choose between the two, you buy the Gordons. Gordons is good. I don't mind that. And I like fish and chips. When I was in Seattle, whenever I stop at an Ivers, I-V-A-R-S, Ivers, they were all over Washington State. Very popular place for fish and chips. They were really good. They'd give you that little, what do you call that, malt vinegar or whatever it is that you dip it in. And in Washington State, we didn't use ketchup, for our fries. Tartar sauce was the thing that we'd use in Washington State. And I still use that now for potatoes sometimes. It's not the best tartar sauce in the bottle, but tartar sauce rather than ketchup. I don't really like ketchup. Surprising, but I don't like ketchup. But they love it out here. I never really got into ketchup. That's why if I ever ordered a hot dog somewhere, which is a rarity I ever do, I'll say hold the ketchup on there or something. I don't mind the mustard, a little bit of mustard. You don't want anything to overpower. But the real hot dogs I used to buy, of course, you had the sauerkraut, some good sauerkraut. You had the mustard. You might have had onions on there too. And they were really good hot dogs. According to what brand you buy, or you buy it from the stand, you know, Sabret in New York anyway. But the hot dogs over in SNR, they're not too bad. They're not too bad. The pizza is so-so, but it's edible, you know. But yeah, Atlantic cod and breadcrumb is hard to beat. Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, it's not that I don't eat fish at all. I don't eat most fish. I eat tuna, but I could only eat tuna. Sometimes I'll eat it straight out of a can if it's like the tuna chunks in water or olive oil, but generally in water. Good brand. I mean, the stuff out here is everything is flakes and it's oil, and there's nothing healthy about any. I mean, you walk into any store out here, and you say to yourself, coming from a Western culture, how do these people eat this shit? Every single aisle, every food item on the shelves is totally unhealthy for you. Whether it's loaded with fat and cholesterol, or loaded with sugar, loaded with salt. I'm thinking, how do they survive it all out here? Well, they don't really. They're not always living to ripe ages. I don't know how her mom's alive. She's 89 now. She's been bedridden over 3 years, but she's still functioning. But she can't get up and even be put in a wheelchair, really. That would be too much exercise for her heart. So she lays in bed, just basically waiting to die. I couldn't do that either. She don't eat that much. But every time Gilda and I come over, somewhere Gilda comes over, what do you have for me? In her soft voice, what do you have for me? And Gilda always brings her some ube cake or something like that, or chocolate cake. And she loves her chocolate cake. I got to give the old gal some credit, though. She's really a trooper. She's a tough old bird. I got to tell you that, her mom. Thumbs up, boys, yeah. She really is a tough old bird. But that's not living. That's the point. I mean, if you have to be bedridden, I'd rather be over it, no matter what you face after death, you know. Whatever you believe in or don't believe in. You know, sometimes death is welcoming to some people, especially if you're living such a horrible life. You've got nothing to look forward to at all. And you're getting into trouble all the time. I mean, I don't know, some people live for that stuff, you know. But to be bedridden and then have bouts of memory loss where she might not remember, like her mom doesn't even recognize her mom's own brother when he came over there. There was a time she didn't recognize Gilda, and she'd recognize me more than anybody else because I stood out, my white face and all that, you know. She always remembers me. She always puts her hand out for me to hold. I'll hold her hand. I'm very, you know, caring for her mom when I'm there. When they're not helping her, I mean, you know, I'll take a moist tissue and wipe her head down to cool her down or something, you know, and they all know that. I have a good relationship with her mom. I am a caring person, you know. I respect the elderly like that, especially in a situation like that. But God forbid, the one thing that her mom demands when Gilda's over there, she always wants Gilda to rub her back or scratch her back or something. She demands it, really. But she's a good woman. It's really a shame because she loved her gardening and she had the house and still has. It's hers, but it's the family's house in Leyte. She used to love going out, taking care of her plants and all that. She misses all that stuff. The sad thing is that her cousin or something, I guess she's related, living in that house in Leyte, and this woman is close to the age of her, a little younger, blind from cataracts, totally blind, doesn't have a radio, doesn't have a TV, didn't want a radio. One of the relatives, you know, the brother who's taking care of her, or a neighbor does, I don't know. I picture this. How could you live like this? The place ain't fixed up. It hasn't been totally fixed up since the storm. Not totally inside. It's this woman that's in her 80s, you know, she can't see. Don't have a radio to listen to. Don't have a TV to listen. She didn't want. People offered. You know, we offered. I mean, she didn't want anything. She just wanted to die. And that's all she'd say. She's just waiting to die. And they'd say their prayers. Just like, you know, Gilda's mom does. She's always, you know, holds her little rosary beads in her hand or something and waiting to meet their maker. I mean, that's sad. So, I don't know. I guess that's a cousin of her that's living at the house in Leyte. And I just, and I you know, I've been to Leyte a couple times. And it gets so hot in Leyte. I remember the last time I was over there, the heat was unbearable. Unbearable. And this woman in her mid-80s, you know, she has somebody that comes in here now and then, feeds her and all that, helps her to the bathroom, the shower and all that. And I don't know what she does all day except sit there or lay in the bed, waiting to die. How sad is that? Bad enough she can't see because of her cataracts. I mean, that's not living. That's just not living, man. Nico says, I can never understand how Philippines people, I eat that processed red hot dog crap. Do they realize what they're doing? They don't care, to answer your question. Nico says, the Philippine people that live in the squatter houses have it tough in life. Western people have it very lucky, really. Of course they do. There's no comparison. That's why I was really humbled when I first came to the Philippines. And I was kind of hanging around with that girl Joy, and she lived in a squatter's thing over in Tiza. I was like humbled, if not for the first time in my life, really humbled, to see how people were living. I was really humbled. I ate a piece of humble pie. But they're used to living like this. But unlike Western culture people, they don't really complain a lot about their situation. They accept it. That's the difference. They accept it. It's like the caste system in India. These people can't cavort with other people out of their caste, out of their class. They just accept it. They accept their way of life and their way of dealing with life. A lot of them that are really impoverished, well, they like to do karaoke. They like to drink. They can afford it. They always seem to have money for drinking, though. That's the crazy thing. They always seem to have money for booze. Boy, do they drink out here. I mean, they drink. They don't need a reason to drink. But when a religious holiday comes out or some kind of holiday, they don't need an excuse to drink. They drink. They drink. They drink. Boy, do they drink. That's how some people get by in life. They got to drink to drown their sorrows and get by. And they listen to music to keep their spirits up. You know, you do what you have to do, even at the prisons. Sometimes they have events there where they're playing music so to keep people's spirits up. You know, like the dancing prisoners at Bicutan, they had that how many years ago? To keep people's spirits up. Barry's probably learning a few dance steps now. Can you picture this? Oh, he's probably dancing, but I don't think he's doing the kind of dance we're talking about. I think a Filipino told me before that the rats run through the squatter's house at night and even bite them. Yeah, they sleep on the floor, have no mattress, and they're immune to the bites. I don't know if they're immune to it, but the jailhouse rock, Lucy Delta Red said. Yeah, you betcha rock. Well, it was like in Harlem, you know, in New York, it was so tattered, you know, the housing which is different now in Harlem, New York. Oh my God, I mean, babies were having rats crawling on them overnight. People would get bit. It's just horrible. In India, what was it? In India, right? Or Malaysia, where was it? They honor the rats. The rats run across people don't even look at that. I think it's in India, isn't it? Correct me if I'm wrong. What country? The rats are everywhere. They don't kill them. The rats rule, and monkeys rule too in some of these countries too. But the rats, they don't go after these rats and kill them. The rats go into the palaces, everywhere. People walk by them, it's like nothing. Hey, bro, what's up today? Yeah. Admit it, Frank. You miss Bummer's stupid laugh. No, I don't actually. Irritating. Oh, you mean the hillbilly rebel yell? Yeah. Oh, that's original though. I gotta give him that. Something like that. I can't do it. It's too original. I can't do it. I don't have the tonal range to do that. Only hillbillies could do that. Mr. Ice Store. Okay, I've been on here an hour and 41 minutes here. Some of you guys are coming in late. Okay, I haven't really eaten anything this morning. I have to figure I had my tea. I have to figure something to eat. I don't know. Do you guys kind of feel it in the air? Something's happening. Feel it in the air tonight. Oh Lord! Can you feel it on YouTube? There's a thing going on in here. A feeling. Do you feel it? Of change. Was that YouTube? Was that YouTube? Of change. Yeah. YouTube. Do you feel it? I feel it. I see a lot of change going on. New live stream and Doomagedia's Goldfinger. That creep. God. I still don't understand how Philippine Antics, Heidi, I don't understand how she got in this country and how she stays in here. I don't understand it. Talking about a felony and all that shit. I mean, what she did, robbed 2 drugstores or something like that for pain pills and went to prison for it. How the hell is she still in this country? I don't understand it. There's so gung-ho with the pogos, but I don't know, man. Yeah, the wind of change. A good song too, isn't it? Wind of change. It's creeping me out, really. Tell you what's creeping me out. I'm looking at pictures of these rock stars and all these people that we grew up with, man. And look at what they look. If you see Jagger, oh my God. Oh man. But Jagger, which you don't know, has got into a lot of healthy eating and foods. Jagger is actually sort of a health nut. Maybe he smoked during those days, whatever he did, but I don't think he's doing that. Ron Woods, and I mean, everybody thought he'd be dead. I mean, was it Ron Woods? Yeah. Look at Mick Jagger. He's still got moves in him. There's a time when you just have to retire, man. I mean, instead of having a heart attack on stage, trying to prove I still got it. But I give credit to them. I really do. I give a lot of credit that they can still do that. But it's creepy. It's creepy when I see these beautiful women that were just adorning the covers of magazines and in movies and known for their beauty, and then you look at them now and it's like, what the fuck, Mother Nature? I don't like you, Mother Nature, Look what you did. I don't look too bad for my age, but of course don't judge the skits that are made on me that makes me look like I'm 85 years old or 90 years old, of course. I don't look like that at all, of course, but I'm okay to how I'm aging. But I can't stop the clock, and neither can any one of y'all out there. It is what it is, whether you like it or not. But some people, man, they look at a lot older than their age, man, than their biological age, They're just looking so bad. God. Clinton ain't looking too good either. I mean, well, it's part of life, man. But they are working on ways of delaying the age process. I mean, believe me, it's a fact. They are working on that. They're coming close. I mean, they are. A little late for me. Maybe if you're a lot younger than me, it's not late for you, but you can retard aging in certain ways, but not much. I do that all the time with my supplements, but you can't fool Mother Nature, and that's a fact. Nature takes over whether you like it or not. So if somebody said, well, gee, man, you like hit 70 years old, man. Well, it's not like I was never young before. I went through the same stages as everybody else did. I had my youth. Joe Pesci thing. Remember the thing with youth in a courtroom? I had my youth. And I don't say utes either, by the way. I say youth, not utes. Miko says human frizzle up like withered flowers when end is near. You can't beat the odds. Well, there's one thing we all share in common. We're all gonna die, motherfuckers. Whether we like it or not, it's just a matter of when. And that's according to a lot of factors, genetics, your diet, your weight, everything else. Don't worry, I'm not going into a health thing. Just relax. Don't freak out. Don't freak out. Freak out. Freak out. I don't act like any fucking someone of my similar age or even 20 years younger out there on YouTube. I'm still vibrant. I'm full of energy. Okay, I'm full of humor and sometimes full of shit, as somebody would say. Or just you're full of it, Frank. Yeah, full of energy, full of stamina, full of life. You're right when you say I'm full of it. I'm full of all the above. All the above. But yeah, the way I see people frizzle, you're right. But I said I was giving credit the other day to Pam Anderson because she said, fuck this shit. I'm not going to hide under a ton of makeup. We did a whole show about makeup and related things the other day. How could you forget that show? It was a good one, actually. It covered a lot of shit. Boy, did it cover shit that most people would never even dream of getting into. That's what makes my show unique. But Pam Anderson, I got to give her credit. I never really liked her before. I just thought she was a hoe, you know. But she's aging more gracefully now because, and she's showing who she really is. She'll dress up, you know, when she goes out in public and events. Nice dresses, everything else. But she's not putting a lick of makeup on. And then people look at her and say, damn. But the thing is, you're so used to seeing these people with tons of makeup on. And then when they don't put their makeup on, it's like, oh, what happened to her? Well, it's not what happened to her. It's who she is. So I have to give Pamela Anderson credit for that and some others that have taken her route. You are what you are. And you can't hide the fact of how old you are. You could take care of your skin in certain ways and hydrate, and you will look better for your age and do other things. Yes, retinol, whatever, but other than, you know, surgery and facial peels, which are horrible, and facelifts, which don't always turn out well. Look at the horror stories on some of them. Ever see some of these celebrities that look like fucking circus freaks now because they had bad plastic surgery? Oh, it's frightening. You must have seen them on these feeds. You must have seen. Horrible, man. Horrible. Everybody's trying to change who they are. Just be who you are and be proud of it, man. Do you know who you are? I know who I am. I know my good points, my bad points, my values. Nobody has to tell me who I am or how old I am or, you know, or that I'm a hater or I'm this and that. I know who I am. That's all you need to know. You know who you are, no matter what people say about you and talk about you. If you're not that person they talk about, that you're not that person. Simple as that. Botox is oh, yeah. That's such a poison. They're using that for wrinkles and relax the muscle. That's terrible, man. That's terrible, Botox. You know, I am what I am. The only thing I do to myself, yeah, I try to remove some of the gray. I use some stuff, and I'm very happy about using it because it looks natural. And no, I don't have orange hair. It looks natural on me because unlike Ricky, which looks totally ridiculous. I don't know if it's a toupee he's wearing. I'm not convinced yet if it's a fucking toupee. But, you know, Ricky's in his 60s, right? And you can see his face is old. And you can't hide your age by See, this happens with people with dark hair, not lighter hair like mine, but like Steven Seagal that does the same thing. Jet black, his hair, but his face is wrinkled as a prune. By making your hair, and I say for people with darker hair, by, to people look at you, well, what a joke. You're fucking older than the hills. You're ready, you got your foot on a banana peel and one foot in the grave. Look at your fucking face. You're old. And dyeing your hair black, that makes you even look more foolish. You look foolish. Absolutely foolish. But it's different if you've got naturally lighter hair like I do. I could use that just for men stuff. And fuck, I'll promote it. I live by it. I got a lot of gray in my hair, but not as much as I thought. Because when I cut my hair, I could see how much gray is mixed in with the natural color. But I use that stuff, and I always show some gray. I don't use it where I'm totally coloring my hair. I show some gray. Because there is some natural gray in there. You have to do that. You can't, like these guys with dark hair, they color it completely black. There's no gray hair. Oh, it's so fucking obvious, man. Why even bother? Why even bother? You look like a fool. A total fool. Big Ego has the orange gold dust. He certainly does. They hate when they get found out about stuff, don't they? I just get amazed the way they talk about me, though. There's nothing, like really that totally interesting about my life. I'm just a regular guy. But they do shows about me. Like I'm like the most interesting person they've ever came across. They devote shows to me. Boy, have I arrived. I have certainly arrived, brothers and sisters. I have certainly arrived. Osh gosh be gosh. It's such an honor. Even when they do trippy little shows about me, it comes down to one thing, my friends. I have truly arrived. Imagine spending that much time doing shows about a particular person, doing skits. Oh, is Popeye doing his simulcast now? I can't look on here. But I give something Popeye to do, so I do serve a purpose on here. Okay, scenario. I'm totally gone from YouTube, okay? Scenario. I'm like totally gone. What are they going to do? Well, I'll tell you what they're going to do. They'll still talk about me for a while. And they'll still run and rehash some old hash until it gets so played out with their viewers that it's not worth to do it anymore. But look at Ricky. He's not really concentrating on Barry and shit because the case is over. Nothing to say about it. Barry wound up in Bicutan after all. And they were all laughing. Barry ain't going to wind up in Bicutan, but he is. Whether it's there because of the fact that they had to move him out from the detention center, but he's there. He's there. There's no question about it. He's there. It happened. See? Stroke of fate, karma, whatever it is. He's there. Even Ricky was saying you and Gilda our new upcoming couple. Upcoming. We've been upcoming for 10 years. 9 years, anyway. Lucy Delta. Bummer ended up in jail doing shows about you. One would think the others would learn. Nah, it's not a learning experience for these people. This is what drives these people. They're supposed to be living these enriched lives, not necessarily meaning money enriched, but they're not doing shit. Oh, yeah, they go to some, get out and drink and cavort and have a dinner out there, and that's about the sum of it. What do you think they're doing with their time, even with their money? You think they're all traveling all over the place all the time, all over the Philippines? And no, they're home doing something on the computer, whether it's work-related or, or being an ass and doing a skit or whatever it is, or just listening to YouTube, watching shows or movies. It's pretty much retirement life out there, just face it. And all the shows you see are all, they're exciting, doing this and that. I watched this one British guy who's always complaining about something, not Jim, but this other guy. And most of these people don't know if they're coming or going. It's really come down to that. They don't know if they're coming or going. They're like trying to convince themselves that staying in the Philippines is a place for them. But then they keep on coming up with this other stuff and reasons not to be in the Philippines. They keep on downing it, and reasons not to be here, and horrible things with the culture, and watch out for this, it's dangerous, it's this, it's that, it's this. That's all I hear on here now. That guy, Jim Adventures, whatever, Philippines, whatever. God, he's like one great example of a person who doesn't know if he's coming or going. He's living in the United States, but he's got a wife over there, a kid, whatever, I don't know, in the Philippines. But every show, it's like, you don't know if he's coming or going. He has a lot of shit to say about the Philippines, but yet he's so attracted to the Philippines. It gets to a point that people don't even understand what's coming out of their mouth. You're either into something or you're not into something. You either like it in the Philippines or you don't. Now, am I saying that the Philippines is the best place in the world to live? No, because I'm not world traveled. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I could say that it works for me, but I'm very adaptable. I'm very adaptable, which I've proven. I'm very adaptable. I lived in 3 different states and a short stint in Alaska, not much. But, I picked up and left and gone other places, stayed there a long time. Love you long time, love you long time. I did all that. I really wish I was world travel. I watched these streams, some things, just beautiful places in Europe, beautiful places to die for, really. Beautiful places. But, even in Europe, you can't afford to live in Europe either. You can't afford to live anywhere, really. It's just get down and just say it. It's just, nothing is affordable anymore, man. This world is a crazy place, man. I'm kind of, in a strange way, I'm kind of glad at my age, because I don't want to live to see the future of this planet. How violent people are and how worse they are socially, and they're all socially inept and everything's on their electronics. They hardly ever meet one-to-one with people anymore, and their whole life is through electronics, and they're attacking people on electronic, on social media. I don't know if I care to see that kind of future coming. This planet is going to shit. Ecologically, environmentally, everything is going to shit. All going to shit. And people can deny it, but it's going to shit. See, here's the deal. We all have to live with each other on this planet. How many billion is there now? I lost track. Are we up to 8 billion or something? I don't know. We all have to live with each other. And if you can't live with each other harmoniously, then you got a big problem. Like here on YouTube, nobody can live with each other on air harmoniously. No matter how hard you try, it just doesn't work. AI will destroy humanity. Certainly. There's no doubt about that. And look what they do with some AI, with skits on me and different things like that. Do you really think I look that old? Of course not. They could change whatever they want. They could put your voice on somebody else. They could... it's incredible stuff. It may work and for some good, but for the most part, I think a lot of people are against AI. Shit, they got in China or Japan now, they got these fucking robots, man. Well, they actually have a little robot thing in Bagiou. It's just a little machine thing that comes over and serves you, but I think it was China? Or was Japan? I forgot. Looks like a waitress and all that. She comes up there, can grab, she can hold a pen and a paper or something to take your order or something, and it's just amazing what they've done. Now, robotics are definitely going to replace real women. I don't know. Maybe that's for the best. I don't know. They'll probably invent the orgasmatron. Remember Woody Allen with the orgasmatron? You don't need to have, fluid sex, exchange bodily fluids. You can just get an orgasm from this machine, the orgasmatron. It's going to come down to that. No exchange of bodily fluids. But you got to procreate, so they could do that without having actual sex, physical sex, intercourse. Yeah, AI is going to destroy humanity, but I won't be around to see it. Thank goodness for that. Thank goodness for small miracles. I'd like to live a long time, but, it has to be on my terms. If I'm bedridden, then I'll give up, and I'll be ready to go at any time. When you give up, when you lose your spirit, then you go. Then you go. You're gone. When the spirit dies, you die. That's the way I see it. Then it's all over. It's going to be an interesting future on this planet, though. It's really interesting. I feel sorry for children that are born these days because, on one hand, you say they're going to live a lot longer. They're going to live to be 120 years old. Any child that's born today should live to at least 120 years old. But, unfortunately, that's in a perfect world. They would, with modern technology, medicine, all that stuff, you know. But the problem with that, you know, remember, everything is imperfect. If they still going to do lousy diets and everything else and fast food and all the shit, then they're not going to live to be 120. But we have the potential of living to 120. And there's a lot of different countries where they do live to close to 120 and above. But it all has to do with diets. But yes, genetics have a part in it. But believe it or not, genetics only have about a 25% part of it. It's not all genetics. It's only 25%. For your information. Yeah. Okay, so you gotta ask yourself that question. If you can't walk and take care of yourself and you're losing your memory so bad and whatever, or you're just full of pain and aches and you can't get rid of it, do you really want to endure that? You gotta ask. Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We have two people in here so far. The nation suffers. The nation suffers. Let's see. Here in Santa Fe, we got a drizzly little 33 degrees centigrade. But in Manila, we have 36 with heat index of 43. That's 109.8 degrees. They are predicting, although we're not going to have the driest season this year, but they're predicting temperatures, now listen to this summer, up to 53 degrees Celsius. That's like 125 degrees Fahrenheit. Whoa! Man, I'm telling you, if you ain't got air conditioning, you ain't going to like it. I'll tell you that. It's going to be a hot year. Well, it's our standard issue around this time of year or so, but they're predicting temperatures at some point to go all the way up to the equivalent of 125 degrees Fahrenheit. Not today. If you're in Manila today, you'd be getting 36 centigrade, which is about over 108 degrees with the heat index. Here, it's 33 centigrade, so it's still pretty warm right here. It feels like 40 centigrade with the heat index. So, you know, we're talking some cooking weather, man. You know, get the pigs out, whatever you're going to rotisserie, just go out in the sun and turn that wheel, because chances are you'll probably going to be able to cook it. That's for damn sure. As the nation suffers from the heat in the holy holidays going on right now, and people show their devotion by celebrating the holy holidays, festivals, parties, church, the nation is sizzling, and this is the start. Welcome to the Philippines. Yeah. As I said, this is the part of the year that I never actually look forward to. But I know I'm not stupid enough to go out in midday and do a bunch of chores if I really don't have to do it. So I don't, unless it's really necessary. But all the holy rollers are out there. They're going to a hot church. They're going here. And oh, you should see how many people are vacationing here. This weekend is going to be incredible. 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 The beaches prior to this coming weekend here has been awfully crowded. I can't imagine it tomorrow and Sunday. It's going to be quite crowded. But you're going to see people under cabanas and so forth, spending most of their time. But sun worshippers, they're going to have their limited time out on the beach. They'll go in the water to cool off, and I don't blame them. But you know, the water around here, it's not exactly cool. The water is actually pretty hot here. You get it, and it's just quite warm. When I lived in Hawaii, the water was actually cool compared to here. I'd have to like a little baby. A little water on my legs here, a little water on my chest here. You just jump in is what you do. You just jump in, you get acclimated. Go for the first jump. Never mind a little baby stuff, a little water here, get acclimated to it. Just jump in. Get the shock value. But here, you don't really have that. But everybody's pretty much hibernating today here in the house, in the neighborhood, except a couple of kids going to the church. They kind of belong to the church. Altar boys, or I don't know, they're in training or something. They're going out in this heat. I said, good luck to that. Yeah, I mean, wow. It becomes a little frustrating sometimes too, because you want to get the hell out of the house and do some shit, but then you think about it. What do you want to do? Do you want a chance to equivalent to 36 degree Celsius weather out here, unless you really have to do something. At the same time, you don't want to stay in the house either. And you're sick of sitting down watching TV or something, and probably watching something you've seen 1,000 times before. So it's kind of the way it is. And you just deal with it. But better than having a damn heat stroke. The one thing we never got in this house was insulation. That might be a future option for the attic space, to get it insulated. Get a little whirly bird up there too to circulate the air around. But it's really, really, really hot. I don't care about the electric bill, man. As long as these air conditioners work, I'm turning them on. Although the one in my room is not on now, but the living room. The big gathering place, even the dogs go in there. They're not stupid. Although we have one in here now. Is she in here now, Sasa? Okay. Likes to be around us. I've seen people that have husky dogs, and I'm thinking, nah, that's the wrong species of dog, breed of dog to have out here. You got to live in a cool place to have a husky. I went to see the bird again. The mother flew out again, so I guess she spent some time over there, Gillis. Yeah.
I don't want to disturb him.
Yeah, I just got to leave him alone. I think we get curious. Well, Pennywise, how are you? Greetings and salutations, Frank. I hear that you won the war in Bummers and Bicutan. Well done. Time for you to enjoy the Philippines again. Well, they're trying to get me deported. That's not over yet, but yeah, well, he wound up in there actually because they're going to be renovating the detention center in Mandawi. And he didn't have much choice about it, so it worked out real well. This way I can't get blamed for getting him in a Bicutan. Get more people pissed at me, or happy, actually. I don't know. They won't tell you they're happy. But nobody's helping him, He ain't got a pussy, although he is a pussy, but he doesn't have an actual vagina. They're not helping him out. Yeah. We're trying to get you to put... Oh, where have you been, Pennywise? His girlfriend, it's supposed almost a year. She put in well, you've been behind the times, Pennywise. His girlfriend, the lovely girlfriend of his. Yeah. He got her to put a false deportation complaint on me, saying I threatened her and this and that and this and that and this and that and this and that, and on top of this and that and this and that, none of it ever happened. So, of course, they had to take the report in, so I'm on a hold order. which means I can't even do my visa anymore until they release this, you know, hold and all that shit. Oh yeah, caused a lot of ruckus. Caused a lot of ruckus. His toothless gums will be of a big help in prison so he can make new friends. He's going to make Vitali as a friend there, or Vitali. Vitali's in there now. Exactly where he is. Yeah. For what crime? I don't know, she listed a number of things. Did I threaten her? Never did. Did I call her a whore, a prostitute? Never did. That because of me, she's suffering PTSD and she's stressed and got depression. But shit, she showed anything but that. She was partying with her cousins online live. We're all drinking whiskey and shit, having a gay old time. So she's really suffering very hard. Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's all right. Everybody pays the price, man. Because basically, see, here's the thing. Oh, so there's a travel hold on you. I cannot leave the Philippines. Well, it's not a case. It's a complaint. Not a case, but yeah. Well, my lawyer had to put in information to counteract her claim and all that shit, and go through all this and all that, and convince the Board of Immigration that this is a bogus report, which is created by her now criminal convicted boyfriend Barry. Yeah, he was actually he has to pay a fine of 250,000 pesos to the court, 250,000 pesos to me, and he has to pay all that money that has to for his immigration overstay and shit before he can be released from Bicutan. Yep. And nobody's really helping him, although, you know, they'll help his girlfriend if she needs it. And, you know, the people in the high roaders, you know, Big E, Mick Fisher, and people like that. Yeah. Big E needs a new member for his harem, so she's going to be free. I mean, just put it this way. How often can his girlfriend come up and see him in Manila? They have certain days and all that. And guess what? He can't get Grab on his phone application. You get somebody from the outside to possibly bring you food, but you're going to be eating soggy rice and vegetables every day. And if you're lucky, you'll get fish head in between that time. They have a commissary there with some crappy cookies and crackers and shit like that, and bottled water and soda, but, you know, that's it. And he's suffering there. As I said, Manila is the equivalent of 106 degrees, equivalent with the heat index. 106 degrees, 109 degrees actually today in the Manila area. He'll get rice and dried fish, yeah. Oh, they're terrible there, man. And he's trying to get people to believe, because he sends messages to his girlfriend, whatever. Oh, Barry's doing fine here. He said it's a better situation than he had in Mandawi. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. We believe you. Yeah. Commissary might have ramen noodles, more than likely, you know. Well, I'll tell you what, I'd rather eat ramen noodles. A lot of college students used to do that when they went to college. They eat a hell of a lot of Top Ramen in the United States. We call it Top Ramen brand. It saved money. Well, there's a time you could buy 5 packages for $1, 20 cents a piece in America. Now, that's changed quite a lot. One package of that could be in America like 50 cents or more. But here in the Philippines, I don't know what they charge per package of something similar to that, really. The immigration detention does have the, foreigners separate from the local, let me see. The immigration detention center in Bicutan does have the foreigners separated from the local Filipinos. So I'm not really sure of that.
Yes,
well, because of the housing is so crowded, I don't see how they could.
Separate because that one is for
Foreigners.
Yeah, foreigners, then over.
Well, I don't know which worse is to be housed with some dangerous Filipinos or dangerous Chinese and Koreans and Russians. I don't know. What's the trade-off? Which is better? Oh, yeah, there you go. I just said it. Yeah, Pogo Deportes. They're not happy to be there, and they all got an attitude. Now we got that Russian guy, Vitaly's there now. That guy's facing a lot of crap. Yeah, he'll be with the Chinese Pogo arrestees. And that may not necessarily be that pleasant, you know what I mean? It's the living conditions alone. Hey, man, I'll take a slow boat to China or something if I had to go in that facility. I'll become another bummer. Live life dangerously. Be a fugitive. Who will be the bottom? No, let me guess on this one. With him, he'd probably be the bottom. No, he's had a lot of experience with his dad, so yeah. I would imagine. Bummer is used to the bottom with his pops. Well, that's what I understand from his own words. Basically, what was going on. Too bad. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. You know, I could get to a moment, and this is all it takes. Let me tell you something. This is all it takes for me. Okay, I could have a moment of a tiny, tiny bit of compassion for what he's going through. But all I gotta do, and that goes away real quick, all I gotta do, put on one of his recordings of him being the asswipe that he is, and if I had that one iota of compassion for his situation, it's instantly gone. Instantly gone. What happens is it reminds me of why I got a case on the guy. It reminds me, or had a case. It's over. The thing is, it's over. But he thinks he's just going to get away with paying the court their fees. What happened was we decided we weren't going to carry this case out forever and ever and ever. Okay, so we let the judge, well, Barry had pleaded in front, on camera, whatever, pleaded guilty officially this time is what happened. Okay, so the judge heard that and his lawyer's pleadings and all that, and me and my lawyers kind of mulled it over a little bit. We said, well, let's let the judge decide what he wants to do with this. It was going to come down to that anyway. So he made we had agreed that the fine would be 50,000 pesos per charge. That's exactly what it was. It was 50,000 pesos per charge, and that's exactly as written. So it was written prior that what his charges were going to be, and damages, they were the same thing. 250,000 goes to the court, and 250,000 goes to me. And, and unless he pays this shit, he remains in Bicutan, almost like he's been sentenced. It's really weird, the way it happened. It's really weird. It worked out real well. And what I mean by that is that we could have waited and carried this case out, and till the end and let the judge make a decision what he wants to do and sentence him. But he still got a conviction. Didn't have to do that. He's still considered convicted. And he has to pay off all that money and immigration money, and he still gets to go to Bicutan without the judge sentencing him to Bicutan. Is that not like poetic art or what? So he will be there for life since he will not be able to pay. Well, I don't know, man. You see, the High Road Club, I coined the phrase High Road Club, and that's Big E and Mick Fisher and all these people, Don C. and Popeye, all that people. They don't seem to want to help him at all. They don't want to bail him out. They're more interested in helping Shaw in case something happens to her legally. As I said, Obama does not have an official, although Obama is a pussy, he doesn't really have a vagina. But they want to help out the vaginas, not interested in the men when it comes to money. They have no interest in helping out a guy. But the maiden in need, the suffering maiden in need who's suffering a loss of her boyfriend, who lied like a motherfucker on a report to kind of try to screw my life up. They want to help her. And they know she's wrong too. They know damn well. I'd like to see somebody on here, and all you people are very good at recording things. Show me a fucking recording where I called her a whore, a prostitute, where I've threatened her life. I actually threatened her life very clearly, which is what she put in her report. It never happened, and the high roaders know that. The only way they want to support her is because she's got a fucking twat. That's why. Biggie wants to indoctrinate her into his fucking harem is what it is. Yeah. Okay, Lucy told Red. Johnny. All right, all right. Catching myself at dinner time here. I'm having some chicken quarter with mashed potatoes and a salad. Pardon me. The Bicutan Brawler. Want you to know that he's okay and he's fine. And he'll hopefully see you in a couple of months. If you see by the caption there, thumbnail. 18 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, the boy couldn't resist, got on his phone. Even under those circumstances, he can't stay away from his phone. A message to his viewers like they give a fuck. It's just wanted to say, to let everyone know I am okay. I am fine, spoken like Barry, cocky as he is. So remember, take care. See you guys in a couple of months. Hopefully. Oh, couple of months. He's going to be seasoned in that place, man. He's going to be seasoned. He'll be speaking all that prison talk and shit by that time. Yeah. The captain, see you guys a couple of months, hopefully. Sounds like he is well on his way to becoming one of the forgotten. Okay. I had that much on the thumbnail there I could read. I'm trying to do two things at once here. There you go. I'm okay simply means he's alive. All right, we take it for that. He's okay. He is fine. So remember, take care. See you guys in a couple of months. At least he's realizing that he's not going to just be there overnight. And he has. It's been a week already. Sorry for the other shit I got on the screen here, but the captain saying, see you in a couple of months. Hopefully, sounds like he's well on his way to becoming one of the forgotten. Yeah, I know. That's the bad thing about that place. That's why I'd be heading south of the border, man. If I had to go something like that. I'd have to become another Barry. Oh my God, don't say that. Don't say that. I'm sure you had a lovely day today, and many more to come. Well, it don't exactly sound like the money is flowing in there. I guess I'm not going to get paid anytime soon. It's kind of looking that way. Well, what did I expect? It's good and it's bad, and it's according to how you look at it, I guess, you know. There's Barry's message over 20 minutes ago. Couldn't stay away from the phone. In prison. Comes on to let you know, like anybody gives a fuck, that he's okay, he'll be fine. Thank you for letting us know, like I give a shit. Okay, let me see. Where am I on the message thing here? And where's my messages now? And I got this on the screen. It's kind of weird. Okay, well, where's my stuff? The cap. Okay. I might have to take that off the screen. Highlights, save channels on this. Huh? Let's see. Done. What do I got here? The inmates at Bicutan are basically crawling on top of each other. I'll be impressed if another inmate hasn't snagged his phone in about a week. And he's getting close to about a week now, right? Somewhere around there. Where am I seeing my own messages here? Hold on. I gotta get rid of this screen, I guess. Okay, here we go. Having my chicken quarter with real mashed potatoes and some lettuce. Hope that's a little better for you. Okay. Now I've been doing some cleanup around here on the tiles on my little outside deck from flower planters. And they're always barking at something. Jesus. Pardon me. Well, we're happy that you're doing fine, Barry. We know better than that. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe he thrives in that kind of atmosphere. He could be having a gay old time in there, I mean. Who knows? Again, it's free rent. He has no problem with that. I never did. Same at the old detention center. He had no problem with that at all. Man, I should eat at the table like a human. I know where everybody is at this moment of the day. We're going to give Barry a high back. Apparently they are letting him use his phone. Of course, he's going to tell him trying to get a hold of family or some shit like that. Seems like his girlfriend put up yet another boring video and took it off. Doing fucking laundry. That was exciting as watching paint dry. You just coming back?
Yeah.
Okay. I shouldn't be eating like this. Let's see his wonderful message again here. Okay, Mr. Captain. I'm going to eat. You're going to eat. Pretty crowded downtown?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I can imagine. Beaches are worse. Okay, basically that's it. Now, one would think that using or having use of their phone is a privilege. Well, look how he botched it up over at Mandawi Detention Center. He had use of his phone, continued to use it despite having 5 charges against him. Now he finds himself in a real prison atmosphere. And he's still abusing his phone privileges. He wanted to know, how do you like me now? How do I like him now? Did he really ask that question? Did he really? I like where you are right now. I'll answer your question. I don't know what you want to hear from me, but yeah, I like exactly where you are. So, really lame question. Barry put a post on because, he can't stay off his phone, which he's never. I like exactly where you are. It's befitting for you. You make a couple of new friends, really good friends, if you know what I mean. You remember what they say about bending over for that soap in the shower? Might not be good for your emotional being, might bring back old memories. Memories in the corner of my mind. Yeah, well, they'll give you a few more memories in that place. You run your mouth the way you normally do in that place, you're not going to get very far. I could definitely tell you that. That I could tell you. But keep it up. Good work. As you always do. Absolutely. I'm all for it. Hot day today, huh, Barry? Hot day. More to come. More to come, my boy. More to come. Oh, and by the way, since you kind of provided a wisecrack on your little posting on there. Okay. Didn't take me that long. I read all the addresses here. I wrote to the appropriate people to let them know about your misuse of your phone. Now, you know that's your life connection out there in that prison. What if they took away your phone privileges, which they are more likely to do so there than you got away with in the detention center in Mandawi, boy, son? Keep up the good work. I'm all for it. It's your good work that has got you where you are today. Keep up the good work. All right. Anybody want to hone in on this? Go ahead. I'm kind of multitasking while I'm doing this show anyway. But you got something to say, definitely say it. But I'm all for it, Barry. Get on your phone as much as you can and abuse your privileges again. But I just don't think, unless you're paying the guards some good money, and if you got money, then, you should be able to get yourself out. That's what I say. I think he made a comment. Well, I'm all fine now, folks. See you in a few months, I hope. If that was really his statement, I don't know. Could have been a troll that went on there and said the statement, but it could have came from him. Well, you'll be lucky for a couple of months. Unless the high roaders want to bail your ass out. And I'm all for it, really. Because I know that where you're going eventually is not going to be any better than your life in a prison being in detention. In prison. You probably have some warrants ready for you when you get back into the States. More problems, train wrecks continuing. But you used to be in a train wreck anyway. It's your whole life. Any more wisecracks you want to make to me, Barry boy? Keep up the good work. I've always said that. You're always helping me out. That's what I like about you. You're easy to deal with. You're easy to deal with. That's certain. Just keep up more and more of what you're doing and have your privileges taken away. And you know you need that phone to call your ex-girlfriend and whatever else, to talk to somebody so you don't go out of your mind. But then again, you got plenty of company there. A lot of friendly Chinese and other denominations. And they're watching you, boy. Word is out. Word's out already in the prison system about you. I guess you didn't know that. There are channels to get that done, son. So keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. And the karaoke is going off in the distance. It is definitely Holy Week. Definitely Holy Week. Hear that in the background. How gullible are you people anyway? Good question. Hey, Biggie, I hope April spent some good time with her parents on the holy holidays. Hope you had a great trip to Manila. Yeah, okay. I also heard that friends are not allowed to visit the prison, usually family members, but we won't mention that. Lots to come, yeah, lots to come. Who wants to buy this bullshit that, good example, that Barry's going to get $250 paid off for the court, which is not going to get him out. Okay? Follow me? He has to pay everything he owes, not to mention his immigration. So what sensibility would it make for Big E, the Big Ego Micster, the Micster, to go help him pay off the rest of what he got together to make the $250 for the courts, when that is not going to get him released? However, there is no such thing as cutting a deal with the immigration people to let him loose. Or the court, actually. The court has that order for him to pay that. Sorry, Mick. So I don't buy the story. I know Big E wanted me to hear that. He figures I'm tuning in, or somebody would let me know. Well, if he did get to see Barry in this hot, horrible weather, that he traveled particularly to that prison to go visit Barry under those conditions there. Yep, there's the siren. I must be right. There's the siren. There is the siren. The prison siren. Here we go. There we go. Dogs in the background barking there. Wow, that siren even gave me a disconnect for 2 seconds. Woo, man. How gullible are you people anyway? You know, Mick, I don't, Biggie, whatever, I don't buy all your stories. Yeah, because here's the thing, it doesn't make any sense at all. If you want Barry out, you pay the whole fees. And that's going to have to be close to 750,000 pesos. Exactly. Yeah. I'm fine, Warthog. How are you? Now that alarm, that siren just finished. Don't affect my ears, though. I'm half deaf in one. But I've had dogs' ears. They were outside. Yeah, I see how the dogs are reacting to that damn siren they got going off every time at 9 p.m. Is it 9 p.m.? God, time's flying by. Warthog. Is Barry in a place like the ones we see online? But they are packed in like, yeah, exactly. That's exactly where he's in. But the Biggie claims that he made a trip to Taguig, where the, however it's pronounced, where the Bicutan facility is. That's what he claims, when actually his wife went to Manila to actually visit the relatives there. Am I right, Biggie? I read between his lines all the time. In my understanding, I don't think that friends alone can visit. Family only. It's to my understanding. I could be wrong, but that's what I read. But we could put that one on the side, just for consideration purposes. So you mean to tell me Biggie is going to go to a sweltering 100+ degree prison to go visit Barry, the man that has knocked him so many times, to give him money for the balance of what he owes, at least to the court? Now, if you're buying that story, okay. Big events to come. I've been hearing big events to come for how long? In the next 1 week, maybe 2 weeks. But then as we get along, as the 6 weeks down the line, there's going to be groundbreaking news. I've heard all the groundbreaking news. There was a resolution, and everybody claimed that they have one when there never was a resolution. I've heard it all. Anyway, hello. Let me just say this. I want to congratulate you on dealing with your trash the way we all dream we could. Seriously, sir. Bravo. Well done. Doing my best, and I'll do even more than that as time goes by. Don't worry about that. We're not done completely yet. Just trust me on that. But anyway, I didn't come on here to do a show all night. Biggie made a broadcast for my ears, purposely, and all that. They're doing so much for Barry and so much for Shaw, I can understand the pussy factor, with the guys, the high roaders, wanting to help, a female out like Barry's girlfriend or ex-girl, whatever you want to call her. Because they don't just generally go to help a man out. But I find it hard to believe one thing, that if you're going to give money to Barry to get him out, you give him everything he owes, or else $250 to the courts is not going to get him out of Bicutan. It's just not going to float. It's just not going to float. The court ordered him to pay $250 to the court in penalties, $250 to me. Then he still has that matter of his back owings of all the penalties and fines for his almost 7-year overstay. We figured, I don't know, somebody calculated that the whole shebang could be close to 750,000 pesos. Okay, Warthog says, I watched all this unfold for the past year and a half, and this is just simply mind-blowing. Oh, it is. You pay now. Exactly. That's the way the system works out here. They don't want to hear it. And there's no bargaining with immigration or the courts. I mean, I can say, well, we're going to pay could you go easy on this guy? I mean, we're going to pay the court fees or fines. But, as far as the $250 that he owes Mr. B, can we kind of float you on that? I mean, I'm good for it, Your Honor. But let's just get him out of here first. And then, I'll sign a document that'll guarantee the payment to the courts. I don't buy into that at all. They're not going to float with that. I'll tell you that much. They're not going to float with that at all. That's, of course, my opinion. Okay, glad you stopped by, Mr. Warthog. I gotta grab something here. I didn't realize it was 9 already.
Yeah.
Boy, time goes fly when you're having fun. Goes by, not fly. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm back here. Yeah, I buy into this shit anyway. It's all for show, and it's all to try to show, put shit in my face and all that. That's all it really is. Because the court makes a decision on something, and that's what it's going to be, basically. His wife or harem member or whatever, I still don't know what to call her. Being a whole made a trip to Manila to visit the family. Of course, he had to say, "Well, I made a trip to take, to Bicutan and help the boy out." Highly doubtful. Highly doubtful that anybody even wants to go to that facility. And he's not as fond of Barry as you might think he is. I'm sure he has a memory of everything he's called Big E. I'm reasonably sure of that. Everything is fluff, smoke, and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors. So believe what you want to believe. But the boy is in Bicutan. That's where he is. And I think he's going to be there for a little bit of a while, unless he could really raise all that money that he needs. And personally, I can't see. And I don't think his quasi-girlfriend's family would put that kind of money together for him. Because half the family, first of all, if you guys didn't know, were not aware that Barry was even in detention. They always thought he went back to the States working. Soon people forget about that. That half her family didn't even know he was for 2 years in the detention center in Mandawi. What do you say about that? Interesting. Well, you are entertaining, Big Ego. You absolutely are entertaining. But if you want to do things right, do it right. Do it right. Pay off everything that he owes if you really want to see Barry go free and get out of that hot. Claim he got the money, the big cash guy with the big wallet and the harem. Pay it off. Why give half a carrot to Barry when you can give him a whole carrot? See, that wouldn't make any sense to me. Because if you're going to help somebody out, you help somebody out and you go all the way. Because nobody's going to pay 750 approximately 1,000 pesos to help Barry get out of any situation. I don't think that's going to. If they have such a great concern about him, then why don't they just quit lollygagging and just pay the whole goddamn thing? Anyway, that's just my opinion. Just a little something to talk about tonight before I wind down for the evening. You have a good night wherever you are, Mr. Big Ego. But I think if you're going to do something, go all the way with it. Go all the way with it. And as far as a big surprise, there's been so many big surprises through the years that I've been waiting for and I've never seen. Just like most of you people didn't believe that Barry would ever get arrested and thrown into for his immigration overstay. That happened. Nobody believed. Nobody believed that a prosecutor would take Barry's case and make him go to court on trial. Nobody believed that either. All the naysayers, it's not going to happen, not going to happen, not going to happen. Well, it did. It absolutely did. Anyway, that's all I got to say tonight. And Big E hinting that elderly people Bicutan Detention Center, as if to hint that you're going there, boy. Well, are you a betting man on that? And show me proof that that's ever going to happen. I don't mean a fake resolution. Know what I mean, boy? Okay. Okay, gotta run. You're a legend, Frank.
The second thing that you need to know about alcohol is that the earlier you start drinking in your life, the more likely you are to have a life. The second thing that you need to know about alcohol is that the earlier you start drinking in your life, the more likely you are to have a life.
Okay, yes, good morning, sir. And a lovely morning it is. What is today? Is Easter? You know, I don't keep abreast, get it, abreast of these certain holidays. 1, 2, 3. Ah, there we go. Morning tea, baby. Morning tea. Oh my. I can't keep up with half the shit on here, man. Good morning, region. Good morning, good morning. Is today not Easter? I think it is. Not being a person who actually follows the religious persuasion, I'm guessing it is. Nothing like a morning tea, but oh, absolutely. Now you got it. Now you got it. Oh, it's just a tradition with me. Tea is not just a cup of tea, my friend. It's a cup of life. It's how you greet the wonderful morning. New day, new horizons. The tea is just not medicinal, but it's symbolic of many, many things. Victories, tradition, mine. Very symbolic. Oh. Actually, I get up earlier than this. This is considered pretty good. I guess I'm sniffling this morning. Allergies racked me up a little bit today. My eyes a little bit irritated for some reason. I don't know. But alas, alas, it is alive. I'm alive. You're alive if you're listening to me. Isn't it glorious? Isn't it just glorious? Well, you know what? It is. It is. Okay. All right. You got to give me a chance to gather my thoughts here in the morning. You know, I think they must have invented, that we don't know about. Only very privileged YouTubers can do this. Transporter machines. They could be in two places at one time. Marvelous, marvelous technology that some YouTubers have. Imagine you could be in two places at one time or a short period of time. They could be in another country, then wind up in the Philippines, in Manila, just like that. Boom, boom, boom. And do all these marvelous things. And then Holy Week, too. Get my drift? I think you do. Okay. Deal with me. Just getting the cobwebs out. Getting the cobwebs out. Let's see, where is my... Oh my, oh my. Oh, here we are. Just collecting my thoughts. Just collecting my thoughts here. Get me wound up a little bit, but give me a little bit of time. A little bit. Turmeric, of course. You know what I'm doing right now. You know exactly what I'm doing. Ooh, there's that black pepper. Oh my. Oh. And I'm gonna be very sweet this morning, so we're gonna add a little scotia bit of honey. Stir this puppy up. My, oh my, that's, of course, a wonderful brew. Life is a brew. Life is a brew of so many splendid things. Okay. You would have to help me out this morning a little bit while I get my thoughts together, regurgitate a few syllables. That would help out a little bit. Had a good sleep. Alas, a new day, a new beginning, a new horizon. You know, my girlfriend did something last night that I thought was so caring. I'm not going to say what it was, but I thought it was so caring. As far as the validity of a good relationship and real love. I'm not talking about sex. I'm not talking about that. It's just something she did for me last night early this evening, actually, last evening, that shows how thoughtful she was and caring. Now, it's personal. I can't discuss that, only to say that time and time again is proven that there is so much love in a relationship. And it just kind of reinforces how lucky of a man I am. Know what I mean? And happy Easter to Barry Lee Jordan. Yeah, Barry Lee Jordan. Yet another holiday he can't spend with his loved ones. Call me the new love doctor. Because eyes knows what love is. I want to know what love is. I want you to show me. And she does all the time. Bless her heart. Oh, goodness gracious. A lot of people want to know what love is, but they just can't find it. And they have to buy it. You know, the little carrot they wave in front of the women, which, you know, maybe metaphorically, is really a fat wallet. My goodness. You know, through the years, we have learned so much about so many YouTubers on here. We really have. It's been such a monumentally interesting ride. To some people, it's a ride that they don't want to get off. It's exhilarating at times. certainly dramatic. But the ride always turns out to be the proverbial train wreck. Hello, Mr. Loser. I do like how Barry asked you, how do you like him now? Does he not realize he's sitting in prison? I'm not sure, even though that was on his channel, that was his statement. It could have been a copycat, but I think it was him. But yes, it would be him to ask something absolutely as absurd as that. Like, how do you like me now? That would be his absurdity, though, actually. It would be. How do you like me now? I like him just fine where he is. Unfortunately, the boy never learns, and he never will. I don't care what the situation. He could get out of there. Yeah, but we were discussing yesterday how, unless they use the word absurd again, but we call it absurd, we can call it bullshit, we could call it a hoax. It's amazing how someone could be in one country, then be in another in no time at all. And on the holidays, to get so much stuff done. So much stuff done. Someone wrote to me and said, in regards to the big ego, that since he puts so much videos of everything he does and where he goes, that there was no way he went to Taguig to go visit Barry Lee Jordan, because there would have at least been videos in front of the facility, number one. And maybe sneak a little inside video exclusive footage in a fine institution. Hello, Region. Boy, my eyes in the morning, I'll tell you. Fish is so lame. Imagine you drop everything in your life to follow Big E and his harem to Vietnam. What are we? Yeah, I don't know, boy, like lover boys or something. Well, we know how creative Big E is. Yeah, he'll go in every direction, if you know what I mean. Who knows if they are secretly lovers? Ah, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is Mick Fisher part of the harem? With all those three ways and all that shit going on, free love, and is it possible that he became part of the harem? Quite possible. I don't know. If I had any iota of respect for Mick Fisher, now it's stuck to him. Every time I said that when I saw a picture of him at the gym and he was flexing his guns or at the table or something. No, it was at a table, actually. And he had the guns on his arm. The big guns, the biceps. But yet, his tits were sagging through his shirt. I saw that. And ever since I mentioned that, now I coined another phrase. Boy, I'm such responsible for so many phrase coining on here. I'm so honored that people are taking to it. It honors me so much. Thank you, by the way, people. Mick Tit Fisher or something. Oh, come on, Mick. You know I love you, man. I don't hate you, Mick. I don't hate you. I just think you got sucked into all this vortex. And I'm another one that coined a phrase on the vortex on here. Jeez, I'm so creative and people pick up on all this stuff all the time. Region 6 says the only things more creepy that guys like the Ego and Ricky and their followers, they like Fisher. Well, Ricky don't really like Fisher because Ricky was confronted by Fisher. Remember that time at the bar? And Ricky didn't do shit but almost pissed his pants. Regent says, I coined the phrase, the Foz. Oh, okay, Mahal. And Frank, derangement syndrome? Frank derangement syndrome. I didn't hear that one. Oh, gosh, I gotta collect my thoughts. It's not easy being green, said Kermit the Frog. It's not easy being me. I'm so complicated. I really am. But as I said, there's a method. There's always been a method to my madness. Madness actually translated into genius. No, I'm not rubbing my knuckles on my chest. Nothing like that. I don't do that. But I love it when a plan comes together. One Filipina girl that I was dating in the past, she said, you're a genius, Frank. She said, you're a genius. I won't tell you what the circumstances were surrounding that, but she called me a genius, a genius. I can't explain why. And it was nothing sexual either, nothing like that. Ah, good morning, my little cauliflower. Is it Easter today?
No.
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 When's Easter?
Tomorrow.
What's today? Saturday? You know what? See, I thought it was Sunday. Well, happy Easter anyway to everyone. Pre-Easter show. Called the Pre-Easter show. Another holiday that somebody has to succumb in lockup. I wonder if they have Easter dances there, like choose your partner. Round and round you go. Spin your partner. Ho, ho, ho. Dozy-do. Promenade. Promenade. Well, you think I don't know that stuff, right? Promenade. Boy, what my mind remembers for an old man. For an old man. He coined it for you. You make it look easy. You know I'm easy. Easy like Sunday morning. For a guy that's supposed to be so miserable, of course, supposedly there's so many things happening to me. You just would never know that I have like 17 cases against me or something. And I'm about ready to be deported from the Philippines. I've yet to see a resolution, and our boys in blue out there, all they could do is create a hoax. Oh, I got a copy of the resolution. Oh, I got one too. Hey, man, I got one too. Hey, I got one too. You got one too? Yeah, I got one too. My mama got one too. Never produced it. Hoax City, Hoax City. Ego and Frisbee bragging how comfortable it is in Bicutan. Laugh my ass off. Absolutely. Resolution. Yeah, haha. Even let me tell you something, dudes. If there was a resolution regarding sha-na-na-na-na, complaint when the skies are gray, when the skies are gray. Walked down by a church, I passed along the way, and I got down on my knees, and I began to pray. I began to pray. Sha-na-na-na-na. You know what? They should form a group. Get Tit Fisher and Big Ego and the likes. They call it the Sha-na-na Group. Make a hit album. First hit, I've got the resolution. Second hit, I went to gig to Bicutan to see Barry. Put that to music. And I have 17 cases pending against Frank Aloysius Battaglia Esquire, Incorporated. Regent says, Ego, go, oh man, my eye, I should wear my glasses sometimes. My God. Ego, eye shot, a dining table, Ego go by Shaw. Sha-na-na, okay, a dining table. The girl is, laying on the floor. Oh, yeah, I saw, she don't even have a dining, nothing. They're eating, drinking on the floor. Well, Life of a Filipina is the name of the channel, right? That's the life of some Filipinos. Boy, she's getting into booze these days. What's with that? That's a shame. It's so sad, the outcome of all this. The outcome, all the repercussions from Barry doing what he did, winding up in detention for 2 solid years, and then inadvertently, all of a sudden, and unexpected to many, winding up in prison after all, even though the judge did not sentence him to prison. Instead, slapped a hefty fine on his ass for 250,000 smackers to the court system, and 250,000 smackers from my pocket, and not to mention what he owes to immigration. But the high roaders, they will not bow down to Barry's needs, so they say. They claim that Barry has most of the 250,000 initial pesos for the court. The question is, my friends, where would he get 250,000 smackaronis? Nevertheless, 250,000 babaronis. Where would he get that? It's all a hoax, my friends. All a hoax. Lots of hoaxes. Let Frank and his followers believe what we tell them. But Frank, speaking in third party, doesn't believe these hoaxes, because Frank has been down this road so many times before. But he is Big E, the love doctor. Love, or is it an oversized wallet? But even an oversized wallet is not a cure-all, apparently and historically. Sometimes an oversized wallet can cause problems when another related party of a certain nature decides to get greedy and holds that wallet over Big E's head. If you don't comply, this is what's going to happen, big boy. and he must comply. Well, I'm in such a chirpy mood today. I'm sorry, and I thought today was Easter, but that's okay. Tomorrow's Easter. I keep on thinking today was Sunday. You know how it is. When you're retired, you don't think of the day. You don't even look at the calendar. No clock to punch in. Just a lovely morning. Look at that. A lovely morning to get up to, which means one thing. What does it mean? What does this morning mean? It means it's alive. It's alive. It means I'm alive. Which makes it a glorious, glorious, glorious morning. As I always say, every day you could get up and face another day. It is victory. Victory. Look at those guns. Look at that. Let's do a little bit of shadow fun here. Me and my, how about a little soft shoe, perhaps? Me and my shadow facing another lovely day. Me and my shadow, and this is what I have to say. I greet my viewers every morn. You would think I've been doing it since I've been born, but me and my shadow is here and always has something to say about a little soft shoe. A little bit of soft shoe. How about the crab walk? How about that one, Biggie or Mickey? How about the crab walk? I'm going to create a new trend on here, baby. But me and my shadow always has a lot to say. Maestro, continue. Do little soft shoe now. Do 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 do. 'Cause me and my shadow, we always have a lot to say. Whoa, whoa, look at the guns, even on the shadow. Look at the guns, look at the guns. Look at that, for a frail old man, even in the shadow you can see that gun. Look at that, just sticking up. Look at the gun. Look at that, look at that, look at that. Look, look, look. Oh my God. You know what? I think I'm going to grab my my glasses. But my one eye this morning is a little bit blurry because I put a lot of pressure on my eye on a pillow or something. Felt a little irritated. So I think I'll grab my glasses so I can read your wonderful comments. Where is my glasses? I am again looking for my glasses. Don't know why. Oh, here we are. It's like I gotta blow my nose. Okay, this is a lot better. People wonder why. They wonder why Frank makes so many typos. Well, it's laziness for one. I admit it. But number two, sometimes, not all the time, unfortunately, but, you know, if I'm not wearing my glasses and I'm typing, I do make mistakes. But then to err is human. Okay, comments. Reed says he had a lot. Oh, hold on. I wonder how much ego had to pay to get his wife back. I don't know. You have to ask him. Probably was a lot. She was trying to take him for everything he has. That's why he fled to Vietnam. Yeah, that's what it kind of seemed. And what you're saying is really true, the timing and everything else. And then he was knocking her like there's no tomorrow. He laid a lot. He laid a lot, and part of the deal was Honeyco and the new baby. Pathetic. Region 6 says paid. Yeah. Double Chin says impressive for a man in his 70s, meaning me. Region 6 says, rumor is Popeye is very jealous of Ego and Nico's relationship. I know. I got that feeling too. Region says, Frank always locked in, loaded. Where's Brevis? Clown has been laying low since his doxing. Yeah. Mama-san. Sir Frank, everything closed for Holy Week. How did Eric do anything? Well, that is an excellent question. That is an excellent question. And that's the question everybody has been asking. A man, a miracle maker, I tell you, can do all that stuff during Holy Week and more. And big surprise, in 1 week, maybe 2 weeks, but definitely in 6 weeks in store for Mr. B. What a miracle worker this guy is. How money can talk. How money can talk. Indeed. All these discrepancies, all these flaws that these people have, but they're too busy trying to point out what they say is other people's inadequacies and flaws. What nonsense that is. Don't you all agree? What nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Let's see. Here we go. So you mean to tell me that the big ego Micster and saggy Tit Fisher went all the way from Vietnam in a short period of time, specifically to go to Manila, to Taguig, to visit Barry Lee Jordan, the cockroach of all cockroaches. And no video to prove it? Gentlemen, your slip is showing. You have a transporter? Because we know the guy documents just about everything. But my viewers have made a wonderful point. They certainly have. And thank you, Guy, for being so astute, or for being so marvelously aware of things as they really are. How do you like this screen? A little montage here. Hello, Popeye. Hello, Robert. How's your little foo-foo dog? That's the only bitch he's ever had in the past how many years. And when that bitch dies, boy, this guy's going to be in big-ass trouble. Hello, Sussel, baby. Oh, I got my little girls here, but they're not my bitches. Although they are female dogs, but... All right, let's get this horrible conglomeration of evil off my screen here. Can I do that now? Oh my. Uh-oh. Okay. Let's try this again. Me and my shadow. All right, we're back. Here we go. Yeah, good point. To have certain visitation days. Exactly. Exactly. Region 6 says, Frank, do you ever ponder how many strange and weird people in the community? My God, so many lowlifes. I know. That face, LOL. Yeah, I know. Which one, Popeye or Barry? Double chin, double chin. Visitations are on Saturdays only. Oh, you might make a point. Region 6 says family members only. And I have emphasized this. Oh, come on, big ego. You're trying to put the wool over our eyes. I think we're more intellectual than that. Let's face it, Bobo's going to be in that lovely establishment that he's been claiming is such a wonderful place, making all kinds of friends with Big Bubba. Yeah, and a guy with the squeaky voice. Hi, what's your name? Oh, your name is Barry. Oh, I'm Squeaky. I'll be your new roommate. Hey, let's be friends. Region 6 says, why can't these slime balls settle down with a woman? Good question. Settle down with a woman, invest in property, and really settle down in the Philippines. Ego needs to take some notes from Frank. I think he does. And that applies to many people. Ricky can't settle down. You know, remember, Steve Montelli could never settle down. They can't find roots and ground themselves. But it really has to do with who they are. Women, especially in the Philippines, they're smarter than you think. A lot of them are opportunists, but they're also very smart. They know who the creeps are. And that's why they can meet somebody and within a matter of 5 minutes they can say to themselves, no, that's not the guy I can see myself hanging with for a long time. Nah. But if he's willing to open up his wallet, we could hang for a while. Slime balls, that's a very good description. Slime balls. Add an E to that. You said slim balls, but I'll buy it. Slime balls. It's amazing what you could do in a short period of time from Vietnam. Poof! The magic dragon. Wind up in Manila and Taguig and all these other places in Makati and everything else. Well, if they ever did go to Manila, it's because it's a holy week. And the big ego's girlfriend or whatever she is, pardon me, wants to see her family like every respectable Filipina does during the holidays. Is that not right, folks? Would I not be correct? There's the tea. The tea is just, it's symbolic of so many things, this tea. People don't realize it. This is like the proverbial chair, which was very symbolic of my past shows. The chair, this is my chair, except it's the cup of tea. Who could expect a morning talk with Uncle Frank, Kuya Frank, without that proverbial cup of tea? The tea is so much more than its medicinal qualities. So much more. But you just got to understand how symbolic this cup of tea is. I need to know what I need to grab here real quick. Okay. Oh. Some say, how are you so chipper in the morning, Frank? I just am. With all this atrocities, I tell you, against me, how is Frank so chipper? Does Frank know something that we don't know? You never know. You never know. this little campaign. Everybody and their grandmother had this famous resolution that not even my lawyer or myself had, but everybody and their grandmother had it before my legal counsel or yours truly. But they couldn't produce it. And you know why they couldn't produce it? Because it didn't exist. It didn't exist. Because if it did exist, it would be displayed, signature and all. We got one up on you, Frank. Wait till 2 weeks, wait till 6 weeks. I'm the love doctor. Nothing about this man even spews iota of love. He don't know what love is. If it bit him on his tiny pecker, never mind his size, how tall he is. I bet he's got the smallest pecker on here. They say big talk, small walk, and everything else, the fact is, I am the most challenging YouTuber these creeps have ever gotten themselves, personally or whatever, involved with. I'm such a challenge to them that they have to reinvent things all the time. How do we make Kuya Fry look really bad? What can we say about him to get his goat and to pull his chain? My chain is galvanized. What can I say today to put some fear in the heart of this lion, this beast? What can I do? What can I say? What can I create? Isn't that what it's really all about, my friends? But I think you guys are smart enough to figure this out. It doesn't take much, really. Let's face the fact. Things didn't turn out Barry's way after all. He pleaded guilty. Well, he was, and he knows he was. And he figured, well, a couple of bucks. I paid a couple of bucks. And I get sent home. But Gringo, it did not turn out to be that way, Gringo. Mira. Andre. It doesn't work that way. En el rancho hay muchos animales. On my ranch, there are many animals. Actually, on YouTube, there are many animals. But with due respect to animals, these guys transcend an animal in their way of thinking, their prowess or attempt to have such prowess in regards to their manlyhood and their capabilities other than their fat wallet. Even George on Seinfeld put too much in his wallet and it exploded when he tried to cross the street. When I say there's a method to my madness, I mean that. I've played these people for such a long time. They always think they got one up on me. Nah, never happened. Let's throw some rumors out there and make Kuya Frank believe everything we have to say. Let's get him going. Let's pull his chain. Let's get his heart rate up. Let's make him crazy. I'm already crazy, motherfuckers. But a good crazy. Keep that in mind. Fear the reaper, my friends. Faith is going to speak very loudly to some people on here. And it already has. People are dropping like flies. Like flies, I tell you. And they're never a problem anymore. Then they could find their grave and piss on it. Say, good for you, you pissant. You lowly earthworm. You're in the ground where you belong. Go tell your lies to your God. And he'll exercise that RSVP to hell that was promised. Region 5, spot on, Frank, spot on. You could spot these clowns and their antics from a mile away. Rinse and repeat low lives. Absolutely. Ooh, was that Barry? Remember he talked about saving face. They would lead you to believe that Barry is having a wonderful time. Wonderful time in Bicutan. But we all know better how bad the conditions are, and the heat itself is unbearable. The smell of urine everywhere, tainted water, soggy rice and vegetables as a meal. And he would like to believe you to believe that it's better than Mandawi detention. Yeah, right. We believe you because we're believers. I'm a believer, not a trace into my mind. I'm a believer, and it's true. I'm always in a good mood, man. Look, man, I take life day by day, because what else can you do, man? Every day you just wake up to a new day, if you're lucky. If you're lucky. I've been lucky. Over 70 fucking years, man. That's middle age. That's the new middle age. A 70-year-old today, if you're reasonably healthy, is the new 55 to 60-year-old. 70 is not ancient. Some people are ancient at that age, you know. And we have a few out there around that age area, or actually less, that look ancient. They look mummified. The Walking Dead, Zombie Land. Oh my gosh. It's great to be me. What else can you be? I've got to be me. What else can I be? Whether I'm right or whether I'm wrong, I'll go on my YouTube channel and I'll sing you a song. I've got to be me. What else can I be? What else can I be? You gotta sit there and let things bother you all the time. You can't do that, man. Oh, who has a complaint on me, or who's going to do another case on me? I have a lot of things to say to that besides the obvious one, you know, like get a fucking life, dude, you know. Save your money. You're dealing with the Lion of Bantayan, for God's sakes, if you haven't figured it out yet. I'm not just your average guy. I'm an ex-fucking New Yorker, man. Well, I'm always going to be a New Yorker. And we're kind of an interesting crew of people, or species of people, to deal with. If you haven't figured it out so far, maybe someday you actually will. Our determination is beyond measurement. Even something. We go for the throat. And sometimes, literally. And I did that once with a guy in a department store I worked for. I gave you that story. I went for his throat. Decided to sweep garbage on my feet at the end of the shift. I didn't like it. Took my hands instinctively, put it around his throat, and watched his eyes bug out of his fucking head. No longer a problem. Fuck around with me once? Okay. Fuck around with me twice? Fuck around with me 3 times. And my little old man hands, frail hands, will be around your neck. Guaranteed. Like Lay's potato chips. You can't just eat just... That was an old commercial, by the way. Whether I'm right or whether I'm wrong, I'll be on my YouTube channel and sing you a song. Because I've got to be me. What else can I be? I do not pretend. And I'll be here till the end. All right, what else you guys got to say? Humor me this morning, please. I'm on a roll. Don't let me stop now. I'm on a roll, baby. Now, to all you wonderful religious people who practice and adhere to their religious beliefs and to the scriptures, we wish you a lovely Easter day tomorrow. I thought it was today. But, you know, you're retired. You don't keep track of the days. And you're so frail and your mind is so gone that you can't remember what you said 2 minutes ago. Nevertheless, you know, hold it in the conversation and not forget something. You know, us frail 70-year-olds, us low-life, elderly, seniors, worthless. Worthless people we are. Oh, me and my shadow. We're back again to entertain you. Me and my shadow. Do. How about a spin around? There we go. How about the crab walk? I love that one. The famous crab walk. Oh man alive. All right, Mr. Sniffles. You got it. I am Mr. Sniffles. That I am. At least I'm not coking it. You know what I mean? I got a genuine allergy. Well, the allergy has me, according to how you want to look at it, really. But we got each other. Isn't the important thing in life is to have a significant other, to have each other, no matter what it is. I was blessed, I tell you. I was blessed to have the lovely, did I say lovely Gilda? What a lovely human she is. What a lovely Filipina she is. What a caring Filipina she is. One should almost be so lucky. They're all so jealous of my relationship to the lovely, did I say lovely Gilda? They're all so jealous. And I understand why. She's a sweetheart of the rodeo, man. Absolutely sweetheart of the rodeo. Unquestioned. Her loyalty to me, her love for me, her respect, her demeanor. She's not brassy like some people's wives. She's not brassy. She would never allow me in a public institution like a nightclub to be grabbing on her, very lovely tits, by the way, grabbing on her tits on camera. She has more coot than that. She has more respect for herself than that. And then to go on a dance floor and practically make love on the dance floor with yet another woman A trio, I tell you. A trio. How disgusting of a display was that? See, unlike these baboons, and respect to the baboons anyway, the real baboons, I have respect for my woman, and I show it. No, I would never do such a horrible, horrible, disgusting display of disrespect to someone that you supposedly love. The entire community knows this. It was horrible. Think back to that. You remember at the bar. Think back to that. No matter what this guy says about me, he has proven who and what he is. That he's driven by his wallet. The guy forms a fucking harem. It's not that he's a good-looking, swarthy, good-looking man. Not that he's such a wonderful person. It's his fucking wallet. It's like Trump. His wallet is his power. His holdings is his power. He's merely the carrot that dangles before the jackass. That's all it is. When women are not with you because they think you're such a wonderful person, wonderful character, caring, it's not like that at all. Money speaks loud. Very loud. No matter what a louse you are, what a lowlife you are, some Filipinos are willing to accept the various flaws in character, the lies, the horrible things they do, the things they display on camera. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Region 6 says, Ego abandoned his family in the U.S. He never mentioned his 2 kids with 2 different women. And he's got them all over the place. He's got them all over the place. There's no stability in his life. You know, albeit my life is really not that exciting and I'm not traveling to all these exotic places, I got stability in my life, and that really amounts to something really important. Stabilizing yourself, grounding yourself, developing a very realistic and loving bond to another person that has nothing to do with the size of the wallet. Nothing to do with that at all. I mean, this guy is all over the planet, and I don't just mean geographically. But then it all crashes down in the end. He had one relationship where a Filipina took all his fucking money. I guess he's not as smart as he tries to portray. Then, of course, his recent relationship, it was how long ago on Facebook that he made a very surprising appearance on Facebook, and he was not in a good mood. The very woman that he loves so much, his rock of Gibraltar, his love and mother of his children, he wasn't saying very nice things about her, was he? Oh no. Talking about how, so many words that she was milking him of money. I don't know what happened with that. I really don't know. That's what he said of his own words. He didn't have any kind words to say about her, that he otherwise was a walking ATM, but that's exactly what he is. If you are an ATM, you're going to be used like an ATM and abused like an ATM. What's an ATM's purpose? To dispense money. That's an ATM. Regent says his wife was stirring up so much trouble for him that he moved to Vietnam. Yes, the timing was perfect. That's exactly what was going on. He moved to Vietnam and he met up with Honey Co. She came there to meet him, and The trio. God, how much money he has spent on these women. He's going to have to work for a long time. Did you know people in this profession only make an average of $85,000 a year, which is, it's not chump change. That's like, I don't know, $6,000, $7,000 a month. It's not chump change, but by American standards, the same position he has if he was in America, he would make well over 100,000+, much more, instead of the paltry 85,000 average that he makes on his job. But there are benefits though. Gets to travel different places, meets other women while he's out there. You know how he has a loving relationship. Respectable man and father to his children that he is. Is my understanding, and someone brought it up to me and said, I feel sorry for the kids. And why, was the question. The kids are never in the same school. Where are they being educated? Their life is broken up because of the meandering of the father, which is more important than stabilizing the children's lives with one school and continued education. How about that? Regent says he didn't even return to Cebu. When they reconciled, he made the wife and kids meet him in Iloilo, neutral territory. Wow. Regent 6 continues. His kids one day will be old enough to understand what their father is. How do you even begin to explain? Well, I have to agree with you on that, my friend. You got to do what's good for the kids. Tell you what, my girlfriend's children are not my biological children, but I tell you what, I do what I can for them. I even educate them with my knowledge too. Sometimes, yes, it's true, I sit down with them in the living room, and one of my famous soliloquies, however you want to call it, I teach them stuff, they listen to me. These are very well-adjusted children who are stable in school, whether they're still in high school or they're in college or they're into career already. They're all doing good. And the ones that are still in school are going through award ceremonies all the time. Just attended one recently. And they're getting scholarships that they're earning. Those are adjusted children. But how could you have children that are going to be stable if they're not, in a situation of stability instead of mobility? You can't do that with children. It fucks them up in the head. It's not right. That's one thing I can say about myself. These lovely youngsters here, I call them my stepchildren, even though, of course, me and the lovely Gilda are not married, of course. I still refer to them as my stepchildren, as their stepfather, because basically that's what I am. I don't need a certificate to be their stepfather. Hell no. I am their stepfather. And I treat them as such, with respect, in every way. That's what you have to do. Region 6, Ego's 3 Filipino kids need to be in the U.S. I don't think he can afford to live in the U.S. anymore. Well, it's Big E's follies. He wants everybody to make you believe that he's got so much money coming in, but you don't think of how much he's got going out. He's never going to tell you that. He's never going to tell you that. It's not going to happen. There's a lot going on behind the scenes that he ain't going to let you know. His last, whatever it was going on, dispute with his wife that he pretty much publicized on Facebook, spoke a lot about what was going on. That he was deprived of big, amicable settlement to handle a specific matter that they had going on. God bless his wife. God bless her. I love her to death. She's such a good Chinese woman. But I have a lot of respect for Chinese. Not the warmonger types, but, people in Beijing and all that crap, Chinese women are such lovely creatures. Timid. Well, this one's not timid. I mean, if you have sex with another woman in the middle of a dance floor, I don't know what happened on that part of the Chinese culture. I have no idea. Region. Ego once claimed his wife was going to Germany to get her master in chemical engineering. Chemical engineering? What kind of chemical would that be? Alcohol? Oh my goodness. She could engineer a glass just like he could, I'm sure. No offense against her, of course. And we're not knocking you, dear. We love you. You know that. You're just a victim of circumstance. But the ride's good, isn't it, though? The ride is awfully good. Hang around with the big ego, and you could benefit, that's for sure. He's willing to take anybody into his harem, that's welcome. But to believe that he's as, shall I say, well-to-do as he would like you to believe, I myself never really bought that story. It's all smoke and mirrors. Grandiose, delusional. He's a big man in physicality as far as his height and girth, and he's got a lot of girth. But is he really the successful person he tries to portray? Well, I don't know. How do you measure success? That's a question too. I think everything is hyperbole. Everything is gross exaggeration on every aspect of their life. Does he make a good living? I would say that he does, but comparatively to what he could make in America. So why did he take all his business and base in Asia? That's interesting alone. Couldn't make it in the big time in the United States. But then again, there wasn't such easy pickings in the United States as there is in the Philippines and in Asia. So he made a sacrifice. Regis said, like when he claimed he was a Stanford University grad. Oh, did he claim that? And Regis says, if you're below 5 foot and can put on a thick glob of lipstick, you're in the harem, baby. We know a new member to the harem now, don't we? Oh, don't we? We know a new harem member that's been indoctrinated into his very famous harem. After all, he is the love doctor. I can't even see how it's even physically possible to have relations with somebody that's under 5 foot tall and you're like fucking 6'8", 6'10". He'd crushed a poor little creature. Then there's the mechanics of the whole thing. Is it doggy style? I think it would have to be. Or is he the one below and she the one at the top? That's the only thing I can think of. What's your position, Big E? What's your favorite position? Doggy style? What is it? Do tell. Is it true Mick Fisher is lactating? I don't know. You'll have to ask him. I was laughing when he showed his guns. But at the table, and he had a tight shirt on, you could see, and no offense, Mick, it's just an observation. Don't lose your noodle, okay? Just relax, take a deep breath. It's all good. It's all in fun. Relax, chill out. Chill out. Take a benzo. I got plenty left. I don't take them anymore. Let me know when you need one. You did have some saggy breasts. I thought I seen a little spot of wetness at the nipple, too. Maybe he was lactating. All these guys. And he's not that young. Mick Fisher's not that young. He's in his 60s now. He's got to be. He's got to be. And I'm an old man. What do you call a 60-year-old? It's not a young man. It's not a young man. Oh, they can dish it out, but when I say something, oh, that's taboo. I hit a lot of nerves out there, don't I? And rightfully so. He could be lactating. You have to ask him. Whether he'll give you a direct answer or not, I don't really know. Whether I'm right or whether I'm wrong, I'll come on my YouTube channel and give you a song. 'Cause I got to be me, the love doctor. What else can I be? Oh. You guys gotta carry this on. I'm such a frail old man that I need to take a couple of breaths in between. With all the lung damage, with all the lung damage I have. Which reminds me, I think I need another smoke. What do you think? Okay. As I said, there is a method to my madness, folks. Barry is exactly where I hoped him to be. And actually, truth being told, little privileged information, but this was discussed between me and my attorneys, plural, not singular, my attorneys, plural, that we did not know 100% sure. See, I told you there's a method to my madness, and listen good. That we did not know for sure 125% if at the end of this, if the trial was continued, whether or not he would be sentenced to prison. So, the very learned lawyers that I have, and I, also very learned, put our heads together and we came up with a solution. And what was the solution? Let Barry plead guilty. And then let the judge execute the fines and penalties against Mr. Barry Lee Jordan. Now, that would save me money in the long run. It would end the case. And there would be a permanent blacklisting. All good so far, huh? But the icing on the cake, sugar-free, of course, the icing on the cake that Mr. Barry Lee, smartass Jordan, wound up in Bicutan after all. Now, did we figure this would happen? Yes, we did. Because we also threw in the factor that they were going to be renovating the old detention center where he has spent 2 years of his life taken off the street. 2 years. That when the judge would announce his penalties or fines, that Mr. Jordan would have to pay this. And since they were going to transfer him to Bicutan, now, unknowingly to us that it was going to be Bicutan, but that was a stroke of luck. Of all places that we hoped for, that's where he wound up. And because of the fact that he cannot pay a ridiculous high amount of money, that he remains in Bicutan, so he wound up getting a prison sentence after all, even though it wasn't executed by Your Honor, the Honorable Judge of the Toledo Regional Trial Court. And the $500 daily fine, yes. Regis says, Frank, you've been winning ever since you returned from Hawaii. Must drive them nuts. It does. That's why they got such a hate campaign against me. They're having a hard time dealing with it and keeping up. Everything adds up. Now, the big ego Meister, the high roller, says that Barry has raised most of the $250K. Number one, the question is, do you buy that story? Number two, if he did go visit our very famous Uncle Barry, why did he not pay the balance off of the initial $250K? Yeah, well, I mean, goes to say, if he had most of the 250, why not, cap off that cup of water there, cap it off, fill the water, glass up to the level it needs, top it off, and he'd at least get the court fees together. But no, he didn't do that. The Free Barry J High Roaders, he didn't do that with all his money. He could have easily done it between him and Mick Fisher, self-proclaimed rich people, the elite on YouTube. He could have done that easily without even batting an eye. They wouldn't miss anything in their wallet. But did they do that? No. Then, of course, we don't want to do that because we don't want Frank to make himself a cool 250K. Imagine what I could do with 250K. On Philippine standards, that's not a small amount of money. Do you know how long it takes for the average Filipino to make 250K? Forever. Big Ego claims to have left Vietnam during Holy Week to go fly to Manila. Yeah, he did that just for Barry. Big E is claiming, and Mick Fisher. Big Ego claims to have left Vietnam during Holy Week to go fly to Manila and visit Barry. That's what he claimed. Frank, I got a new name for you. Free Falling Frank. I'm free falling. I'm not falling. So Mick Fisher and I guess both of them, Big E, on a whim, they flew all the way from Vietnam to go to Taguig, which is where, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, it don't matter either way, to go visit Uncle Barry in the sweltering 107-degree Fahrenheit temperatures in a piss-ridden, horrible, smelly, sweaty prison, just to be told by Barry that he's got most of the 250K he needs, that the rest of it he was not going to pay. You mean they went all that way, it didn't sprinkle a little fairy dust in his wallet? How many people buy that? When the fact is, if he ever left Vietnam, which I don't think he did, to go to Manila, it was to visit his wife's parents who live and family that live in Manila. So likely story. I don't even think they did that. Miss Heminger, a song about the duality of freedom and responsibility, particularly in the context of a relationship and navigating the complexities of life in Los Angeles. The lyrics depict a bad boy, the narrator, who's free to do whatever he wants. Quite complex statement. A little too early in the morning to decipher that. In fact, I gotta refresh my tea, if you don't mind, folks. It's been a lovely show. All you lovely people. Lovely people. Tom Petty. Nah, I don't want to get any strikes. But then again, you want to know the truth, guys. I kind of wish somebody would strike me out here. Because truthfully, I will not try to put a show on again. So do your best to strike me out. Knock yourself out. Because the truth is, as the truth is told, that you'd be actually doing me a favor. A favor, I tell you. You'd be doing me a favor. Like flavor. Flavo. I've heard so much bullshit recently. Hey, Jin. Ah, it's the lovely, beautiful, wonderful Gilda. What's the word of the morning? What's the word of the morning? Exactly. You look so lovely in the morning light. Did I ever tell you that? You look so lovely. Hand signal. You're such a beautiful, wonderful rock in my life. You make my life complete. I don't know what I'd do without you, baby. I don't know. You're such a special lady. Such a special lady. Yeah. But what if my ATM machine broke down? Would you still love me, baby? Would you still love me?
Of course, I love you.
You heard that? Of course, I love you. Yeah.
Why have still? Always man love you.
Her love is real. Her love is real. Her dedication is real. And this is something that a lot of people, they just don't have. Of course they're jealous. The green-eyed monsters that they really are. Hell, if it wasn't me, I'd be jealous of me, you know. If I could place myself otherwise in somebody else's shoes and eyes, I'd say, damn, Frank, you got a winner. You got a winner, Frank. I want to be you. Heminger says, no one's going to strike you, Frank, because they don't want you off. They don't want me off. Heminger says, Frank, game theory says your trolls want you on cause. If they didn't, they wouldn't have striked you in a mass already. Hello, Hugo. Wouldn't surprise me at all if Big Ego swings both ways. I don't know. Some of that shit is gone to my head. Because if you advertise on your profile, dating site profile, that you are interested in couples. This is real stuff. I'm not making it up. On his profile, couples. Well, couples do a lot of things, don't they? Maybe he likes it both ways. No sin. To each his own. Everybody has their own sexuality, and they do with it what they must. You know, we live in 2025 now. Homosexuality and things like that have been out of the open. People come out of the closets, but some people haven't come out of the closets. It's time. It's time to set your boys free, to release the hounds, as Kramer said. I feel free, he said, when he decided not to wear underwear. My boys are free. The hounds are free, is what he said. And yes, they were. Regent says, I actually think Ego takes it up the arse. I don't know. You'd have to ask him. Heminger says, Trump just attacked his IRS chief 3 days after he put him in. As I said, guys, I didn't vote. I couldn't do it anyway. All you people decided to elect Trump, and Trump is your hero, and MAGA, and all this bullshit of making America great again. What Trump is doing is he's destroying America. He's destroying good relationship with allies. He's taking money out of the Americans' pockets. And he says, don't worry, my friends. Give it a few years. We're all going to recover. Well, nobody has a few years to see their pockets being emptied out. The sanctions that he puts against different countries will absolutely affect everybody's life who happens to live in the United States of America. The United States is being run by a genuine dictator, and people get sucked into this. And I can guarantee you, a good majority of the people that voted him in office are now thinking differently, saying, what did I do? Because when you affect somebody's pocket, I don't care which party you are, honoring and supporting. When it comes to your pocket, that's a whole nother situation. How great you think Donald Trump is or was. When it hits your pocket, how quick your mind will change. What do you think of Trump firing Powell, who is the only one standing up to him? Well, you got to get rid of your enemies. That's how it works, and Trump knows how to do this very well. I mean, look what Trump did. He made him totally immune to any future legal actions taken against him, didn't he? Correct me if I'm wrong. The guy's smart. He knows what he's doing. He's got the best lawyers in the world. That's a dictator. In other words, his motto is, you can't touch me. He's probably right. He had 32 felons against him, but yet he was still able to run for president. Pretty clever shit, huh? Pretty clever. Now, let's see. President Trump's top economic advisors told supporters Friday that the White House is exploring how to fire Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell despite the legal guardians on his position. Well, I don't really get into the politics that deeply, Hemi. Not really. I know all the basics going on. I don't generally follow American politics. But what I do know, that he is totally fucking up America. And more people are going to be voluntarily leaving America as long as he's in office. It's terrible what's going on with this guy. This guy is actually mentally ill. There's no question about it. He's a power freak, power hungry. And people, I say slowly, but I say they're rapidly beginning to believe that. Remember I said, when you affect somebody's pocket, that's when you really get even with them. Or that's when you're really, affected, shall I say. Get into people's pockets. Get fired. How many federal workers? There's a lot of people that were Trump supporters that are not exactly happy with him, if you haven't figured that out yet. I knew this would happen. I don't have to follow politics and have such a deep interest in politics to understand how this shit works. I use politics all the time on my show. You just don't know it. If Powell is fired, though, the dollar will crash. Well, that's not a good thing either, for dollar to crash. I think that, wouldn't that inadvertently affect the, wouldn't that affect how much we get? As far as a conversion of what the Philippine peso is worth and how much you're going to get for dollar? I suppose it would. Where do I put my cash, Hemi? Yen, euro, pound, Bitcoin, or gold? You're going to have to ask the Bitcoin millionaires like Brevis and Jay. They're the Bitcoin millionaires. They got quite a portfolio, I heard. Yeah, I agree with you, Cal. Gold is the answer. Ask Parker Schnabel. He'll tell you gold is the answer. We could learn a lot from Parker Schnabel. Fuck the Bitcoin. That's so volatile. To even get involved with the Bitcoin is so dangerous. That's why I haven't invested my millions into Bitcoin. Too volatile. I'd never go there. Never invested in stocks, anything like that. I don't have a portfolio of such. Because I'm smarter than most people. What goes up generally comes down. And nobody can predict what's going to happen in the market. That's why, we generally call it gambling. Gold is shooting up. People are worried about the world economy. It's near a record 88. Yeah, I know. Oh, Mama-san. Sir Frank, Air Asia to Manila is 19-hour flight. Must connect with Kuala Lumpur. E must have really loved Barry to take such a long layover flight. I know, it's a love affair. Love affair. Love, exciting and new. Hop aboard, Air Asia. We're expecting you from the Love Doctor. He will make his presence today, but the Love Doctor doesn't have much truth to say. I take all these statements very lightly, and I think I'm so gullible. I tend to be a person who researches stuff, and I know where these people are coming from. This grand illusion they're trying to portray on here. You wait a week. Oh, more likely 2 weeks, Frank. We have something grand that's going to happen. Groundbreaking. I've been hearing this groundbreaking shit for the past maybe 5 years. I'm still here. Still going on with my daily life. A resolution that never existed, has not been created. Oh, we caught him on that one, didn't we? We saw right through that. But I'll tell you what, old J-Boy, the real deal, I got his video. He did really wrong. That he was holding up a fraudulent document. That's why he never showed his signature. But you guys are smart enough to figure that out. Falsified document. And he thinks he has a future here in the Philippines. Not if I could help it. But then again, his whole philosophy is going to the Philippines is stay only to pay. When it doesn't pan out, and when his Bitcoin money runs out, he runs back to mommy's basement. Hemmer says, LOL, Frank, why do you even pay it? I don't really. I take everything he says with a grain of salt. He wants to believe that Barry is winning. Well, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out how he won. He still wound up in Bicutan after all. I don't call that a win. Hemmer says, I wouldn't even waste my time with Biggie says. None of these guys matter. They don't matter. I know that. But it's called having fun, too. Making dialogue. That's all it is. That's all he does, anyway. Yeah, I do believe that only family members can visit people in Bicutan. There's certain days. And he did all this inside of a week. Flew him and his lovely Chinese wife. But I say I like Chinese people. I love Chinese people. To Makati and Taguig to visit Barry, and he accomplished something with some legal authorities in that short period of time during Holy Week. Now, that's quite an accomplishment, I must say. I gotta give kudos to him for that. I heard that Obama is in the warden's facility, and it's quite cush. I don't know what you heard. He's like any other prisoner there. But I'm sure he's good buddies now with Vitaly. Oh, I'm sure he's met Vitaly by now. It's not that big of a place. It is a detention center, and Vitaly is in detention, waiting for his long prison sentence. They could learn a lot from each other. Trade notes, You heard he's getting a lot of perks in the warden's facility. You don't think that's true? No. Unless he's sucking the warden's dick, I don't know. I think he's had plenty of experience with that. Remember, he's got gums, Bubba Gums. He's a commodity in that place. They see him without that teeth and they say, damn, I want that boy. Get down on your knees, son. Show me some love. Oh, he's getting perks, all right. Perks from the Turks. So he was supposed to be hotter today. And happy Easter, by the way, in advance, Barry Lee Jordan. He's already fucking up already. He's been using his phone to come on, hit and run statements, and even got jealous of his girlfriend. His wife. Oh, forgot, girlfriend. She was having a drinking party. He wanted to know, who's there with you? Who's there with you? He did a comment on her live show. He's so jealous. And the thing is, what a vulnerable position. Now she's like open territory for anyone that has an interest in dating her. Barry's concerned about that. Don't talk about my woman like that. She would never do anything to that. She's loyal to me. I know her. All right, whatever. A woman could only wait so long. But here's the facts. Let's just get the facts out and get it straight once and for all. Or just simply to emphasize something I already did before, or said before. There's no future. There is no future in a relationship with Barry J. and Sha-na-na-na-na, when the skies are gray, when the skies are gray. California dreaming, or Alabama dreaming, I got you on the way. Walked in by a church, I passed along the way, and I got down on my knees, and I began to pray. I began to pray. Frisbee is very insecure when it comes to Shaw. Oh, he's very insecure. Very insecure. Green streak. An absolute green eye. Well, he does have green eye. One green and one brown or hazel, is it? Doesn't it? He's got those kaleidoscope, hillbilly eyes created by incest. Oh yeah, it would kill him. Kill him if he saw Sha-na-na-na-na with another man. But she should move on. I mean, why not? It's over. This Luke and Laura relationship is over. Pop, I can relate to Luke and Laura, right, Robert? This Luke and Laura relationship is over. It's over. The Bonnie and Clyde thing is over. Because she's not going to be able to go to America to see him when he gets transported. He's not going to be able to come back this way to meet up with her. All they become is pen pals. And how long is that going to last? You think he's going to get another woman in America? He's too busy in America. He'd be too busy fighting all the bench warrants and everything he has against him on child support and other infractions of the law that were never taken care of. That his Social Security disability is going to stop because they're going to know that he's been in prison while he's collecting these payments. It's just never-ending story. It's never-ending. It couldn't happen to a better man. I had enough tea for this morning. What do I have for breakfast? I don't want any more cereal. I don't really feel like any oatmeal. Sha-na-na-na-na, when the skies are gray. I've never seen such a depressed woman with PTSD in my life. It's terrible, man. It's terrible. She's been deemed to have PTSD and high depression, and she's in fear of her life because somebody that never even met her has physically threatened her. That never met. And she has so much depression and PTSD that she's partying with her friends. And she's dancing under the trellis, talking about how life is wonderful. Sha-na-na-na-na, when the skies are gray. I can see how depressed she is. Goes out with her friends, to malls, have a good time. Makes trips to Bagiou with her family. Having a gay old time, wonderful time. Oh, she surely is depressed. And I can see that PTSD. Oh, I can see it. Eric done a new video threatening law on you with renewed vigor. What's your opinion on it? Same opinion I've always had. Something new other than what he just put the other day, recently on, about going to Bicutan? Has there been something new? I don't exactly go to his channel. Does Bicutan have Wi-Fi? Frisbee needs the password. I don't think so, because they're not basically supposed to be privileged with using their cell phone. Now, there is rumor and theory that maybe you can use your phone upon need with approval from the guards or warden or whatever. Like, you got to call your lawyer. You know, you're allowed to maybe stay in touch with your family here and there, but that's about it. It's not like he carries a phone on his person and he gets to use it every time he wants. But that is a possibility to happen if you're paying the guards any money. Yes, that is known to happen in Bicutan. Absolutely. No question about that. That is known to happen. But can he afford to really be giving money out here and there? To get maybe an extra special meal to pay for it, instead of the soggy rice and vegetables and those burgers and brisket's starting to sound real good at this point, isn't it, Barry? Real good. In fact, I'm supposed to go up to Bantayan to this new place, and they got this smoked brisket. It's USDA brisket. I got to try that. Speaking of brisket, although we didn't speak of it, I'm bringing it up. No, he's having a hard time there. There's no question about it. He's having a really hard time out there. Of course, he had to spread the rumor and had to have his girlfriend say, no, Barry's doing fine. It's a lot better than when he was in detention in Mandawi. You believe that? You could believe that I'm broke if you believe that. For all you know, I might have more money than these guys with all the bullshit they put out on here. They owe too many women money is the problem. You gotta understand about women. They're jealous, they're greedy, a lot of them are. You do something wrong to a woman that you're supposed to be devoted to, you know, if you're gonna be in a multiple relationship with, other partners, there's always, it's the nature of the beast. She's gonna get jealous and make demands, like possibly what happened in the past when he was on Facebook talking about how he thinks his woman thought he was an ATM machine and trying to drain him dry. And in the past, somebody took him for every buck he had. He never learns. He's kind of like Barry. He just doesn't learn. Miko says, you and Gilda had planned to try and get an easy life with reduction of cases. With Eric and company in situ, have you and Gilda mentally envisioned what come assume Eric's litigation? Hey, when something happens, it happens. If it happens, it happens, and we deal with it. I'm not going to sit here pulling out my hair. What if? What if? It is what it is. Do like I normally do. Fight it. Immigration can put two and two together. They're not that stupid. If they've had a lot of complaints about people that say, well, somebody doesn't like this guy, Frank, and they're trying to do the best they can, although they never prove of who they are, like John Smith is one of them, and another guy. They put these complaints in that Frank's with a married woman, and he's doing cyber libel, but they didn't put signature to it. So therefore, the immigration did not accept their complaints. I don't know if you knew this, but maybe it's new information to you, but I'm giving it to you now. The only legitimate complaint, which is not legitimate, is from Shana Na Na Na, who got in complaint, not a case, but a complaint to BOI. Okay? That was it. Every other attempted complaint to the BI was thrown in the trash can. Just verified personal information that they didn't give, and I know this is a fact. That's why I'm telling you it now. They couldn't verify who they were and how valid their statements were. Mick Smith, can you charge interest on the 250 pesos Frisbee wants you to pay? I don't think so. Miko says, Gildan yourself will have to dig deep again to see off the Californian. But I'll say this, Eric will known he is in battle. I'm the wrong person to battle with. It's not like I'm Mr. Megabucks, because I'm really not. It's what my capabilities are, my determination. That's the big difference. Biggie knows what I'm capable of. In the past, when he didn't know where I knew he worked. We won't go into that. Miko says, Myko, in my opinion, has bitten off his hand in pursuing you and Gilda. I've never seen two people as yourselves as tenacious and determined in winning court cases. We're actually going to be ending a BOGO case pretty soon, actually. For a set amount of money. If he agrees. Because it's starting to cost this guy a lot of money now. Even though he doesn't show up to the hearings, because he's, I heard, not even in the country, he still has to be paying his lawyer to show up. It's not financially advantageous to him, but just to settle out. And he'll never be bothered again, and there won't be a chance of him going to jail. I play out the odds. I know exactly what I'm doing. And so far, I've been correct. Oh, okay. We'll give it a couple more minutes here. I'm trying to think what I want to eat for breakfast. What are you listening to, Gilbert? Sounds Chinese to me. What are you listening to? What's going on? A fight? On there? A fight? Where? I love a good fight. What happened? Two Filipinos fighting? Oh, look at him go. Oh, I want to show you. Anybody hit the other one? Did they hit? Did they connect? Or was it just a lot of dancing? He's putting the hand up in victory! Victory! Miko, Eric will rue today he took you on. Yeah, it seems to me that everybody's got a bone to pick with someone, even the Filipinos. They got a bone to pick with each other. People fighting over this, fighting over that. Isn't it better just to go on with your lives, folks? Isn't it better just to go on with your lives? Life is so short. Ask Fazio. Ask Ed Lippert. Ask all these people that have croaked before their time. Life goes on, man. Let it go on. I just live by the theory and, philosophy that, look, if you don't like somebody, just tell them you don't like them. Be done with it. And move on. I do realize there are certain situations that call differently for a different scenario, like I had to do, but, I guess you just can't do this forever. Especially when you got relationships to think of and you're having big problems and they're taking your money and it's horrible. I'd worry more about that. All right, we've had a really good shoe this morning. We really have. I think we covered Tomorrow, alas, is a very holy day, and the holy roaders and high roaders, I hope to have a wonderful Easter tomorrow. Concentrate on your family, on your loved ones. That's what you have to do. I'm really not that important. Not really in the scheme of life. I'm just your average Joe, trying to live his retirement life in a lovely place called the Philippines. It's nothing more than that. Nothing more or less than that. But they had to make me a target of their inadequacies. Horrible thing to spend so much time on little old frail 90-year-old Frank. God, get a life. High roaders, get a life. For your own sake, educate your children properly. Keep them in school. Stop meandering from one country to another country to another country. You gotta have stability in the life. These poor, poor children. That's my opinion, of course. Take it or not. That's all the news that's fit to print. I want to wish you all a lovely Easter day tomorrow. Hope you spend it with family. Say a prayer for me. Say a prayer for everyone. And let's wish for harmony. Harmony. Harmony for all. And we wish Mr. Barry Lee Jordan a very special Easter Sunday in the clink. Hopefully they'll throw an extra fish head in light of the Easter holiday in your soggy rice. Good day.
More likely you are to have a lifetime problem with alcohol. And so people who start when they're 13 or 14, their chances of having an alcohol problem or addiction in life are much, much higher than teens who wait till, say, age 21. In fact, the legal drinking age matches really nicely to the age at which it's probably safest to start drinking to minimize your risk of having a lifetime problem. The third thing I want to say about alcohol is that you can say no to it. And so if you're at a party and somebody offers you a drink and you want to say no but don't know the words, let me give you some. The first thing you might say is, hey, I'm allergic. Another thing you might say is, I got a family member who struggled with alcohol, and so it's in my family, and I just want to stay away from it. The third thing.
Well, do I have a show for you? It's a little about history and rock and roll, if you may call it that. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to turn you guys on to a movie. I would like you to look up CBGBs 2013. And you'll find it. I believe, on 2013. That is a reason why I ask you to watch this movie. It's actually fun to watch. But this movie is going to well inform a lot of you music aficionados and how a certain type of music became what it was and for what it is, and how some possibly of some of your favorite bands became such. We're talking Blondie, Patti Smith, yeah, we're talking also Lou Reed. We're talking about the Talking Heads. All right? We're talking about the Police. All these familiar band names, and of course the Dead Boys that really hit it off, and the Ramones. Why is this so significant? I suggest that you watch the movie, and later on you can tell me what you thought about this. It's called CBGBs. It's hard to find, but it's out there, and somebody in Spain or somewhere put it on, so it's on YouTube or something. CBGBs 2013. I think you'll enjoy it. It actually has some humor to it, but you will see how CBGBs came about and what CBGBs was and what was the significance of CBGBs after all. You'd be quite surprised. You might be quite surprised. It's history is what it is. It was history in the making to a club owner that took over this rat-infested, roach-infested, piece of shit little storefront down in the Bowery in New York that I've had the pleasure of actually being there one night. Truthfully, it was all I could take was one night, but I was part of history in the making. This is before or during the time close to Blondie making her big break and other bands. The presence of Patti Smith was really important. Really impressive groups came from CBGBs. You didn't even know it. My friend Michael Sticka at the time was somebody who got me to come down to the Bowery, is also known as the Bowels of New York. A little hesitant, a little bit reluctant, I did go down there with him. No, I don't need a bunch of viewers on this. You could watch this later. That's fine. I gotta eat my lunch. And some of the best known bands that you've known, and this is where punk rock actually started. This is the history in the bowels of the Bowery in New York City. Quite interesting history on this, and you have to watch the movie CBGBs 2013. So Google it up. You'll find a movie. I suggest you watch it if you have any interest in music whatsoever, because a lot of the people that you may have followed, some that are more household names than others, you know, Lou Reed, Patti Smith, you know, Blondie, the Police, just to name a few, the Ramones. Well, I had the pleasure, if you want to call it that, I had the pleasure of actually, one night, Michael convinced me to come there to CBGBs. Michael's role was actually quite prominent, actually. You know, not just as a roadie, but technician. He followed the band. There's the Dead Boys. The Dead Boys. They made history, the Dead Boys. Michael followed that band. He was a roadie most of the time for the Blondie band. A lot of great history with CBGBs. So I'm going to put a plug out for that old movie of 2013 called CBGBs. 2013. Give me your opinion, what you think about it. Watch it all the way through, and it's historically correct. And how these bands who were playing really for nothing, and how this bar owner was suffering all the time and not paying his bills and constantly being approached about it, how his dog was taking a shit inside the place that band members would step on all the time until they had it, and seemingly seedy people that went to this place, and how some of them turned out with success and fame from a dirty, filthy, next door to Hell's Angels hangout. Well, they hung out in there, but they also protected the owner too. And thank goodness they did, because they had a lot of problems there. I never hung out at the place. I've been there one time only. I'm very glad to say I was part of history in the making, in a sense that little did I really know, because all this history I was in the making now, how many well-known bands came out of this seedy, little overcrowded shithole called CBGBs that was originally meant for country and bluegrass music. And then it was called Omfug, other forms of whatever, underground music or whatever. The funny thing was, it was kind of an honor too. There was, I went there with Michael that night, and I took some pictures of these two gals. And I guess maybe they were too young to get in, or whatever situation was there, I don't know. And there was neon light at the time. And I, rap with these chicks and all that, They were groupies. They want to get in. But I took a few photographs. And years later, and I was living in Hawaii, actually, they looked me up. They remembered my name, because what happened was I took pictures of these gals, and they gave me the address at the time, and when I had developed them, I had sent them these pictures with my name on it and my email at the time. Yeah, it wasn't Hawaii, because that's how they contacted me. My Hawaii email address, actually. And it was amazing for me to hear these gals remembered me. She remembered the photographs, how kind I was to give them copies. They loved them. They still look back on this. A picture tells 1,000 stories, folks. Now, I was not a very historically significant person, and I didn't make, big endeavors in life. I wasn't the best photographer in the world. Every place has their little niche, and I was in between somewhere. The possibility I could have done some album covers, but I beat the shit out of Michael Sticka back in Mount Vernon, New York. And the truth was, Michael, although he was studying a little photography with me, that wasn't his gig. It was my gig. It's like, that movie called Almost Famous. Well, I guess you could look at this in a lot of different ways. I was almost famous in several ways, but it not happened on a large scale. But I got to experience some interesting shit, man. Now, back at CBGBs, which is kind of the topic here, remember a movie called CBGBs 2013. You have to look it up. You'll find it. I would encourage my viewers to watch it just for the hell of it. Just humor me. Humor yourself. I don't care what you do. Because you're going to learn from this somewhat humorous but factual movie. And one of the characters in there played Michael Sticka, my friend. He was the one that was doing roadie work for Blondie, and he was just like practically part of the Dead Boys, really. He just honored them and everything. Long story, you got to see the movie. So, I happened to find it today. I was looking for that movie because it was not available anywhere. This alarm has to be shut off here. How do I shut this thing for good besides unplugging it? Now, okay. And I happened to come into this movie. And I'm going to leave this show on because I want you to watch this movie. Michael led an interesting life. I really don't know what he's doing these days. I really don't know. And if he's still alive. Last Deborah Harry told me when she was visiting Seattle, and she was at the Copper Kettle in Seattle. And I made a phone call there. And basically, she didn't know who I was at the time. I was a friend of Michael's, but I said, first I said I was Michael's sticker so that she would answer. And she did. And I only talked to her about 5 minutes, not an hour, not a half hour, but 5 minutes. I said, well, I'm sorry, this is not Michael, but anyway, I could get your attention. I'm Frank Battaglia, and I'm a friend of Michael Sticker, and I haven't talked to him in years. Can you tell me, where has he been? She said, well, last I heard, he's still living in Hollywood, California, in that area. That was interesting. No big deal. Talked to Blondie on the phone for less than 5 minutes. But it was cool. It was cool. It was cool. It really was. CBGBs at the time was so influential for a lot of even today's music. And to know the history of this will make you understand what this is all about. The Police, which, developed into Sting and whatnot. Patti Smith. God, was she good. Patti Smith. All these bands had their start over at CBGBs, a rat hole in the wall in the Bowery of New York. Michael somehow convinced me to go there, and he convinced me to go to one other place, which was of all places, was a very famous hotel in New York. I'll give you a wild guess on that. And it was Halloween, and Michael convinced me to go there because one of the bands that was there was called that was playing for this Halloween grand festival was the New York Dolls. I think Johnny Thunders was on the guitar. And it was wild. People standing up on the tables. They were dressed weirdly. Michael was having his fun. He had this chick on the table with him, and he was standing behind her. She was wearing kind of what would you call a chic outfit, this costume. I don't remember what it was. She's got her hands behind her back where Michael has his dick out, and she was masturbating him right on the table. It's kind of wild places I went to. It was an incredible experience, brought the house down, and it was a Waldorf Astoria. Of all places, they just rocked the house down is what they did. Look, I got to experience some interesting shit in my life. I can't say for everybody else on here that think Frank is such a mundane, boring guy, but that was a long time ago, my friends. That was a long time ago, but I'm very glad that I have a little history behind me, that I've experienced some things that most people haven't, perhaps. The birth of CBGBs and some of the music that came out of there with some of the biggest bands that started off in punk, and of course, Blondie kind of faded into disco, which made her more money. And Michael kind of followed him all the way through. Michael went through Europe and Asia with the band. I don't think he ever really got successful in anything, and I don't know what happened to Michael. And the last time I seen him was at Grand Central Station in New York when I was visiting from Seattle. And there he was. Is that fucking Michael? And he was a little bit snubbed, but then again, I don't blame him because, we had a fight in Mount Vernon, New York, and I beat him up. And I don't know what it was all about. I don't even remember what it was all about. I honestly don't know. But ever since that time, we just weren't in touch. We weren't in touch. It was a good rainfall here about an hour ago, man. We needed it, though. It was a good, heavy rainfall. Right now, it's kind of overcast. It's cooler. It's kind of overcast right now. Well, let me just continue the story because I don't want to repeat myself again. At the time I went to CBGBs, I had no clue. There was a hole in the wall. I remember very distinctly, me and Michael, the place was crowded. And the characters in there, you didn't want to be any part of. These were roughened people, okay? And you had Hells Angels members in there, which basically really supported the club in their own way for protection and so forth. And I didn't know what the hell I was getting into, man. I mean, I fit the scene somewhat, the leather jacket, the longer hair, so I didn't walk in with a suit and tie. And certainly Michael didn't, but Michael had on his, looked like dingo boots that were kind of turquoise in color or something with heels on them. That was Michael. Little did I know, or little did Michael know, that he was going to be basically part of history. He was. He got to travel with these well-known bands and a lot of roadie work, even for the Police, for Blondie, for the Dead Boys, for the Ramones. Like, Michael, you kidding me, man? He wasn't kidding me, as history takes it. And I had the pleasure, and I could tell you exactly what happened that night, vividly. Place was crowded, smoky, noisy as hell. And, it's not like there was a mosh pit there, really. The place was small. So we were standing in front, we couldn't find a place to sit. And the guy, I remember, sitting down from me, goes, I know you guys are not going to stand there. We listened. And me and Michael, who were pipsqueaks, really, we went off to the side. That's exactly what we did. Let me tell you the kind of place it was. There was interaction between the band members and the audience. They'd spit on each other at times. They'd piss. They'd throw paint on each other. And one of the bands at the time that was going on, there was a chick that came on stage. It was giving a guy, it was with the Dead Boys or the Ramones, one or the other, the Dead Boys, I think. Giving him a blowjob on stage. And then the guy was eating her out on stage, the band member. That wasn't the night I was there. But that's typical shit that happened at CBGBs. Let's just say it was an interesting place, to say the least. And yes, there was a lot of interaction. Many times a stage would cave in because the owners just couldn't afford to fix up things around there. He barely got by and he wasn't paying his bills. He had some chick come by and always offering her help to get the place in order. Said, you got to pay your bills. Your electric, this, that, this. And what are you doing with your money? I'm putting it in a refrigerator, he said. Take your fucking money out of the refrigerator. You got to pay these bills. And how many times the place almost shut down. Now, you're gonna have to, I don't want to give it all away, but you have to watch the movie. It's called CBGBs 2013. I've had my foot in a lot of different places, let's put it this way. What would have happened with me if I stayed in New York? I still today wonder. Now, I will say, I could have, should have, but that's, all hearsay and potentially all nonsense. But maybe not. I always told you that my timing was never good. Never, ever. Got into a fight with Michael Sticker in Mount Vernon, just outside the apartment complex he lived in. I don't remember what it was all about. I didn't know where Michael was going with all this punk rock stuff, and I had no idea, man. I had no idea. But if we didn't have that fight, there's one thing I could have told you. I could tell you now. Michael had a lot of influence with these bands. Henceforth, I did what? Photography? And the possible opportunities of album covers? Who knows? But I fucked up again. Had a fight with Michael. I told you, my sense of timing sometimes is really, really good. But when it's not, it's bad. Bad. I could have got to know a lot of these people in the bands, but it was a dangerous place to hang out. I'm going to be very honest with you. There were murders there, adjoining little hotels, people dead on there. The police didn't even get their bodies. I mean, it was a wild-ass place that you didn't fuck around. Unless you were a big guy or you were part of the Hells Angels that frequented the place and kind of protected the owner, because they had a little bonding. And a good police officer that kind of looked the other way, that would be in that district, that kind of looked after him. Michael even got into trouble defending one of the Dead Boys members, actually. Some Puerto Ricans. You know these Puerto Ricans? These fucking Puerto Ricans with their knives. His friend for the Dead Boys was almost getting stabbed to death, and Michael was there to help. He wound up going to Rikers Island for a short time, thinking that he was involved with that stabbing, but as it turned out, he wasn't. Michael was simply trying to help that band member. You know, with all these boring topics on here, I'm glad to give you a little light at the end of the tunnel, that there are topic matters out here that are just not being discussed. Was I part of any great history? I don't know, man. It's really according to how you look at it. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, and stuff like that. But opportunities has presented itself to me in some ways, and I never answered. The truth was, in New York, I was afraid of success. I know that sounds like a really weird thing to say. I was offered photographic positions that were more commercial, where I could have made a living and stayed in New York. Instead, I looked at photography as a private art for me. And as a private art, you don't get anywhere in New York, not really, unless you do some great stuff and you want to self-publish. Books were popular at the time. They made a difference, but these days, written books are not exactly, other than ebooks, going anywhere, But although it was only one night at CBGBs, the place became part of music history. And you just have to listen to the beginning when I showed it just to know of even half the bands that came out of this place and became popular. I had no clue at the time, because if I did have a clue, and there was no way of knowing this, because CBGB was just starting to happen, and a lot of people started coming there when hardly anybody came there in the beginning. He had to try to make a way of publicizing this place. And it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. Now, I do forget the reason that they closed down, but it did make history. And some of the best bands, or the most interesting bands, came out of that place, man, let me tell you. If you watch the movie called CBGBs 2013, you'll understand, get the history of that place better than I could tell it. I didn't live the experience there. In some ways, I wish I could have or would have, because I, as a photographer, would have had the most fantastic photos of some bands who turned out. Oh, and not to mention Iggy Pop came out of there. Now, I do have a photograph of Iggy Pop when he played in Mount Vernon, New York. I have that somewhere here on a local venue. But I'll tell you something. So much came out of that CBGB joint. And I think I'm just missing 5 minutes of the movie. So I never got to the ending as to why they closed. But it was hilarious and factual and entertaining at the same time, and historical. So humor me, if you must. CBGBs 2013, just spelled like the word CBGB, uppercase, and throw in a lowercase s on there. Okay. CBGBs. And just tell me what you thought about this movie. I think it was well done. And I think it was quite historical, quite factual, as best as they could, leaving a lot of details out, but there was so much going on at this place, so much going on, that the people in the movie couldn't put everything in there. I don't know if this movie won any awards or anything, more of an independent, but I guess it's really worth watching. It's according where your head's at. Are you a music aficionado? I don't know. Maybe some of you are, maybe some of you are not. But it doesn't hurt to look at this movie and just entertain yourself and get an idea of what a rat joint this was and how significant this little rat joint was in the Bowery, as I call it, the bowels of New York. I didn't even like taking the subways down there the late hours of the night to go to CBGBs with Michael. Well, of course, we were dressed for the street, so we weren't in a suit and tie with jewelry. I had my long hair, my leather jacket, my boots, the whole bit. I fit the scene. I fit the subway at that time of the hour. I fit in. That was the secret of longevity. Otherwise, you just never know. But it was a wild joint, man, let me tell you. I never seen such a rowdy group of people in my life, other than you two, of course. But here at CBGBs, it was wild ass. It was crazy. Little did I know history was being made the night I was there. When I was there, I believe Steel Tips, they got to be pretty well known. Steel Tips was playing. I forgot who else. But the one thing you didn't want to do in this place is cause a problem. Because you'd be escorted out by their Hells Angels friends and other staff members. You'd be knifed, whatever it took. In a way, sometimes if you were going to hang in that place, you were taking your life in your hands. You just went in there and you drank. That's what you did. And you enjoyed the music, and you could throw shit at the band if that's what you wanted to do. If you didn't mind the owner's dog shit, he always kept his dog in there with shit everywhere. Even a band member wanted to quit, wanted and told the owner, I can't go on stage and be stepping in dog shit all the time. And one time the stage collapsed. And one band member said, if you want me to stay here to play, clean up that fucking bathroom. It's a shit mess. What you're listening to is a little bit of history coming from my mouth. And only one night of my experience. And I'm not going to come up on here and say I was a regular at CBGBs, because I wasn't. I just tell you the facts. I'm not the most famous person in the world, except on YouTube, perhaps. Or I have a fan base on here that devote shows to me. This could be like the start of something big. It has been for a lot of years. I'm not in a musical band, although I like to sing and dance. I like entertainment. Maybe I walked down the wrong corridors in life. I don't know. Could've, should've, would've, we all go through that little avenue of the could've and should've's and stould've and all that crap. But didn't happen the way I thought it would. It was once I moved out of New York, my life changed a lot. Had to survive. Even had to work for the Pox department, which gave me a certain type of liberty and freedom. I can't explain what I mean by that. But it opened up the doors to me to many other things, houses and whatnot, and the Pox department. Imagine the Pox department, what it did for me. That's why I'm the man I am today, because of the Pox department. Ask Papa, he worked for the Pox department. Anyway, I'm going to leave off by saying, watched a movie called CBGBs 2013. And maybe at another show sometime you say, Frank, I took the time to watch that on YouTube, and that was interesting, man. I didn't know anything about these bands and how they got their start. We all do stupid things in our lives, like, Barry Jordan, people like him, doing stupid things that get him into stupid situations. I've done a few of them myself, but getting to a fight with Michael Sticker. Because honestly, I look back and say, if I hung with Michael, he was always looking for a partner to just hang around with. And he wanted people to experience his world. Now, I don't know how that would have influenced me, to be honest with you. I wasn't going to dress like Michael. I mean, I look cool anyway, but there's certain things Michael wore that I just would never do. That's just a fact. But he was an interesting character, and he turned out to even be more interesting as time went by, and I didn't know how involved he was with certain bands, being a top roadie, and I think on the, he was a technician on the Dead Boys band, I think it was. I forgot the album title. But he's an integral part of CBGBs, that everybody knows who Michael Sticker was. A very integral part. Everybody knew him. All right. Coulda, shoulda, and all that crap. If I didn't beat Michael up, where would I be? Would I have a couple of album covers under my belt with some big bands? It's quite possible. I was in that mindset at the time, guys. I was in that mindset. And if I was still friends with Michael, I don't know. I can't tell you 100%, but Michael was more into the technical shit, and he was doing roadie stuff, and I was more into photography, although he did go for photography himself, but, well, only in the, well, he came to School of Visual Arts, too, on that, too, but he never really excelled in it. He never finished. I don't think he ever got his degree there. Nevertheless, and henceforth and so on, yeah, I've kind of experienced some interesting times in my life, and now that I really look back and I think about it and spend the time, I have to say that I did. I did, actually. And talk about something you think is insignificant as CBGBs. Well, actually, it was very significant if you're into music. The bands that came out of there, because the guy who ran this place with all the problems he had there, fucking up left and right, and he stayed in there, got to get a few bands to become famous, actually. And they come back to him and say, hey, man, you helped me. And they gave him like a big fucking stack of money in his hands to bail himself out from all the bills he had there that he wasn't paying. There's people who believed in him, and that's why the club stayed open until they did close. The last time I ever heard of the place, and that was years ago, it became a men's haberdashery place after CBGB's OMFUG, OMFG closed down. That's all I really wanted to say. That's about really it. A little bit of history, a little bit of me, would have, could have, should have stuff, timing, stuff like that. Yeah, my timing wasn't always great. A few times it was good timing for me when I sold my house in Hawaii. It was a great time. I've had other factors in my life that were great timing, but even with girlfriends, timing was bad. I could have had this wonderful lady, but this one I was starting to see, she came over the house in Seattle. I don't want to be part of a triangle, Frank. Wait, no, we're not. Leslie's just a friend. Leslie Ward. She's just a friend. I know, I don't want to get involved in that. And she was a great gal, but as things turned out, I wound up with a great person as it is. But the stories I could tell you in detail, the stories. I've shared a few since I've been on YouTube. I've really got a lot to say. And I've experienced more things than most people think I have experienced. I don't talk in detail about everything. I've done stupid things in my life. I've done crazy things in my life. I've done good things in my life. I've done wise things in my life. But here I am, how many years later, turning 71 in May, still alive. I can look back at my past or my laurels or my mistakes, and I could learn from them. And I always do learn. I'm the man I am today because I've learned a lot in my time. Well, thanks for very patiently listening to my story. CBGBs, 2013. Watch this movie. I think you'll come out learning something. You'll find it really interesting. And you'll see where some of these bands really started in a hole, literally in a fucking hole in a wall. Yeah, you got to start somewhere, folks, right? So if you're a real asshole, maybe it is hope for you. Maybe, I don't know. Stop being an asshole. Go on with your life. Stop interfering in other people's lives and business. There's always hope. For some, maybe not. They're beyond hope. And we can name names, but we'll just refrain. Thank you, folks, for listening. All right, all right. I don't even know what time it is. After an early afternoon of wild sex, I decided to do a show. And I was watching Amazing Philippines, and I did a show about where would you like to go if you haven't been, or if you've been, would you go again? You know, stuff like that in the Philippines, and why or why not? Well, I'm not a big traveler. I certainly have been to Luzon, you know, to Bagiou. And the one thing I found, I think one of the interesting things was more architectural. There was a few structures there that had a lot of history, and I was kind of fascinated with that. I liked the mountains going up there at Atop. I enjoyed doing that. I found most of the activities kind of boring, actually. I mean, extreme touristy. I don't know, they got a little artificial, tiny little lake that they take you out on a little paddle boat and just paddle you from one side of the lake to the other. And I just didn't find that was a little bit too touristy for me. Hello, Judge. A little bit, you know, Burnham Park was nice. Actually, I think I was residing, well, I was staying at times around, I think it was around John Burnham Park. It's a clean place. Well, if you're a smoker, you don't like it because you have to do it in the privacy of your room or balcony. And they don't sell cigarettes there, which is a good thing, actually. It'll allow you to think about actually quitting if you do. And the antics I had to go through to find somewhere that, you know, you had to go out of town to find a 7-Eleven or somewhere that sold them. We all heard the funny stories about that. It made you feel like a bona fide criminal. Hey, man, you got any, we're not getting any cigarettes around here, man. Yeah, I know, guy. I'll be right back. Comes back 10 minutes with a pack, you know. You pay a little extra for it. But it made you feel like a criminal. To hide in the dark corners and alleys, soliciting for the drug of your choice. Buffalo, New York? No, I never been to Buffalo, New York. No, I never been to Buffalo. Pretty up there north. There's one place up there in New York that's actually cold most of the year that you don't really want to live in it. Close to Canada. A couple of places actually so cold. So cold. Now, speaking of cold, although I like cooler temperatures, it just really means cooler than what's the average here in the Visayas, you know. That's what I like. Yeah, sneaking smokes like in high school days. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I did that. It was funny. It was actually funny, actually. Gilda got a kick out of that. I don't care what they say. I'm going to sneak a smoke over to this bridge over here, man. You had to go out of town to get them. And then the funny thing was, you would ask people in the street, who sells cigarettes? I think that store down over there does, I think. No, they didn't. And you always figured it's selling, but it's not about smoking, but if you figure the store down the 7-Eleven always sells that shit. No, they didn't. They didn't sell that in Bagiou. So you had to feel like a criminal. The dark corners, lurking in the corners. Hey, dude, where can I get some cigarettes? But the one thing good about Bagiou is they all speak good English there. What is the language there, Gilda?
Huh?
The language in Baguio is predominantly
Mix Tagalog.
Tagalog, but that's not their. That's not their.
Sana Ilonggo. Sana
What is it?
Ilocano.
Ilocano. A lot of Ilocano, but everyone there speaks that I've ever seen. They're known to speak good English.
Yeah.
Now they were colonized by the Spanish, correct? Well, a lot of places in the Philippines was, but the language of English is. Most people speak it quite fluently there. I found it really odd in Baguio. We went to one restaurant that had a robot server. It wasn't looking like a robot person. It was just a machine that would bring your order over. I found that kind of interesting, actually. I wasn't really, with this particular restaurant, I can't think of the name. It's popular for the tourists because it has the robotic waitresses, okay. I didn't find the food to be anything great in there. I think the only place I liked was up near, was it John Burnham Park we went to?
Yeah.
Yeah, we went to that nice little restaurant. It was a nice setting up there, pine trees. And remember we went there for breakfast or something?
Yeah.
It was the John Burnham Park area?
No.
No, what was it? It was right there at...
John.
Was it?
Basta.
I thought it was Burnham. No.
No, John. Basta get there. I forget.
Yeah, I forgot it too. I thought it was in Burnham. No, but it's...
Not there.
No, it was a nice... I really liked the area.
Is that John Hayes? Is that John Hayes?
Oh, Hayes. It was
John
Hayes.
Hayes?
John Hayes?
Yeah.
John Hayes. That was really nice at John Hayes.
Cool.
I could live like around there. I mean, okay. It kind of reminded me of the Northwest, all the pine trees. It had that environment that I really thought was comfortable. Temperatures were generally cool all over Baguio, but not as cool as you think. It does get very warm during the day, like people think, but early morning or certainly, toward evening, you'll feel a big drop in the temperature. And during what I guess they call the winter months, it can drop down to about, 48 degrees Fahrenheit. It could go down to that. The mall, it's a nice mall. No air conditioning because they don't need it, so they save a lot of money on that. But was it John Hayes? That was nice. Is that where we did the horseback riding thing?
Yeah.
That was at John Hayes, yeah. But I really liked it because, I mean, if you live there, you get to live in the Philippines, but not like how you would normally picture it, and pine trees are, they grow very well, of course, at the higher, cooler elevations. And it was just that visual thing about the areas out there that were higher. Of course, we went up to the mountainside to, what was it, Atok? Atok, the second or highest peak, actually, in the Philippines. So we went through various towns, too. So it's not like we've never been anywhere. There were various towns we had to go through. And it was... what I found when I went to the public market, and she has a cousin that lived out there, so we got together. She got cousins everywhere, trust me, my God. We went to the public market, for produce and all that. I've never seen anything so fresh and large. I mean, they had everything at this market. They had everything there. They had some, I don't know if it was GMO, But they had these oranges that I'd never seen them the size of that before. And guess what? They were seedless oranges, and they were the size of say a good size grapefruit, you know. Fresh broccoli with big, wonderful crowns on them. Not like you find in the produce. You get a tiny little crown that looks yellow and brown and dead, and a huge, huge stalk. No, 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 no. But the fruit and vegetables were to die for. And of course, they sold a lot of strawberry products, preserves, all that, because, well, we did take advantage of the strawberry farm. I don't think all the strawberry we had were the biggest or healthiest. It's according, you know, they're privately owned ones there. You pay a little fee to get in there to give you a basket. They only allow you to take so much, whatever. Was it really worth it? Well, it was fun picking them, and Gilda had a lovely time. I bless her heart. She was at her element. She really loved picking those strawberries. She really did. Yeah. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Big Kevin. It's not about Big Kevin or anybody. Yeah, I tend to stay indoors when the temperature hits about 31. DeVal. Maybe would I ever consider DeVal? I have. But I hate to associate bad memories with Dave Phelps, who lived in DeVal. I don't know. Same as like, you know, Bahal. I was there for a Fazio gig, you know, thing that was going on in Corbett, NBI, whatever, but Tag Balaran. But, you know, things bring up bad memories for me, you know, and, you know, I didn't like Bahal. Bahal has a bunch of little, beautiful little islands, too, if you didn't know that. They have some really unique little, small little islands out there that are interesting, and a lot of people don't get to see. Screw the Chocolate Hills. I just don't find that fascinating at all. And the Tarcells, I think they're called, whatever, as cute as they are, it's really hard to see them close up, and they're so small anyway. But, yeah, I guess I had a bad association with Michael Fazio, which Bahal has never been someplace I really wanted to go other than when I had to go to Tag Balaran. So I've been a few places. People say I've never been anywhere. You know, I've been to Leyte, I've been to Bahal area, Tag Balaran, I've been to Bagiou and all the cities surrounding it. I've been outside of the mountainsides, outside of Cebu, Sorao Mountains, which I really liked. There was some really beautiful gardens up there for the public that was absolutely gorgeous. There was some good little fresh produce stands on the side of the road. It was like a nice trip up there. And I couldn't believe who owned so much of that property. The guy who owns the, what do you call, mall, Psy family or whatever it was, that, my God, there was an area that we went through going up the Sorao mountainside. I think it was Sorao. And he owned, oh my God, I just couldn't believe it, whole mountainsides. There was so much land owned by one family / corporation, whatever. Sorao, if you want to get out of Cebu and you like Cebu area, go towards Lahug and continue. And, you know, you're going to go by the palace over there. You know, you continue going on this road, and it's actually a nice ride. It's a very nice ride, and it is cooler up there. It's not like compared to Baguio, but it is cooler up there. But you will still see, in the distance, you will see the pollution in the mountains. It's unfortunate, but, you know, I like mountain living as well as living near the ocean. I think it's wonderful if you had a place. I've seen little houses that were right on the ridge of these hills. I couldn't believe it. And there was big drop-offs, and I'm thinking to myself, who would live there? Because it's known to have earthquakes out there. The bad thing about Baguio, if you want to talk about Baguio, again, just to make another brief mention again about Baguio, and, you know, continue with that too, but is that it's known for, you know, some of the worst storms, earthquakes, all kinds of shit out there, man. And it's not a totally safe place to live. You get a lot of mold, actually, in Bagiou. If you have a problem with allergies, though, that's another bugaboo. Because it does get quite moist out there. It has its share of rain. But you can't beat their markets. But I'm always interested in, architecture. I love looking and exploring old buildings. There was a few ones that I don't know what I did with all this shit. I really don't know. There were ones when I went out there that we looked at, explored a little bit, had a lot of history with it. I love, the history of these art. Some of these things are just architectural wonders, and one of them that was right near. What was it actually near? Is that where we went horseback ride? Was it near John Hayes? And I did that on a video, and even the Big E liked it. Anyway, the only thing he's ever liked me. And there was this beautiful, beautiful, looked like a mansion. Okay, nobody was living in there, and it was overlooking some beautiful valley, I guess, as I remember. And I imagined to myself, first question I asked myself is, who owns it? Why isn't there anybody living in this place, or just renovating it up a bit? And what is the history? How many years has this place been around? And, how many people lived, died, loved, gave birth, and this beautiful, beautiful architecture. I'm really big into that. I love exploring old history, and I love just using my imagination, thinking of all the people that have gone in and out these doors, what their life was like when they lived there, what was their financial situation to afford living there, to own it, were they dignitary people? A lot about the people themselves I found really very fascinating. Very fascinating. Oh, yeah. Sorao area. Yeah, that's very nice. I want to go there again next time I'm in Cebu. Known for Bagiou Eric. Yeah, I know. Well, I made it known I was up there. Bagiou Eric didn't do nothing to find me if he had a beef with me. I did videos up there, so I don't know. Would I live in Bagiou? Overall, I'd have to say no. For good points. And the other point, well, a lot of the roads were inclined. And, my age, the fact that I've been a smoker and all that, and I found it very difficult for me to, it wasn't as bad as some places in San Francisco, which I've been to, but, it is a mountainside. And the roads, a lot of them are inclined, and I did find it hard to get a taxi ride at night. There's so many people. I guess it was during tourist season when I went there, and I will tell you that the place was very, very crowded. The place was very crowded. And I did experience some pollution that actually was bothersome to me. I could actually see it. And I remember my lungs feeling very closed in with this pollution that I was breathing in. And I was even going up the mountainside too. So yeah, would have the best time in Bangkok. Well, let's see if I could ever leave the country. Let's get to that first. Then we could talk about these things, going to Bangkok or Malaysia, or wherever, Malaysia kind of interests me for lots of reasons. And if I had to live anywhere else by force or choice, I have a place in mind that I've actually explored. And I've never tell to anybody on here. But in the event, for a reason I did have to leave, or by choice or not by choice, whatever it is, for a while, yeah, I have a place in mind. I know a lot about it, actually. Yeah. And it would work for me very, very well. Very, very well. I'd be very comfortable there for the time being. And wouldn't mind living there, actually. even getting out of the Philippines, actually. I would not mind, but I got 2 dogs. You know, and we're not worried about the children because they're okay. They can go back to Cebu and go to school there if they have to, but they made friends here, though we have to think about that too. But Gilda's happy living here, and we do have the house, and she's comfortable, we have a lot of friends, and we like the house, and she loves the house, and we love the island, minus the amenities, of course, that we'd like to have to a certain point. Yeah. But it's, we have been a few places when you think about it out here, we've been a few places. We don't talk about all the places we've been to. Just because maybe we didn't bed down overnight in these places, we did spend time during the day in a lot of different towns in the Philippines area that we've actually gone to on when we were even out in Bagiou. And of course, all the surrounding areas of Cebu itself proper, all the different towns we've been in there too. It's not like we've never been anywhere. But the truth is that I just really, White Lotus. I don't know if I've seen that or not. Sounds very familiar to me, but I'll get to you on that in a minute. Believe me, we sat down and we banged heads many times. Where'd you want to go if you want to make a trip somewhere in the Philippines? And we just, we have not come up with one particular. We thought about Palawan or the El Nido area or somewhere, but I don't know. I live right near a beach, but you think I'm out there every day? I'm not. Sometimes you take it for granted. Although the scenery out there in Palawan is a whole lot nicer than the scenery over here, because you've got a lot of rock structures and different shapes and sizes. You got some lagoons and stuff like that, very interesting stuff. But the problem with that is one of the problems I've always talked about. I just don't like crowded tourist areas. Oh yeah, take a kayak into the hidden caves or whatever and get batshit on your head, whatever. Boring. Unless you were going in there, not with a shitload of people. To explore nature, I can't have a bunch of screaming, crying kids around me. All the background chatter going on. It takes from the experience of enjoying Mother Nature. I've experienced it no matter where I was. New York, Washington State. Although there were places I went in Washington State, wasn't many people around. It was nice. Not many people. Some beautiful places, some glacial lakes I went to see. Very nice. And Hawaii, there were some areas that were isolated I've been to somewhat. That was nice. And I enjoy that kind of stuff. It's just me and Mother Nature and not having all this chatter in the background, the sound of all these tourists and laughing and litter around from their, McDonald's cups and whatever. I don't know, man. Even like I was going to go to Kawasan Falls. I thought about going there. But then I seen all the videos on there and, all these people there takes away from the natural experience of that lovely little waterfalls. The tiers, they have different tiers of these waterfalls, which is nice, really nice. But then they got this big platform in the water that everybody jumps on. And, maybe that's why I'd like being on a deserted island if there was enough amenities to keep me survived or something. Except it won't have an air conditioner, so live in a cave, I guess. Hey, I knew a guy in Washington State. Seriously, this guy used to build little housing units in caves. I swear, he tiled the ground and everything. Really livable stuff. It was naturally cool in a cave, protected you from the weather, the sun and the rain, made it very homely with tile and the walls, everything, man. Problem with that, it is an earthquake. Will that structure fall in on you? That's something you got to think about that too. But our ancestors lived in caves, so it's not, you know, a crazy idea for modern day man to live, and it may actually come down to that. It might actually. And I don't know. You could make a cave very livable. There's no question about that. Well, okay, talk about the series based on Hawaii called White Lotus. Jeez, man, why do I know that name? I know what a White Lotus. That name is a TV show. It sounds familiar to me. I don't know where they progressed since I've been gone, but they've had dispensaries there, but you'd have to have a medical card or something, but they allowed only so many dispensaries. There was a lot of people that were lucky enough to get them, and they are making money up the wazoo. Yeah, you can go to dispensaries. I don't think they just fully legalized it in Hawaii, to my knowledge, but I know for sure we had a dispensary right down the block from us too. My brother knew the guy very well. And he used to hire people. And all they do all day was bud trimming. They'd have to wear plastic gloves because the THC and all that stuff would get all over your fingers. It'd get very oily, turning brown. And they got paid pretty good money too. And they would actually manicure these buds. And we're talking about some primo stuff too, okay? They manicured these buds and it made them very saleable. And the people who did it were very qualified to do it. They did a fantastic job of manicuring that. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, they made good money. So I can answer that question in Hawaii as only far as what I know. There were dispensaries around before I left. Cobblestone Falls area, Wild, not so much different than where you are. Yeah, I just, I beat on a different drum, I guess. I don't know. I just beat to a different drum. We're losing Mother Nature rapidly. Where people have, whereas people have not infiltrated so far, Now, over 7,100, whatever it is, to figure how many islands there are out here. I kind of wonder how many have not been actually explored. There has to be some, you would think, anyway. I would get a thrill, an absolute thrill, out of setting foot somewhere that no man has been, especially an island that no man, and the only indication of man or humanity would be the pollution, unfortunately, and this even happened in Hawaii, that washes up on the shoreline. Some people survive by all this floating pollution. Plastic bottles to utilize for water, fishing line, crazy things, buoys. There's all kinds of stuff that come in, mostly plastic in nature, which doesn't help the marine habitat at all. It kills a lot of marine animals and mammals, whales and sharks and other fish and marine mammals and the fish themselves. It's horrible. I've seen even in Hawaii what washes up. Now, one of the reasons that there's very few places I would go swimming when I really want to where I live here is because the water is very pretty. It's pretty. It's pretty around here too. Nice colors, the hues of color, But it's not clean. Then I saw pictures up near the Manila immigration office or something. It was a big, years ago. They had it on the news. And what was washing up on the shores, right? That's where the building was, this governmental building in Manila. And what washed up there was mind-boggling. It was so thick you're climbing like a mountain. And what you found in there was medical waste too. Medical waste. You see, Unfortunately, in the Philippines, people don't want to pay to properly dispose of their trash anywhere, if there's something available. So you throw it in the ocean because you never see it again. Well, you'll see it later as it floats to the surface. It's really a shame because the Philippines has some beautiful places, beautiful ocean, but I was out in open water with Gilda and we went snorkeling one time, and a matter within less of a week, she had an ear infection. She had a tiny little cyst. She had to have a minor operation at the hospital for, caused by the bacteria in that water. So that's why you don't see me going swimming in the ocean here. You hardly ever see anything like that of me. You see me walking in it. I might even go in it and wade around and stuff like that. And I've actually gone in the water and swam underwater and snorkeled a little bit. I've done that. But I have an ear that I can't afford to fuck up any more than it is, to be quite honest with you. So that's always a consideration too. Okay. Oh, is that Eric? Oh my God. Bagiou is no smoking. Yes, I did find that out, Eric, if that's actually you. I did find that out, but I smoked anyway. I always found an area that I smoked. It didn't stop me. It's, it's my right if I want to pollute my lungs. It's my right. And I don't like when somebody tells me I can't do that. It never stopped me from smoking over there. I smoked there all the time. Well, all the time for the few days, the time I spent there, Yeah. I smoked. Smoked on the balcony. I smoked in certain parks, different areas. I just didn't make myself obvious. I smoked at the mall. I just went on one of the terraces out there to the end, and I lit up. That's all. That's all. I just thought it was absurd. And why did I think it was absurd? Because if you experience the pollution in Bagiou, it's like putting your mouth on an exhaust pipe. What's the difference if you light up a cigarette? The only bad thing about smoking there, I could understand, is two things. Two things. Disposing of your cigarettes properly for two reasons. For the sake of litter, of not having liquor and having cigarette butts all over the town. Two, because it is very heavily forested with pine trees. When they go up, that whole mountainside is going to go up too. I could understand that. As long as you're a respectable smoker, and as long as you dispose of your cigarette properly, dye it out, put it in a container, and don't smoke around people that don't want you to smoke. Be respectful of people around you. That means your mate, your wife, your partner, whoever it is, your family. In the hotel room itself, if it has a balcony, that's where you go. You get your ass out on a balcony, get a old soda can or something and use that as an ashtray. Don't flick your ashes everywhere. Be respectable. Okay, Esther says, my trip, 5 to vacation in no particular order. Palawan, BGC, Davao, Secure, there could be something there worthwhile. I would never go to, I would never go over to, what do you call that, the guy in Britain with his wife and kid goes to and lives there, and they do surfing and all that, because there's really nothing there. There really isn't nothing there, as I understand. Yeah. People talk about that, but no, I wouldn't go there. So, it's not like, well, gee, Frank, you guys don't really go a lot of places in the Philippines. There's a lot of factors. I've discussed it before. Why? It's just some of the places take an enormous amount of transportation to get there. Then you get there and you are underwhelmed. Yeah, and I've been to Leyte and all the towns around Leyte. I've been there too. Absolutely. Yeah. Not much in Leyte, but they got some nice areas, but there's some nice beaches and resorts. They really do. I found it to be, I was there twice. I found it to be extraordinarily hot there. Extraordinarily. And we stayed at Gilda's mom's place, because mom don't live there anymore. They had no air conditioning there. We had a little fan in there, but it was extraordinarily hot. Just extraordinarily. So you'd have to visit a resort somewhere and get some air conditioning or something, you know. I mean, don't get me wrong. Please don't. I'm open to explore. And it's just decision making, because I don't want to go somewhere that looks like everywhere else. And unfortunately, there's a lot of towns. It has to be something in particular that would attract me to go to a particular place. Now, I always talked about going to Bagiou, and I did. I was a little underwhelmed with it, to be honest with you. I could see possibly myself visiting it once more. I'm not really sure about that. I'm not really sure. They have a lovely produce market to die for. Get everything you want there, because everything is grown out there, man. And it's fresh. It's not like fifth hand or something by the time it gets to an island province. You got to see the sorry looking fruit and produce they have in my town. It's sorry looking, man. It really is. So you want to go to Cebu maybe, and when you're out there and you go to the market downtown there, you know, and, you know, buy your stuff at the markets in Cologne Market, and buy your stuff over there, which is worthwhile. It's a cool place. I like walking around there. Again, there's a lot of old structures. Don't forget the Cologne, however you want to pronounce it. People call it Cologne District, Cologne District. I call it Cologne. It's the oldest, I believe it's the oldest district in Cebu, certainly, if not the country. And you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. I know it's the oldest in Cebu. Yeah. I love the history of old buildings. That's why I like to look at those little clips they show on the internet now and then, and they colorize the old reels, and they've showed places in Philippines and other places, how it used to look back in the day, and it was really great. And to see the horse-operated buggies, which is what they used at the time, and the horses, and how people dressed, and how life was, and the roads were made of mud. And then you look today, and you just get amazed, man. You get absolutely amazed. William Philapple says, I hear Dumageddon is a great place to live for expats. I don't know where you heard that. Unless you want to be around a bunch of fucking losers, chismissing and fighting with each other. They all got YouTube shows. That's why they call it Dumageddon. I'd never even want to go to Dumageddon. No, I never had an inclination to ever go there. Never. And as I said, I've lived in different climates in my life, and don't forget, I had temperate climates. I lived in New York 28 years of my life, born and raised. Moved to Washington State, which was basically, temperate. It was temperate. Not as extreme as the East Coast, but you had your seasons. You had your, spring, summer, fall, winter there. Absolutely, you did. And we had some pretty horrendous winters out there when I lived in, the north of Seattle area. And believe me, I've immersed myself. When I had my house I owned there, we had over 14 inches or more, 18 inches one day. I couldn't even get my 4x4 out of the driveway. It was almost impossible. It would get so cold sometimes. Now, don't forget, I've been also acclimated to the tropics to a point. I always affectionately call it my training wheels for the tropics was Hawaii. Hawaii was subtropical. This is tropical here. Who's out there?
No, just biking.
Why do I feel like Shomai? I don't know.
What?
I feel like having Shomai for some reason.
Shawarma.
Shomai, teaser, da 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 da. Shomai, teaser, da 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 da. God, I remember that. Been to the Shomai festival years ago when I was kind of hanging around with good old Joy. And they'd play that song during that festival over and over and over again. Amazing.
Over and over again.
I see more people are picking up because I'm storytelling here. That's what I like to do, folks. This is exactly, let's talk, man. Let's talk. Whether you fucking like me or not, you're all digging it, man, because you're getting a chance to talk about things that you want to talk about. And you're kind of honing in on the conversation. That would keep me on YouTube. That would keep me on. Because it's for everyone. It's for everyone. No, we'll both go out of here and get out of the house.
They buy shawarma.
Oh, they're going to go. Oh, shawarma. They're going to buy shawarma.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, buy enough for everybody. I don't know. But you see, guys, this is what I enjoy. What I'm doing right today. What we're doing right now. And, you know, I even got some antagonizers in here, too, I'm sure. Eric is one of them. And when the conversation has nothing to do with trolls, when it has nothing to do with all the bullshit, then you attract people to your show. And then people will join in. That's the kind of stuff that I like. We could educate each other. It doesn't have to be health issues. I think you probably played out on that, and nobody listens to me anyway. But that's not the point. It's not concentrating on all the trolls and the high roaders and all the bullshit people out there that make it really bad for other people, good people that are on YouTube trying to do a show. Okay? That's what it's all about. I don't mind doing something like this and kind of share with you my experiences, what I thought about the few places that I actually have been, or where we might decide that we want to go. Okay, but it's really a matter of, with me, it's, what do I smell? Is it burning rubber somewhere? Yeah, I'm sure they are. That's one bugaboo about out here, man. Now, is it expensive in Bagiou? I didn't find the prices cheap, and I went to a couple of fine restaurants there, actually. I wish I could remember the one I really liked. Oh, they had good food. Oh, that was the one that was near John Hayes Park, I believe. They're very nice. They had a sitting area outside, and we even took care of our driver that we hired for the day. He was a Grab driver. And we took him. Actually, he invited himself. But generally, that's what you do in the Philippines. You have a Grab driver that's going to be with you all day. Whether you like it or not, and out of a courtesy, you take care of your driver. Yeah, to a point, but it's a really accordingly in what you're looking for, really. You're going to get the cooler climate. Not always as cool as you think. Because the short time I did spend there, and by the way, when you get off the plane in Bagiou, it's very beautiful. You look out at these mountains, it's a very beautiful vista, by the way. Very beautiful vista. And the short time I was there, the days they could get quite warm. But overnight, as night approaches, you'll feel it getting cooler. We were sitting in one of the terraces having some pizza with her cousin's family and whatnot. We know people everywhere. And you can notice the drop in the temperature right away. And overnight, it does get cool. So by morning, it's actually quite chilly, and you're going to wear a jacket for sure. Then, as the sun comes out, it will warm up. You will see, and you will feel the difference on there. Yeah, you will. But I kind of dig having those two different kind of climates. But as I said, there was a lot of bugaboos, I call them bugaboos, about Bagiou. I just didn't like some of the pollution I experienced up there, even at that elevation. I really didn't. There was so many cars up there, too many cars. And I've got challenged lungs as it is, being a smoker. They're not perfect lungs, I can tell you that. And there was a lot of inclined hill. A lot of them that, would be challenging, although it'd be great exercise on a daily basis. Because our hotel where we stayed, you'd have to walk up a pretty good incline to get to the main road, okay? They had a really great, okay, I didn't mention this. They have a fantastic night market there. I can dig it. They have everything you would think of there. But when we when we went there, guys, it was tourist season. Let me tell you something. It was tourist season. You gonna pee on my wall? Come on, guy. That's all right. All right. The guy wants to pee on my wall out there. I said, "Go to pee on my wall," and I guess he heard me. He went to go pee in the bush. All right. Well, it's good. Man, let me tell you about the night market. Wow. You want to talk about crowded? People from everywhere, man. I mean, me and Gilda were caught in this funnel of people. I mean, you couldn't barely even go check out the merchandise from these people's stands. We wanted to check out clothing, bathing suits, all that stuff. It's to bring home some stuff for our kids. And I'm going to tell you, we were walking like we were inching our feet until we found an opening. That's how many people were there. To see where you were going, you had to stick your neck. The colossal Cyclops folks, you would have no problem on navigating. But a frail little 70-year-old old man like me, navigate because I wasn't terribly tall, but neither was anybody. Most people were around my height. Still, you get caught in this funnel of human flesh, which didn't allow you to see all that they had there. It was just happened to be one of those evenings. And tell you what, we wanted to get a taxi cab. It was very humid, very humid that night. And we wanted to get a taxi cab. And I swear to God, we waited over an hour or more to get a taxi, probably longer. And then some very rude locals, they decided to go get in a taxi cab before we did, and we waited that long, and I was pissed off, and I was verbally pissed off, so that everybody could hear me, because that's who I am. That's the New York in me. I made people here said, "Fuck this shit. How long have I been waiting here? Who were they? Privileged people to run in that taxi cab, and we've been waiting for over an hour and a half or more?" I said, no. And if anybody even tried to get a cab before us, we would do this run in front of them and say, you're behind us. We've been waiting here a long time. Due to waiting like we did. That's exactly what I would say. Due to waiting like we did. So, Bagiou is overall, it's a mixed bag of good and bad. Pollution, good thing is that they don't allow smoking there. That's a good thing if you're trying to quit. I would say on a health level that, well, other than the pollution being a very big factor for their lungs, I would say that it would be a good, healthy lifestyle if it wasn't for the bad pollution, because people there are not supposed to smoke, and you don't see anybody smoking except people on the side of the road sneaking in a little corner. I've seen it all the time. But because you have a lot of the streets there that to get to another street, it's at an incline, like I said earlier in my show. and it takes a lot out of you, but it's great exercise. So I would say on one level that the people there are pretty healthy if they have to be, not utilizing public transportation. But when they get a lot of tourists there, it's really hard to get yourself. It's like Friday night in Cebu City. If you're around a lot of clubs and different activity areas, it's going to be very hard to hail down a taxi cab and get a ride home. I'm not sure. We're both. We both are not really clear about that. You know, we're, I don't know. I'm getting older and I should see other places. I really should. But one of the reasons that I mentioned is that there's not always straightforward transportation to get to a particularly wonderfully beautiful place. It's the hassle you have to go through waiting for the transportation. It always winds up being late, dealing with the crowds, the ticket lines, then going from one form of transportation to another or two other forms of transportation to get there. I guess you could look at it as a challenge. I guess you could look at it as that, if you want to look at it that way. But if the weather is extremely hot, then it doesn't make it very comfortable for me. I'm very realistic of my age. I'm actually probably healthier than most people on here for my age or less than me in many ways. But still, it can be challenging for me. I'm a good walker. I have a fast pace. I'm very energetic for my age. I could probably outwalk anyone on here. I'm not kidding. As long as it's flat and doesn't have much of an incline, it's not going to take much out of me. Okay. So, with that being said, mountains. Oh, I'd love to climb a mountainside. I did little shits like that when I was in the USA. And even some interesting areas in Hawaii that I went to. Okay. Hawaii, that's a whole nother topic. I won't get into that for a while. It is a very beautiful place, very spiritual, not necessarily religious, but very spiritual. There's something called being very spiritual about nature. Beautiful, beautiful place. I was very fortunate, and I'll say it again. I consider myself extraordinarily fortunate. Not many people get to live in Hawaii. It's a very challenging place to live in because of the culture, the cultural values, their fight for sovereignty, which is never ending. There's a lot of Hawaiians that are true-blooded, and even some that don't, which is most of them, that don't have much Hawaiian blood, that don't like us howlies, that they call us, and they'll just tell us to go home. Come here, spend your money, but go the fuck home. Support us, boost our economy, but don't live here. And they've made it very clear. I've met many people, including white-ass mainlanders, like the guy that I was... that people thought I was using my hand shovel as a weapon for. No, it's just... I was just being Italian and expressing myself in this hand shovel. The garden spade was in my hand because I was picking up my brother's dog's poop. So just to get that clear on that. But this guy was a mainlander, and he was ornery. He was just ornery, and he was known to be that way, and I didn't want to hear his shit. And I told him like I felt, and you all saw that video. And I stand by my behavior in that video. I absolutely do. I wouldn't have changed one goddamn thing in that video. No, I would not have. Okay. As far as where Gilda wants to go, oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. I don't know, man. She's got relatives all over, too. All over the place. Cousins here, uncles there. Gosh. Her family's quite large. I'm always hearing about cousins. I met some I never knew she had. Amazing, large family, but most Filipinos are pretty large, the families. There is no specific place that I have in mind. I can't think of one place, unless it's a remote island and they could drop me off and I could have food and have a shelter for the night, leave me there for even a week. I would enjoy that with nobody else, like a private island. I would enjoy that. Just me and the Gilda, or even with her family, well, any of her kids. I'd enjoy that too. You know, have communication, make sure your phones are, you got data, you got load on there, you're able to phone out for an emergency or something, or to the people who took you there. I think that's really important. Have some medical supplies there, like gauze tape, Band-Aids, stuff like that, in case you cut yourself. Bring plenty of fresh water, and don't bring too many disposable foods. I would enjoy that. You gotta understand, we're being crowded in on this planet. Look how many billions of people and growing. Now, on a little footnote on that, places like Japan, even China, I think, too, were giving, or was it even in South Korea? They were giving financial incentives to people who would have more children, because they were afraid that the job market was not going to be there. The employee market, the business market in the future was going to diminish. And I know this a long time ago, there was a time in China where they were only limiting how many children, but the things changed. But I think it was in Japan, I think it was in South Korea. You could correct me, that's fine. Even now, they're offering certain types of incentives for people to get married and have children, or even, never mind the marriage, but create more children for the future. That's actually happening. Iloilo, I heard that was a nice place to visit. I heard it was. That might be interesting to go to. I don't know what it takes to get there from here. But let's worry about myself being able to stay in this country right now. I got a small fight on my hands going on right now, so let's worry about that first, before I decide where I'm going to travel. I'm not overly concerned about the issue at all. However, I got to include that as a factor of the possibilities. And even if I did, I don't think it would be a permanent blacklist or anything like that. I've been away from Gilda about 14 months at one time, and we kept in touch, and I was fine. Absolutely fine. We were both fine. And she has her own money, so it would not be a huge problem. I get to experience a new culture. So remember, there's good and bad in a lot of things. You can make, as I said, lemonade out of lemons. It's just up to you to do that. You don't have to be suffering because you had to disembark you to another country. You had to leave the country that you're very comfortable in. You will deal with these things when they come up with. That's just the way I work things. She can come and visit me if I stay in Asia, which I actually will stay in Asia if something like that ever happened to me. Just to answer your questions on that, because I know you're probably going to bring it up. I'm just going to beat you to the punch on that. I can make anything work for me. Okay. Yeah. So traveling is not out of the question. Either way. I know where I'd like to go. I'll never mention it on here, though. It's an Asian country. I know where I'd like to go, but I would never mention it on here. For sure. I could even live there voluntarily, actually. And I would even consider, if the different situation here in the Philippines, I would consider voluntarily living there. Seriously speaking, voluntarily. Because I know enough about it. I research it all the time as a secondary place to live, by volunteer with me and Gilda, or by force, by dark forces. So, That I will never reveal, and I never will. But yes, I know exactly which state in the country I would live in. Absolutely. I got it all figured out if that's something I was willing to do or I had to do. There you go. Live and learn. Okay, I've been on here long enough, guys, and it's been fun. It's been an hour. But see, this is what I like. And it's when we kind of veer away from all the hateful bullshit that we have to experience every day on here. Barry's case is over. That's done with. What do you want to know? What do you really want to know? I'll just tell you what you... Barry more likely is going to be in Bicutan for a while. I can't say how long. Why don't we give you a few bits of bread that you're looking for, okay? He probably is going to be in there for a while. That's what I'm figuring. Okay. All right? He did get to go to prison after all. I'm happy about it. I'm extraordinarily happy about it as I think about it. And I re-listen to some of his shows. And it makes me feel the way I do about him. That he belongs there. He should suffer in the hot, sweaty, filthy atmosphere he's in. But then again, that's something he's used to anyway. He belongs in Bicutan. I hope he stays there a long time. Either pays what he needs to owe me or he's going to stay in there. That's just the way it is. I am in the driver's seat in this situation for sure. Don't pay my lily white ass the money you fucking owe me for your court justice, then you're not going anywhere. That's just the way it is. It's written in stone, and that's the way it's going to be. Meanwhile, he could suffer his ass off where he is. I don't give a shit, and I have no reason to give a shit. Now, if somebody feels so sorry for him, go and pay his way out and shut the fuck up. Some of you people claim to have a lot of money out there. Go pay his way out of his horrible prison life. It is nasty. I don't care what anybody says. And Barry can be as cocky as he can. It's not as bad. I like it better here. We believe that. Surely we believe that. Right now he's probably back to smoking again because he said that I'm probably going to go back to smoking if he had to be in there. So he's probably got his mighty whites again, back to normal. He's probably coughing out his lungs again. And in that atmosphere, you're better off you don't smoke. But they don't allow that though, right? Do they allow smoking there? I don't know. I don't even know that. I know people sell cigarettes and they sneak them around, so where are they smoking? I suppose they do. But it would be advantageous. It would not be advantageous for him to do so with challenged lungs as it is. But as far as I'm concerned, he could stay there till the day he fucking dies. I don't care. I thought about it. And the longer he stays there, the happier I am. Now, if you don't want to make me happy, and you want to be a high roader, go and pay him the approximate 750,000 pesos that he needs to get his ass out of there. End of story. And he's on his way, hi-ho to Cheerio. He's on his way to the United States of America that he loves so much. He really doesn't want to leave the Philippines, by the way, but that he loves so much, into yet another train wreck that'll face him there. He was made for this stuff. He lives for this stuff. Just give him what he wants. And that is my show. I hope you enjoyed it. There's a little bit of everything for everybody. I don't think anybody's going to knock this show because I thought it was cool today. I thought some of the dialogue was good. I thought the topic matter was just right on. And talking about these places. You hear it all the time on other shows, but they don't go into much detail about the towns they visited and why. And why is it an attraction factor? Why would you go there? But somebody just did a show on that, actually. And that was Amazing Philippines. So he's already beat us to the punch on that one. Thanks for listening. And we will keep this show on. All right, so what am I doing up extra early this morning? Well, we got the dogs barking because one of the girls is going to go back home. Got up early, and if I'm up, then I am up. That's just the way it is. Okay, let me collect my thoughts here. All right, my thoughts are collected. It doesn't take long. Yeah, Biggie had done a video in Vietnam, and now Tit Fisher. Well, actually, they made up that name themselves. I didn't coin that phrase, though. Oh, it seems Eric. Of course he does. Eric has a tongue. Oh yeah. Well, anyway, as they call him, Tits Fisher. I don't know. They sure hang out together. I don't know. But they're both in Vietnam for the same reason. They're part of the harem or something. I have no fucking idea. I don't care. So Mick Fisher comes on camera to show off his Atlas physique, which really wasn't. But first of all, I think you're being too hard on Mick because you got to give him credit that he's at least he's working out, and people it's just like to throw insults to injury and all that stuff. It's just Mick is at least working out. Okay. There's nothing glorious about his physique, but let's get real about something here. If you want to compare it to that's why Big E won't come on camera and do that with his physique. There's no fucking way that Big E's going to take off his shirt and show you. Of course, Big E could knock out the insults himself, but when it comes to something, at least Mick was on camera showing his physique. And there's nothing, really horrible about Mick's physique. He's working out, and he's doing something that a lot of you goobers don't do. He's taking the time to go to the gym and to do this. Now I could sit here and act like the other trolls and just attack him because he's been not exactly a supportive person to me. Okay, we could all play that game, and Mick. It's his choice to continue to go on the attack of me just because Big E, his buddy, doesn't like me. You know, sometimes you got to take a different direction and just don't become one of them. That's the important thing. Again, so why am I up extra early this morning? One of the girls is going to have to leave this morning. She got up extra early to get ready and all this stuff for an early ferry. Oh, set the dogs off. And I don't get up this early. I'll get up about 5, which is early enough for me. Too early, in fact. No, I don't get the best sleep. I really don't. Sometimes a couple of times a night, I wake up. Doesn't mean I get out of bed or anything. I'll wake up and it's just my eyes go back to sleep again. But I don't like getting up this early. That's for damn sure. It's kind of hard for me to fall back to sleep once I'm energized and whatever. And that's why I do shows early in the morning. So if you're wondering why my average morning shows are around 5:30 in the morning, is because, well, I'm up and they're all sleeping and I'm like bored. So that's the only reason I'll do that in the morning. But yeah, I'm up extra early this morning because the dogs were barking and here I am. But, seemingly Eric and Fisher went to Makati and to put proceedings on you. I thought you were what? Pal with Fisher, as you had him moderated to block people. Nah, it's a long story with me and Mick Fisher. He just didn't agree on the Barry stuff, you know. He just didn't agree on the Barry stuff, you know, him being 2 years in the detention center. We just had our different views on there, and it just kind of escalated from there. That's all it really was, you know. Then he became anti-Frank and all this stuff. And, of course, hanging around Biggie and people like that, well, of course, it's going to certainly influence him. And, you know, nobody wants to stand up to the big ego. I mean, that's just the way it is. So, whatever. They're friends and all that. Of course, they're going to support each other on their thoughts about me. That's kind of the way it works, actually. Oh, they got targets on everybody. I'm not going to, you know, like I said, I'm sort of kind of neutral on Mick. And I could react like most people react and say, okay, well, this person is against me, saying different shit, trying to do different bad things against me. And I acknowledge all of that. Of course I do. But I think about the source or how it started, and, you know, it didn't come from any extreme. It's just that, realistically, Mick was not supportive in my theories or whatever about Barry, and whether, you know, it was righteous for him to spend 2 years in detention. Okay, that's all it really was. That's all it really actually stemmed from. There's nothing more than that, actually. Well, actually, there is. I mean, we stopped communicating. We had some brief communication on Messenger and stuff like that, but that's when I had disagreed with him on Barry. Well, yeah, that's what it was all about. I kind of disagreed with him on Barry's situation. He was, that's how I established I coined the phrase that's now being used, the high roaders, you know, that certain people took the high road when it came to Barry, but the whole farce in this thing is that neither one of them are really supporting Barry. After all they're defending, and this is the whole thing, you know, why I'm just chuckling on this is because, you know, Mick seemed to, along with Biggie, seemed to be so supportive of Barry in a sense, where, as in Mick's situation too, that's caused friction with us, but having to take that high road on saying, well, you know, even though Barry has done a lot of horrible things to people, obviously, that he was on a higher road, and that's where the name came in, to, you know, have some compassion for Barry, where he doesn't need any compassion, doesn't deserve any compassion, And well, 2 years is long enough. As if I actually put him in there for 2 years. That's where Mick is wrong, and that's where other people are wrong. It's not my doing. Yeah, it is my doing, actually, that he wound up on his immigration overstay deal. I did have something to do with that. But the duration of the time that he spent in there, it had nothing to do with me, other than the fact that he had a case against him in court. And as a result of that, and it wasn't purposeful for me I didn't just go out and put a case against him because I was going to keep him incarcerated. No, that was never my plan or intention. And that's never what it was. It was never anything to do with that. It's just so be it that, if a person has a court case on them, they have to remain incarcerated. But they blame me on that too and all that, and, which is not righteous. They know better than they should be anyway, if they have any half intellect in them at all. That's just the way it panned out, but no, I got the blame for that. And then, the birth of the word high roaders came in, and now being used, and I'm glad it is. Attack Mick Fisher and call him Tit Fisher. I did make a comment that through his t-shirt, he looked like he had saggy tits. I seen a picture of him on the beach, and they're still a little bit saggy looking to me. It's not like they're highly developed pectoral muscles, but, I give the guy credit for working out and stuff. It could be worse. Look at most of these people on here. They don't have the physique that Mick does. What is Mick, like 62 or something now? Or I don't know how old he is. Mick works out. See, I'll give people credit where it's due, but I'm not going to sit here and take their bullshit either. That's just me. Mick decides to take a very negative direction with me. That's, his right to do so, I guess. For whatever his inert reasons are for doing so, maybe because I stood up to him and didn't agree with his philosophy about Barry, but that's my right to do that. And I guess it's his right to disagree with me on that too. He has his own opinion about it. But see, the whole thing about this is that although him and Big E, for example, were being so highly supportive of Barry, but when the chips are down, what did they do? Barry is still in Bicutan, and, they didn't bail him out of Bicutan. See, that's why I don't see eye to eye with these people, because they don't kind of really stick to the program. If you're going to be supportive of Barry, then be supportive of Barry. I don't care either way. I benefit from it, but, it's either you support the guy and you don't like him being in Bicutan and you want to get him out, and these guys supposedly have money. And I kept on saying that, why don't they just get it over with, since they're on the high road, get them all out of there, Why don't they just collectively, between the both of them, just take their money and give him the money that that he needs. It's quite a bit, but they can afford it, apparently. And just, get him out of there, man. I don't know. I guess I should read the comments. They are not their own men. Okay, I find with Eric and Fisher, they need exaltation from a group that they're part of. They are their own men. It's a facade. They're not their own men. Miko says they are very precious about themselves and their group. Miko says exactly, if they truly care about Barry, if they would have put up the money to get Barry freed. Both are supposedly multimillionaires. I don't know what they're supposed to be. I don't think they're broke, but I don't think they're hurting. That's for sure. But besides their wallets, well, that's not besides their wallets, but that should be the point. It's either you're for or against Barry. And these guys have been supposedly wanting to support Barry, to get him out of a situation that they felt that he spent enough time in. In other words, they're trying to say enough is enough. Okay, fair. Enough is enough, but they pinned this on me, basically saying that I kept him in detention for 2 years, which is false. The system kept him in detention for 2 years because he had a case against him. Did he want to go back? What came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, first of all, in this situation, Barry did some things he shouldn't have done, and I got a case against him, and because he had a court case against him is why they kept him in the detention center. There's nothing more than that. So I get the blame, saying, oh yeah, you did all this, you did all that. No, really, they did it. He did it to himself, and then the system did it to him because, well, if you have a court case against you, well, they got to put you somewhere. Yeah. Bicutan Brawler, hello. They just want Shaw for the harem. That could be right. This is one of these situations where people push their money around, but not for the right reasons, If they decided they didn't like me, oh, I'm sorry, I could live with that. They're not personal friends of mine. My feelings are not hurt. That's okay with me. That's not a problem. I mean, Mick's intent was never to be friends with me anyway. Only reason he met up with me was a fact-finding mission combined with a trying to, the high road to see it that maybe I try to drop the case against Barry. But you see, I didn't want to. Mick didn't like that. We disagreed on there, so our communication stopped. Brief communication we had on Messenger and whatnot. It wasn't long term, but no, we did communicate a little bit on Messenger, and right away I saw that, he was very pro-Barry, and he felt that Barry spent enough time as it was. As if, it was as if Mick was accusing me of purposely playing these cards and going through lots of money and time and effort to put a court case against him, to keep him incarcerated at the Mandawi Detention Center. No, that was not my intent. That's just the way it worked out. They had to put him somewhere. It has nothing to do with me directly. It's indirect, but it has nothing to do with me directly. No, not at all. Miko says, I find Eric to be very sneaky. He uses people on YouTube and can destroy them in the public for whose YouTube, but he doesn't really help financially for all the bravado. Well, if you've got a vagina, he'll help you. Unless you have a mangina, I don't know. But that's always the way it's been with Mick. No, if it's female, he'll help him out. Just like he is helping Shaw on the side, which is Barry's fictitious girlfriend, or soon ex-to-be, because the circumstances, I mean, the harem, he likes to grow the harem, It makes him feel more powerful. Besides having a few bucks, it makes him feel more powerful when he has women around him that, well, you figure why they're around him to begin with. The wallet being the carrot in front of the donkey kind of thing. It's pretty obvious to all of us. No need to even go into that. It's he's been around for years. We've seen his exploits and all this crap. So, we know exactly what's going on with that. Do I think that Fisher is part of the Eric harem now? He could very well be. He could have got indoctrinated. But, I'm not on here to attack Mick in that way. I'm just kind of setting the record straight. That's all I'm doing. I'm setting the record straight once and for all. I don't have hate toward Mick. I just think he's a man that can't think for himself. Has to have Big E's influence. But I also think that, like most people that well, they know what Barry has done through the years to so many people. And it's like when you find somebody like Mick Fisher who is supporting this behavior. And that's exactly what he's doing by saying, oh, he shouldn't be in detention. No, he should be in there a long time. And now, fortunately, he's in Bicutan, and that's by no means of my own either. I mean, they'll blame me for him being in Bicutan. That had nothing to do with me. It just happened to do with the renovation that's going to be going on at the old detention center. So they had to put him somewhere. Unfortunately, I can't take the credit for that, but as it turned out, he wound up in Bicutan after all. Strange series of events, really is. I don't know what you call that, karma. I don't know what do you want to call that, but it worked out. And, you know, I just support the theory that, look, if you want to help somebody out, then help them. Stop pretending that you're supporting Barry Jordan. I don't really care if all you people get your money together and get him out of there. I mean, I'll benefit from this. I have absolutely no problem with that at all. $250K, that's a good chunk of money. I'll benefit. I still got all the results I wanted to. So it's like win-win all the way for me, you know. He stays in there, I win. He gets bailed out of there to get him out and pay all his thing. I get 250,000 pesos. I mean, it's a win-win situation for me either way. So if these people don't pay the money to get him out of there, I win because he's still in Bicutan. If they pay his way to get him out of there, I win because I'm going to make a cool 250K. Now, of course, I got a lot more invested in Barry than 250K, but that's okay. I could overlook that. The time is like now. I live in a now. I live in a now. And who can't use another 250K in their pocket? So either way, I don't care either way. I'm not going to hurt for money if I don't get the 250K that he'll owe me. I'm not going to hurt, but I'll benefit if I get it too. So it kind of works out that way. Let's see. Mike Miko says, if you break it down, Fisher's girlfriend doing interview highlight, the knife actually led to Barry being put in Manila times. So in reality, they destroyed Barry, and with all the talk, they won't put the money up. Well, I understand that. That's my point. That's my point, exactly. I don't know if Yats, I guess Yats is against me now too. I don't know, because her association with Mick. I have nothing against Yats. I don't know how that comes in, but I don't know if that's Mick's girlfriend or what it is. He don't want to say, and I don't care either way, but I didn't say anything bad about Yats. But she takes the high road too with Mick because she's close to Mick, whether they're girlfriend, boyfriend, whether they're friends, just friends. I don't know, and I personally don't really even care. They do what they want. I'm not going to make judgment on their relationship. They're either in one or they're not, and if they're not, oh well. And if they're friends, fantastic. But I have nothing against Yats, and she seemingly is against me. That's a shame because I got nothing really against her. People say I've attacked Yats. When have I attacked Yats? I don't recall anything like that at all, but, you know, people will say all they want. But she's close to Mick, and therefore she's going to support Mick's theories. She's going to support Mick's opinions and so forth, not to create friction with each other. That's just the way it works. The girlfriend caused a lot of damage to Barry with his interview. The papers in Manila were highlighted after that. The papers in Manila, what papers? The girlfriend caused a lot of damage to Barry with that interview in the papers in Manila. I'm not sure which papers you're talking about. God, I hate being up this fucking early, man. I think after this, I'm going to hit the sack again and try to get more sleep. I have the dogs barking this morning with the other one getting ready to leave and preparing and whatever for a later ferry. And oy vey, I'm not a deep sleeper really. Wish I was. I don't know, these people create all their own havoc on here. They do. Hey, I'm just a simple vlogger on here, man, but, you know. I don't know. They just love attacking me. Probably because I'm so outspoken, and a lot of people don't like that. Where somebody could actually speak their mind about somebody, talk about what they heard on YouTube from that particular individual that they said themselves, but then they're in denial of it or something like that, you know. People, you got to understand, don't like other people that, you know, take out the artist brushes and paint a real picture of them. It's okay for them to dish out all this shit against somebody else, but when it comes down to them, they really get perturbed about it, you know, majorly. Then they go after you, and then it becomes routine and blah, 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 you know. All about the Barry J and the knife. Mac the knife, Barry the knife, yeah. Yeah, it sure did, didn't it? Barry the knife. Well, it's like you'll be damned and not be damned. You know, it's a thing out here in the Philippines, carrying a weapon. You know, some people like Barry would need to carry a weapon because he can't protect himself. Then again, you're not supposed to have a weapon on you in the Philippines, so how do you win? I mean, a man has to protect himself somehow if he doesn't have the, you know, the ability physically to defend himself in any form or way. You would normally think that, yeah, you know, having some kind of weapon on you would be advantageous, and sometimes it is. But then you live in a country that's basically saying that you can't carry these weapons on you of that sort. And it's just not a win-win situation. I don't know if they even allow pepper spray. I've got pepper spray. Mostly like for any rogue dogs I might be out, and we got so many packs of dogs around here. Sometimes if I go walking, I'll carry that. I don't like to harm any dogs, but if they're going to be attacking me, I got to have some kind of defense besides my legs and my good looks, you know. But I don't carry knives like Barry and people like that. I'm smarter than that. Normally I would, but if you're caught with a knife certain size or anything like, even a Swiss Army knife could get you in trouble out here. And they'll hold it against you, believe me, they will. They make it sound terrible. You carrying around an illegal weapon, you know, as if you're carrying a fucking 45 or something, you know, with a silencer. I mean, the law is the law here. I mean, what can you say, you know? Miko says no matter how much money and Eric have, they'll be going into the lion's den in court against you. Different ball game then. Do you think Nick Fisher might need to wear a man's ear? Ah, come on, let's not get so hard on Mick. No, his tits are a little bit more mammary glands than they are actual pectoral muscles. I could tell by the picture. I was going to put it on here, but I forgot to caption this. But I've seen worse. Well, actually, most people on here don't really show themselves. As I said, give people credit when it's due, because Mick works out. Mick's not in that bad shape compared to other expats on here. He absolutely is not. Be a little fair about this. So these are my channel. Be a little bit fair about it. You can tell things like they are, but, you know, don't make up things that are not there. I mean, Mick is not in a really bad shape for his age. He's not. you might just have a dislike for Mick and want to attack him, but, you get caught up in his vortex all the time, just like when I started saying that he had tits. Now, of course, I coined another phrase. I wind up coining a lot of phrases on here. Now they call him Tit Fisher, but I never called him Tit Fisher. I just thought when he was sitting down in a restaurant and he had his shirt on, he was flexing his guns, that his breasts look a little bit feminine, a little bit saggy. But most YouTubers on here, that is what it is. I got some pecs going. They're not large, but they're not from sag. They're not from sag. It's from the isometrics and the resistance I do to push-ups, the 45 degree. They're slowly developing, but they don't look like, women tits. The only reason I don't go on camera showing my physique is because you would definitely need sunglasses. I'm so white. I don't walk around without a shirt. I don't get tan. It's kind of embarrassing. I mean, I should be, proud of my own color. I'm white. That's what I am. I'm Caucasian. But I'm like Casper. At least I admit that. Do you think Mick Fisher might need to wear? Okay, man. He should try your 50-pound dumbbell workout. No, it's 20 pounds. And quite frankly, guys, unless you want to really get into, heavier weights and stuff, there's nothing wrong with, absolutely nothing wrong with, using 20-pound weights for your arms. It's just, like I said, if you can't increase the weight, you could increase the reps. And I'm no expert on bodybuilding. It's not that I'm really trying to build my body. It's just I'm just trying to keep up on a minimum level of some muscle tone. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to become a bodybuilder at age 70. I'm not trying to do that. It's not my intent. I'm just trying to do from the very things I read all the time that you have to maintain some kind of muscle tone on there, that it's really healthy for you as you get older. And believe me, most YouTubers out there are obese, absolutely obese, and can't afford to talk. I don't expect to be some highly toned man at my age, but if I could get any muscle toning at all, I'm very happy about that, and be very happy with the results. Do I work out enough? No, I don't. Here's the thing. I don't want to be like all these other people. Give Mick a little bit. I know you're all attacking Mitt and calling him Tit Fisher. Well, they came up with that themselves, actually, I think. He's at least working out. And, a lot of people don't like Mick, but try to give a little credit, if there's any credit due to these people, despite their really lousy attitude, is that he does work out. I can see he does. He's in his 60s? And he's got some bicep muscle on there. And you don't get that by not doing exercise. He at least goes to the gym and works out. Give credit when it's due. You might think they're an asshole in character. Fine, you could think what you want, and I have my own thoughts. See, if a man can't think for himself, and he's got to depend on having a buddy out there to, go by his own thoughts, and they can't be an original thinker. It's like, joining a big bad boys club. If you can't think for yourself, then that's sad. And not be influenced by other people, and not make your own decisions based on your own judgment, rather than being influenced by somebody else. That I think is wrong, and I think that's sad. Fisher and Eric came from very wealthy families, and money was no issue to them. And people like this have a sense of entitlement and think they're better than others, but in reality, yeah, I have to agree with you on that, to some degree anyway. Maybe Licky's 12-ounce curls. Yeah, with the liquor, right? I always found Fisher a detestable human being. You could see why no woman would stick to him, even with all his dollars. Well, whatever applies to him, character flaws or whatever, money doesn't solve everything. The money will get the women attracted if you're trying to get a woman and all that stuff. That's pretty obvious, but it doesn't mean you're going to keep them. Good golly. You know, we can spend all our lives being in opposition with these people, but it's when you give in to them and it's just no different than the Barry situation or Peter Van Dever or anything. It's, you know, one person is that irritating piece of chalk on the chalkboard to another person, you know. Then in turn, the other person wants to make a bigger, screechier sound with a bigger piece of chalk or something, you know, to irritate the other guy. And then it just continues. It never really amounts to anything, really. It never does. But some people figure there's got to be a reason they come on YouTube, and, you know, a lot of people like the drama, and they try to push on that drama, get the attention that they need. A lot of people need attention. You'd be surprised how grown-ass men, you would think they can find attention in other ways, but you'd be surprised how lonely some people are. And they'll join in with other groups just to be accepted. That's very common on here, actually. So you find Mick Fisher detestable. Well, I don't appreciate Mick Fisher's his attitude with me. It's not deserved. I think Mick Fisher knows I'm not a bad guy. It's just he got an influence of Big E. Mick Fisher met me in person. I'm not an animal. He knows I'm in a good relationship too, you know. I don't think he'd ever deny that. Although he'll say that, you know, I have nothing against Gilda, but Frank's a piece of shit. So the question is, why am I a piece of shit, Mick? Because I don't agree with you on things? Does that make me a piece of shit? Because I think the opposite. I don't think you're a piece of shit necessarily, on at least one hand, where you're on the high road with Barry. No, I don't think you're a piece of shit at all for thinking that. I just don't agree with your philosophy. That's all. It's nothing more than that. I don't hate Mick, but he's just one of the people on here that, you know, likes to go along with the boys club. You know, if you can't think independently, then I don't know what to say, you know. Judge me on me, not by what others judge me on. But then you need to judge yourself too. Nobody's perfect on here. I'm not perfect. I don't think I know anybody on here who is actually a perfect vlogger or member of this community. I don't know. I can't think of one person that in this genre that's very active on here, like I am active on here, and you know who else is active on here all the time? They post a lot or do shows. I don't find anybody perfect in that group of people. If you want to go to the real low end of the scale, you know, you're going to go to people like Popeye and Don C and stuff like that. Pardon me. You go to the really low end of the scale there, you know. Miko says, oh, I never knew Fisher from Adam until he started to destroy me. And then you also said the likes of Fisher should mind his own business. He plays to the gallery, like down in a little group like school kids. Well, don't they all? Look, here's the thing about me and Mick. No matter what Mick thinks of me at this point, or what he, you know, or why he devalues me or anything like that, that's his gig. I don't tell him to do that shit. The only if we want to call it the bad thing I see about Mick, that he doesn't think, he doesn't want people to have their own opinions. And part of it is the hypocrisy. That's what it really is. That's why I don't agree, because these are the same people that they know and they agree damn well that Barry Jordan is deserved everything that's coming to him. They know that. They feel that. They know that to be true. But because I'm involved and they have a beef with me, they're going to make it look like they're supportive of Barry when they're not. Because if they were, either one of them, you said that they got money, okay, probably do. They could have bailed him out of his situation. I don't mean, bail, like court bail, but they could have bailed him out of his situation just right now. He should be out of here right now. I mean, it's like this. If you support Barry, then you support him. Don't pretend that you support him. And then when his need comes up, you just ignore him. And that's exactly what they're doing. And of course, as usual, the way they are on YouTube, if there's a female involved, they're going to go for her and help her out. That's what you do when you got a harem and you want to get a new member. And, Barry don't have a pussy. We could regard him as a pussy, but he doesn't have a pussy, even though he is a mangina, but he doesn't have a real vagina. As such, they're not going to support him. But his girlfriend, well, of course, that's something different. They're always going to go with what they call the underdog. The poor damsel in distress. In distress? She fucking put a fucking case in. She did something terribly wrong. These people know they damn well know that I never threatened her life. They damn well know, or else they would have produced the videos. They damn well know I never called her a whore and a prostitute. I've never called her that. Never. And these guys are real big on producing videos and evidence. I've never seen anything like that because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. At all. Nico says, it goes back to them having wealth. They feel entitled to throw their weight away. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you in part on that. Mr. Loser's back. They're just mad that you got rid of Barry. The drama ended and they want to keep it going. Yeah, I think you're actually correct on that too. They want to keep the drama going. Basically, I won no matter how you look at it. Big E announcing Barry's victory on that one video, Barry's victor and all that. How is he victor? There's no way in the world he's victorious in any respect of the word. There's no way in the world. I mean, look at his situation all the way around. It will even stem down to his relationship with his girlfriend, because how could he continue that if he's going to be in jail, or once he gets deported, he's not going to be able to come back anywhere in Asia. She's not going to be able to go to America. So, I mean, it's over, right? Logically, he'll have a pen pal if he even wants to do that. And we'll see his devotion to her when this is all over. Believe me, it's going to fade. Because he needed her as a tool. We all know that. She may be in love with him. I don't know her direct feelings. She sure as hell supports him. I'll give her that much. But to go to the point of lying for him, to try to see me get kicked out of the country because Barry's not happy with his situation being incarcerated, and she wants to, come to his rescue. Come to his rescue. Big time rescue. And is willing to perjure herself doing it. I don't appreciate that, because this does affect me and Gilda. I take it to heart, I absolutely do, and I always will. I'm not happy about the situation, but I'm damn well fighting it, I'll tell you that right now, with all I got. We'll try to remedy this thing, toot sweet, let me tell you, tooth and nails. She'll find out. But they want to come to rescue the poor damsel. Chivalry at its best. The poor damsel in distress. We got to support her. She's got a pussy. That's a good reason. Number one reason right there. Number two reason, she's in opposition of me. So let's, of course, support somebody that's in opposition of Frank. That's all it really is. You know that. Nico says, I once heard that Fisher and Eric say on camera how they love to get Filipinas fighting each other on YouTube. They love the drama. It's a laugh to them, and they enjoy to see people suffer. Yeah, I know what you mean. They're such high standard people. That's why I call them the high roaders too. Another reason. Loser says Barry said all the things he will miss the most. The guards. Yeah, right. The dogs, right. There are a list of many things. And the last was Shaw. He doesn't care. No, he doesn't care. She may care about him in some bizarro world way, but she seems to be having her own problems now, though. And she did a show, Why Should I Drink? Or about drinking. And she's been drinking a lot. And taking the stress of Barry being in jail. And actually the stress from everything, because the very people that are supposedly supporting her, whether it's financially or morally, they're causing more stress in her life. They absolutely are. The more they talk about the situation, the more stress she gets. Now, Barry might be using her, but in her own bizarro world, maybe she's not using Barry. I don't know. I mean, he is a catch. He is white. I mean, and some chicks, Filipinos, go for that, no matter whether the guy is a criminal or whatever. I mean, so, chicks have their own kinky things about them where they kind of fall for the bad boys and shit like that. That's probably one of the situations. I don't know. To each his own. Everybody has their own taste. If she thinks Barry is some kind of a winner, then, oh well, that's her thing. We could disagree with that. But truth is, he is a loser. And there would have been, whether he was going to go to jail or not, or get deported, there could never be a future with him. It's just impossible. Because all the women to him are walking ATM machines. That's why he publicly even said that, what do you want? That, he doesn't want a woman. She has to have a job. Oh, well, gee. Okay, that makes sense. You want to go out? Go ahead. Oh, you were out there, that's why. Oh, you want to see Sal come back in. What's going on? Guys, the truth is, nobody has... Shh. Quiet. Nobody has to agree with everybody on here. You don't have to agree with me. But, if you possess any logic at all, use your logic and come to your own logical conclusions about the people on here. You can make any assessment of anybody on here you want, but is it true? Or is it just going along with the big boys club? You want to wear the big boys panties, but that's up to you guys. I know a lot of people come to my show are trolls, going on to a different name and all that. As long as they don't cause problem, I don't have a problem with it. But I know they go both ways. Most of you people go both ways on my channel, and it could be AC/DC too, for all I know. But Parabola. What's the guy's name? Parabola, who'll be coming on my show all the time. He's banned from my channel. I've heard him on the other channels, calling me a loser, complimenting and actually attacking me at the same time. So for when I seen that comment, I blocked him. So Parabola won't be able to be on my channel anymore. Oh, HAG is back here. Let me see. I'm missing some. I'm not looking at my comments here. The proverbial Captain Save-A-Ho. That's a good one. Captain Save-A-Ho. HAG says, that bar, I saw her in that video, wasn't one of those cheap Pinoy bars. There were lots of bottles of whiskey and such behind her. You talking about Barry's girlfriend? No, that was at her house. If you're talking about Shaw, she had her cousins over and they were drinking, having a drinking party. I wonder who she was with at that bar. You talking about Shaw? She wasn't at a bar. All I seen was that she was at her house. They were like call it a makeshift living room or something. No coffee table, nothing. They were sitting around the floor getting drunk. But then a very weird video she put on about alcohol. She was questioning alcohol, whether it was to gain sympathy of people that look at me, I'm drinking a lot now. Feel sorry for me because my hero is in jail. I'm never going to get to see him again. And, you know, Filipinos will use that sympathy factor to make some money for their cause or whatever. They know how to play it out. Then, it was that one video she did. It wasn't just when they were sitting around drinking. And I forgot what it was, it was entitled. Something about drinking was the title of her show. And she's sitting there looking very somber, as if she had a concern about her drinking, or that you should be concerned about her drinking because woe is me, my boyfriend is not free, woe is me. I see through this. I have the capability of seeing through this. Some people can't, but I do. That was a ploy for sympathy for her cause. That's all it was. Nico says, if Eric's money dried up in the morning, his 2 Filipinos would be gone with the wind. It's all a facade. Your relationship with Gilda is based on true love. Yeah, that is the difference. I'm not dangling a carrot in front of her, you know. There were comfortable chairs. No, I seen her at her house. That's all I seen. I didn't see her at a bar. You know, you said the name of her YouTube channel. It's Life as a Filipina. Yeah, I know. I found it hard too because I don't generally go to her channel, but recently I have when I figured what her channel name was, and I didn't see anything great going on. I mean, everything was boring. She's washing laundry or something, or it's like the gag me with a spoon type of shit, And then there was the drinking party. And then she does a video. She's looking very somber on camera. There's a caption on there, and I don't have it in front of me, but something about her drinking. So either she's getting concerned that she's been drinking a lot. I never really knew her to drink to begin with, to tell you the truth. Barry was the drinker. I never knew whether she drank or not. I didn't care that much, really. But she sure is now. And to drown her sorrows, or I don't know, or it's just an act for sympathy, which they do play up very well on there. Filipinos are good for that. Oh, believe me, I know. Even Gilda, she's done some things in the early past, the past days, to get my attention. Let's just say, I won't go into detail, but they all do this. And they'll do stupid things to get your attention too, for sympathy and all that stuff. I went through this with her. I absolutely did several times in the past while the relationship was developing. And I'm not going to talk about it on here, but it was pretty bizarre shit, I'll tell you that. Filipinos do this, and they want to get sympathy from you, and they'll do some crazy stuff, really crazy shit. I mean crazy shit. That's kind of in the trait, it's in the culture, to get attention from you, and they will every way they can. Loser says it was called Drinks on Me. Problems on hold. So what do you make of that title itself? Drinks on Me, Problems on Hold. Yeah, that was one of them. What do you make of that? Has your lawyer received papers from Eric and Fisher yet? No, of course not. And they never went to Manila, by the way. Somebody even sent me, do I have that on here? Where is that? Is this it? No. Let's see. No, that ain't it. Let's see. Somebody sent me something that if they really did go to Manila, then that was total bullshit. I have it, but not on my screen sharing here. That they could have took a flight for 2 hours direct from Vietnam. And since they're such avid, experienced travelers, why would they choose a flight that wasn't direct, and we could have got one that would only take about 2 hours, and they didn't. And besides, combined factors of Holy Week, and you're not going to get a lot of officials available on Holy Week. And thirdly, considering that Big Ego's wife, girlfriend, whatever she is, has family in Manila. And if anybody went to Manila, it was to visit family. But I don't even think they went that, because then she came in with a comment supporting this. Like, I forgot what she said on there, but it all pulled together. They didn't go to Manila. They didn't go to Manila. They didn't go. And they did all this time, as so many viewers brought out too, all this time, the short period of time, they got all that shit done. They got all these cases against me. They managed to do this. They managed to go visit Barry, all in a short period of time. And during the Holy Week, which I think is total bullshit. So you guys have a little bit of intellect there. You put two and two together and you figure it out. It's just all a bunch of bullshit pulling my chain. That's all it really is. Just trying to pull my leg and pull my chain. That's the whole gig with it. I gotta find my cup. I gotta make, since I'm up already, fuck it, I'm up. Make a cup of tea. Oh, is Popeye simulcasting me? I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. Today's Easter Sunday.
Morning.
Good morning, dear. Shit, I got up about 3:30 and I got one or two times before that. What's going down? Yeah. What is going down? Maybe since I broke up my relationship with Uncle Benny, it might have something to do with it. Might have something to do with it. I wouldn't be surprised, actually. It makes sense to me. That's one less thing that Popeye could hold on me now. Popeye don't like that. No, give me more to hold against you. I can't take it. Now I can't say that you're, in this great relationship with Uncle Benny. One less thing for him to hound on, But you're still taking something else, he said. But you're still taking something else. Shut the fuck up, Popeye. What are you on, by the way? We'd all like to know that. Really. Tell us what you're taking. That would be a trip. Do tell. I gotta shut these lights off here. Okay, so I guess happy Easter to those highly religious, high-valued high roaders out there. The shit don't stink crew. That probably has the stinkiest shit on here. Oh, nice cool morning, but I don't expect a really cool day, though. Okay, let's see. Yeah, let me read you. And besides, who would spend the money and time to try to file a case against Frank? It doesn't make sense. Age Gracefully says to fly to another country to do that is stupid. Well, if they live in another country, what kind of possibility of getting a case against somebody and they're living in a different country, they're not even living in the Philippines? Okay, that's number one right there. Should be number one. It's not valid. Miko says Eric is a bit of a bluffer when it comes to it. It talked eloquently how he was going to bring this woman to Europe, to his many houses there. I've yet to see it. Oh, now Eric has houses in Europe? Oh, I didn't know that. Bico says, Da Nang seems to be the height of it when it comes to it. Da Nang, 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 Da Nang. Nah, you wouldn't catch me in Vietnam. Fuck that shit. Maybe we've come a long way since the Vietnam War, but too many heads were hung on a pole of Americans. But then again, the Americans did the same thing too. I'm not going to support the Vietnam culture. I know it's whole different generations now. It's time to move on. I understand that, but it's really funny how some people who've served in Vietnam went back to live there after all the gore and death and so forth that they experienced. They wind up living there. That's like a nightmare. Why go back to the scene of the crime, you know? That'd be the last thing I'd want to do, talk about PTSD. Da Nang seems to be the height of it. Yeah, okay. So anybody who's wondering when I started my show, why are you up so fucking early? Well, the dogs were barking, and getting good sleep around here is a hard thing to do around here. Because sometimes these kids are up part of the night. They're playing their gaming and all kinds of shit, or talking too loud in the other room. For the most part, it ain't bad, but when it does become bad, I tell them to shut up. So people trying to sleep. They call me Mellow Yellow. I'm trying to sleep. They call me Mellow Yellow. I guess, yeah, Barry be wearing those yellow t-shirts. Now, do I think Eric went to Taguig to go visit Barry? Answer is no. Did I think he went anywhere out of Vietnam when he said he did? No. Him and Mick Fisher? No. Don't buy it. Holy Week, everything else. Is there a possibility that the Big Ego's girlfriend, whatever she is, I always say whatever she is because I really don't know. It's hard to keep up his track record with women and stuff. I just can't keep up with it. Unless she went there to visit her family. I think she does have family in Manila. That's a possibility, but beyond that, I say no. Oh, wait to see what's going to happen in a week, Frank. And then 2 weeks. But then when 6 weeks come by, you're going to see what's going to happen. It's going to be a grand, I forgot his expression on there, a grand slam or some shit, or I've heard this for 10 years. I actually have. Well, maybe not 10 years. It wasn't as extreme in the beginning of my career on here as it is in more contemporary times, but I've heard everything that's been thrown at me. Kitchen sink, everything, and the plumbing. Kitchen sink and the plumbing. Still here. I intend to be here. Miko says, it puzzles me how Eric's kids have no education. I think you've already mentioned that before. It's actually child abuse, denying them schooling. Well, I'm not going to comment on that. I'm not going to put the word child abuse in there because that's actually very much cyber libel. We don't know he's abusing these kids, and you shouldn't even imply that, really. In all honesty, you shouldn't. I think his kids are very well taken care of. I mean, as far as the educational bit on there, yeah, that's kind of fucked. He's always moving around somewhere and the kids don't get any stability. I would have to agree with you on that. That's not good for the kids. No, that's not. We are in agreement on that. That can't be healthy. You see how interesting? Let me tell you exactly what's going on right here, right now. Where Barry was the central focus of everything on here, you know. Now that the case is over, now people, and even you all, do you see what's actually happening? Now you're concentrating on which you now call Tit Fisher and Big Ego. Now you're attacking them. Okay, do you see how this works? When something is done with somebody else, it's over, the court case is over, and there's really not much to talk about Barry other than his achieving his so-called freedom. And the freedom riders out there, okay, that's another word, good coin, another phrase. The freedom riders out there, which are the same people that we now, which I coined the phrase, you know, the high roaders. You see how that shit picks up? Do you see this? Do you see the pattern here? So when Barry is not very relevant anymore, now they'll go to somebody else. They'll concentrate on Big E and Tit Fisher and whoever. This is just how it works on YouTube. And we're seeing it in front of our eyes. And I'm listening to it here on my show too. I'm not like totally attacking these people. I may not like them, but my reasons might be different than yours. Now, of course, Big Ego is not a true person. He's not a very correct person. He's not a very moral person, although he tries to, that's where he earned his name, the High Roader. No. They're far from being perfect people. They're far from being compassionate, caring, decent people when they're the ones that take the initiative of going on the attack all the time. I'm going to get Frank, It's because if they see somebody they don't like that's actually winning or have things in their favor in many ways, they're going to find other reasons to attack them because they're not happy with the status quo. They want to see you suffer in any way you can. And anything they could do to make that happen, they're going to do because they know they're wrong. And when somebody tries to show how wrong they are, that's when their feelings get really hurt and they go on the attack. This is the same pattern we've seen on here ever since I've ever been on YouTube at all. I've seen the same pattern. Okay, Nico says it's just observation that I see no schooling structure. Well, you're correct on that. I don't see any schooling structure either. But that's, that's their personal business, how they want to raise their kids, or how many mothers these children have and all that stuff, You might want to get into immorality and all that different stuff, and you want to get into moral turpitude and all this shit. There is no moral turpitude, Am I saying it right this time? They attacked me when I think I actually said moral turpitude or something. Oh, any reason they can't maim me, to attack me, to dox me. I'm so beyond that. When you hear it all the time, it's like commonplace. They all got their own shit coming to them, man. It's just the way it's been working out. They're not living perfect lives, and I don't care how much money they have. Money, I think, is part of the problem, although they think it's part of the solution to get a harem together and, empower people because they got a bigger wallet than you do. But it always works against them historically, and it did for Eric, didn't it? It did. Remember, it wasn't too long ago on Facebook, he was really downing his wife. It had to do with financial matters. You all remember that. I'm not making this up, right? Am I? Tell me if I am. We've seen his attitude on Facebook with that against her. But they amicably settled their business. I guess money talks quite loud, doesn't it, folks? Now they're a happy couple again. See how that works? That's why I get a chuckle from all this. They're not living perfect lives. They want you to believe they are. If you don't live the life they have, then you're a loser. And then you got Big E, who's always knocking me for my height. I don't have a problem. If I don't have a problem with my height, I'm not a fidget. Barry is, but I don't have a problem with my height. They do. I don't. I don't have a problem. My height is what it is. I'm not a fidget, I'm not a midget, and I'm not a really tall guy. Attack people, Attack Stallone, attack all these famous people that are no bigger than I am, but because they have this, popular status of being famous, you're willing to overlook that kind of stuff. But on the YouTube media, they don't overlook that stuff. Like the shit that Big E's always saying. Barry is taller than Frank. He's saying that to pull my chain, period. He's met Barry. And he's seen videos. I was with Barry. He knows who's taller, but he'll say that just to try to get my goat all the time. That's all that's all it's ever been on here. That's all it's ever been. Obviously, Barry is not taller than me. Unless he's put on a torture machine or something, they stretched his body out and they got a couple of inches on. But even a couple of inches is not going to surpass my height. Because Barry's only about 5'3", somewhere around there. At best 5'4" on a good day. But Barry is not taller than me, that's just a fact. But Big E will say that because he figures it's getting my goat. And that's why he says all the things. He'll call me a loser, but when you look at the grand picture of it all, who's a loser? He's a loser. That he can't have a stable family life. That he's got to develop a harem. And that's why they call him Big Ego, because he has such a huge fucking ego. It's not that his body is huge. Besides that, he's got a huge ego. That's where the name came in, Big Ego. He does have a huge ego. And, money actually propels his ego, using that as a tool to get what he wants, like a lot of people with money do. Miko says his wife had him on the run like a fugitive. Yeah, I know. He scooted off to Vietnam. I remember that. And he got together with, what's her face? Yeah. Oh, yeah. God knows how I'll put him on the run in a PI court system. I'll tell you what, man. Came down to that. It'll come down to that. I have no problem with it. Do the same thing I've been doing with Barry. If he thinks I don't have videos on record of all the times he's been attacking and harassing and doxing me, then you're wrong. I'm very good at recording things for future reference. I'm very good at it. His wife had him. Okay, I read that already. So they got all this shit going on in their life, but they don't want to put that. They don't want to put that as a highlight. They don't want to talk about that. And let's talk about Frank. But as I said, in the Barry situation, it's so pathetic. It really is. These high roaders, they're supposed to be on the high road. All right. If they are, and they care that much about Barry, as I said before, then get him out of his situation. Be righteous. If they want to be the righteous brothers. And if I thought they'd care, they'd take their wallets out and go over there. But I don't see any pity. But baby, the high roaders know you mean nothing to me. You're just a jailbird, I see. Although I take the high road, you're still nothing to me, as the rest of the world can see. Do-do-do-do. There's no sympathy for a man like me, I know. But I like to go on social media to let people know that I am the big Mr. Big Ego, and I have a fat wallet, and I try to make it work for me. I've got no sympathy. I've got no real reality. I'm just a man with big ego, as you all seem to know. Whoa. I say that Eric and Mick Fisher, pride and ego is not what Christ wanted, and it's a deadly sin. Best to be humble in this world. Well, besides the religious things, yeah, be humble. Miko says his wife had him on the run, the fugitive. God knows how he, okay, well, I read that. I'm just making a point here. They want to make a point, I'll make a point. But my points are more valid. I make a good point. And I stick behind what I say on here. I will not retract my statements no matter what. Now, as far as people, and they coined their own phrase with Tit Fisher, I didn't come up with that. I just thought he had some saggy female tits, and I still do. They're not exactly, hard-formed pecs. But at the same note, I'm fair. But they can't be fair. I'm fair in saying that I'm being somewhat supportive of Mick Tit Fisher, as they call him now. It's their own words. I didn't coin that. That at least Mick goes to the gym and Mick works out. See, I can put a positive on something. I'm not all negative on these people. I only speak about what I think is valid and everybody else has seen and heard. That's it. That's the difference. That's all it is. It's either it's valid information or it's not. It's going to be one or the other, so you pick and choose, I guess. Like I said, I don't hate Mick Fisher. I just don't agree with him. Because he got himself so far into this, now it's kind of like a vicious cycle, and he's got to continue this. And since he's such good friendships, buddies, and who knows else what he is with Big E, I have no idea, because I don't know their sexuality. I really don't know. I don't know. They're pretty good buddies, though. And Mick, if he can't be an independent thinker and he's got to have Big Ego's influence, well, that's his problem. I think for myself. Nobody puts thoughts in my head to make me say whatever I say on my show. It all comes from me, how I feel, for what I've learned, seen, heard, whatever. That's who I am. I'll go by the facts, not by hearsay and bullshit because somebody don't like you. Let's spread a rumor about him or something like that, which got Barry in trouble in the first place, And they got to watch what they say, too, because I record shit, too. And I've got plenty of recordings of Big E attacking me and even Mick Fisher. I keep all that shit, man. Of course I do. In the light, in the atmosphere of the past 10 years, you think I'm not going to be doing that? You're out of your monkey-ass mind. Miko says the thing of it is, if anyone responds to these people, we are in the wrong. They think they are high and mighty. Well, that's why we call them the high roaders and all that. I did coin that phrase, and they seem to like it, so we'll stick with it. If they want to call Mick Fisher Tit Fisher, that's something they came up with. That's not my name. I just happen to mention. I did not think, I thought he had saggy breasts when I seen him at this bar or dinner table having dinner with Big E. And he was flexing his guns. But then I noticed that he had some sag on his breasts. Then he took his shirt off on the beach, and that furthered my opinion that he's not solid pecs on it. It looks like mammary glands to me. That's my opinion. Mick could have one on me, but God forbid. Go into the attack of Frank because Frank is speaking his mind. Well, maybe Mick is speaking his mind and what comes out of it. In his mind, he thinks it's true. And, and maybe that's what I think, too, something to be true. I mean, to each his own, and, you do your own gig. Do your own thing. Express your own thoughts. You got the right to do that to a point. Of course, Barry found out different. I don't hate these people. In fact, in some ways, I feel sorry for them because they're living seemingly very complicated lives. They're not settled and grounded in their life. They're going from one country to another. They're having problems with the relationships, and all the denominator seems to be money, 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 money. Although on one hand, the Big Ego uses his money as a carrot that gets him where he wants to be. At the same time, it's also many times is a destruction element of having that money and flaunting it around as if to say, look at me, I'm not only big in size, but I carry a big wallet. Nobody gives a fuck how much money that Big E has. He could choke on it for all I'm concerned. He could choke on it. Having a lot of money doesn't mean you're right. Does not mean you're right or correct. It does not mean you have power over other people in any other respect other than financially. Miko says it's like they're always on the run, no structure to their lives. Well, I agree with you on that. Mick is only in Vietnam because the big ego's there. I mean, you know, the one thing you could say is that maybe they're trying to show everybody they're living this bon vivant lifestyle. Oh, on the travel, I get to do this. You never see anybody with it. Well, you don't see Mick with a steady woman, do you? Unless he's on the hide with somebody, but, you know, you don't see him. I'm not saying he's not getting laid somewhere, hanging around Big E, but, you know, you can see that this guy's, what, at least 60 years old or something, Mick? He's got to be at least 60, 62, right? He's got to be around there. He's in no stable relationship that we understand or know about. And they got their money, and if they can afford to fly around, live the bon vivant, you know, the rich and famous type of lifestyle that they try to portray on here. But the question is, are they happy? Are they truly happy inside? Only they could answer that question. They can pretend to be whatever they want to be on camera and throw all the insults in the world at somebody else, but are they really happy? Are they stable in their life? And the answer is no. I don't believe that they're as happy as they try to portray themselves to be. Miko says it's only the vulnerable Eric is able to buy off. Many Filipinos refused him with all his dollars. I'm sure he's had a lot of refusals for a lot of reasons. The love doctor. Yeah, my ass. My lily white ass. Love doctor, my ass. Why didn't he develop more of an official cult? You know? Why didn't he just expand his harem into more of a cult? He could use his money to attract people in. Tell everybody he's the love doctor. Perhaps. Maybe he's taking the wrong path. But it's still funny to us. That's all that matters. We get a chuckle out of this. That's all that matters. Just like we got a chuckle out of Fazio. We know he was full of shit and all that stuff. We know he was a horribly lonely man. He wasn't living the life of Riley. But, you know, you basically humored the man. You were kind enough to humor the man. A man that had nothing to live for whatsoever. Physiologically, morally, and every other way. Got himself in the grave now. Never be a problem to anybody again. But let's look at life in a different respect. Every one of us is going to die someday. And as years go by, you won't exist anymore in the minds of anyone, even your loved ones. They're going to die too. When they die, who else is going to remember you? Who else, 20 years from now, 25 years from now, who's going to remember any of us characters on YouTube? It'd be dust in the wind, because all we are is dust in the wind. Who's going to remember any one of us? Because the people, the lame blamers, another coined phrase, the lame blamers, they're not going to be around to talk their story anymore. Once you're gone, you're gone. And even with your loved ones, if so many years pass by, their life moves on too. You're going to become a distant memory. That's just the way it is. No matter how much they loved you, you will become a distant memory. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. Miko says, you all find with Eric, I think he meant fond. You all fond with Eric and Fisher's lifestyles. Deep inside, they are deeply unhappy, and they are trying to cover up for themselves with their lifestyle. Well, exactly. I do believe in what you're saying there is true, yes. Dudes, I present myself as who the fuck I am, whether you like me or not. I am who I am. I'm not going to change. I've learned from some mistakes I made in the past, and use your past history to correct on the contemporary times in your life, but hopefully that you learn something from things, good and bad, that you've done both, as we all should, really. But some people don't learn. That's why Barry is going to be, it's a perpetual misery. It's in perpetuity with Barry. Perpetuity. Barry's not going to change for anybody. We all know that. And believe me, he's not having a good old time in Bicutan. I'll tell you that right now. I don't care what rumors are being spread around that he likes it's a better situation. His girlfriend said it on her show that she talked to Barry, and he said, it's a lot better than the detention center. Who's going to buy that story? I'm not buying it. Don't try to sell it to me. I'm definitely not buying that. Absolutely not. I've seen enough shit on that place to know that it's a miserable place that, of course, I certainly wouldn't want to be in. Anybody, really, but that's just a horrible place. It's an absolutely horrible, horrible place. Kids asleep in a room there with little soft music playing in there, I hear. He's got his door open and his music, piano music going on there. I don't know what the hell he's got asleep, and it's just weird. It's amazing they get any sleep at all. I couldn't get any sleep at all that night. Tossing and turning. How do I maintain such a positive attitude? Well, because you must. You gotta face adversity and be strong. And take care of business, man. That's called survival. And you do whatever the hell it takes to ensure your own survival. Gee, Ginger, I haven't seen you run that quick for how long? What you barking at, baby? What? What? Another dog out there? What? What are you barking at? It's another beautiful day, my friends. Another beautiful day, yeah. It's another... Goats are out there happy in the field. All right, come on, Ginger. She don't miss a trick. Come on, come on. She don't miss a trick. Anybody who passes by here, I don't care who it is. Kids, adults, animals, she's going to let us know. Her and her buddy. All right, baby. Good job, good job. She's gung-ho. This is her territory, and she lets everybody know it's her territory. As I said, there's always a backstory to these people. Yeah, there's a back door and a backstory. Nico says, the only time I've seen Eric return to the States in the last 10 years was a trade fair in New York and Chicago. Where is his family in the States? I don't know. Maybe they want nothing to do with him. But that might not be a fair statement either, and I apologize. I don't know his state of affairs in USA. And quite frankly, it's really none of my business. As you guys see how I talk on here, I'm very fair about what I say. I think I am. Because I'm at least the kind of person that'll give credit when it's due, no matter who they are. And I've done that, and you've heard me say that many times. I will give credit when there's credit to be due. There's no question about that. If you've been following me for a long time, you know I do that. I can't expect that from these people. I mean, for example, who are they to make a judgment that I'm a loser and having a horrible lifestyle? I'm the one that's got to be happy with my life, not them. That's their problem, not mine. They can't tell me how I'm living. They can't tell me how much money or how much money I have or don't have, or whether I have a great relationship with my girlfriend. They're not in a position to say that. Only I am. That's the bottom line. But, you know, it makes them feel better about themselves. Look, they all got skeletons in their closets, every single one of them. We all know it. And some of it is more apparent than others. They just decide they don't like somebody, and they're going to continue to harass them and dox them, and that's what they do. Because it's a reflection upon themselves is what it is. I don't have to be some professor to figure this shit out. They got a lot of bad shit going on in their lives, and they've experienced a lot of bad shit. They want to rise above it all by attacking other people to make themselves feel better. I've known that the whole time. There's nothing new. It never will be. It is Lucy Red. Welcome to the big shoe this morning. Yeah, I was up extra early, man. Dogs were barking. I said, fuck, man. I need my beauty sleep. Know what I'm saying? I need my beauty sleep. I don't always get it. As I said, I had a divorce from Benny the Benzo. We parted ways. Benny ain't happy about it, but I'm very happy about it. I still wish I could get a straight 8 hours sleep. I just don't think that's possible for me, unless I would have to take something again, and I don't want to do that. And even so, it never worked for me getting 8 hours of sleep anyway. So what's the purpose? That's my point. What is the purpose with all the bullshit on here? To make themselves feel better. I could ask them the same question. How many medications are you on? And for what purpose? You got a reason to take a medication? Maybe you do. And that's why you take it. You don't take it unless you're taking it for recreational purposes. And a lot of people do that. I don't do that. If I had to take a medicine, it's not for recreational purposes, I can assure you that. Miko says the things with these people is they never take a back step against them, as when it comes to it, they are all full of cowardice. Well, most of them are. Now, you could beat people intellectually in many ways. You could outsmart these people. You don't have to use physical strength to tear on their ass. And I'm really, look, let me tell you something. I've never claimed to be a superhero with strength on here. I'm not in my 30s or 20s anymore. I'm realistic about it. But there's other ways of fighting people too. Lots of ways. I have the intellect to do it. I have the tenacity to do it. And that's pretty powerful. That's even more powerful than money. You put something to your mind and you go with it and you stick with it. And there's usually victory at the end when you do. And I did exactly that. That's why Barry, it didn't turn out well for him. I knew the way this was going to turn out. Well, pardon me, that's not the total truth. I'll even correct myself. I knew for the most part that Barry would be blacklisted. I knew for the most part that, I knew that it was not worth carrying this case on any more than it was. I knew that because he owed all this money, that he would never be free until he's paid off. I allowed the court to make their decision on it. I agreed with my lawyers on this. There was no victory for Barry at all. This was well planned. 2 weeks in advance of that last trial hearing. And then within 2 hours of the trial, we still discussed it. The pros and cons of what direction to take. And I made the right decision because the way it worked out is he wound up in Bicutan anyway. I was certainly hoping that the judge would pass sentence on him and actually, he's still considered convicted. He's a convicted criminal. Yeah, even though he pleaded guilty. He pleaded guilty, that's the point. He's guilty. There's no question on it. He was convicted, period. It's called a conviction. And as, fate turns out, he winds up in Bicutan after all. I had nothing to do with that. I was certainly hoping that in the end of the court hearings trial that the judge would put sentence on him because he pleaded guilty on all 5 charges. But, me and the lawyers, we looked at the pros and cons of this. And what we thought to our head is you don't know what the judge is going to say. This was the key point here. I'll get it out to you. This is the key point. Not knowing where the judge was going to go with this, we knew one thing. That if we didn't have any conflict, against Barry pleading guilty, then we would have just continued the case. We would have said, no, that my client is not going to accept his guilty plea, and will plead to the judge not to accept his guilty plea and continue the case and didn't get convicted. But the way it worked out was that if we figured that, let his lawyer ask for the fines and so forth, because we knew already, and this was talked about, didn't just come to us instantaneously. I told you it was about a little shy of 2 weeks before the trial, and then, more ultimately, 2 hours before the actual trial that I was speaking with my lawyers. They said the best way to go with this is let him plead his guilty, accept it. That means he's convicted, and Frankie already won, because he will be permanently blacklisted, never be able to come in the Philippines. That's what you wanted, Frank, they said, didn't you? I said, yeah. I was hoping for a little jail time, but then they said, and afterwards, well, Frank, that worked out for you. Look what just happened. They put him in Bicutan anyway, and he ain't got the money to get out, so basically, he's in prison. Which, if I carried this thing out, I would have hoped for a conviction from the judge, sentencing rather, different words, sentencing, for him to be X amount of years for each charge. But it worked out even better. I don't have to put any more money out on at least Barry anymore. That's over with. Case is over with. Done deal. Well, Barry didn't win anything. We won. We knew what we were doing. But as fate turned out, it worked even better for us because they were planning to shut this facility down where he's been for the past 2 years. So they had to put him somewhere. So it really just worked out. Like art. Don't have an art degree for nothing there, Mick. And Big Ego. The arts is a splendid thing. It's just not like, brush to canvas or camera to photograph. Art is everywhere. As my mentor, Melvin Edelglass, told me many years ago. He said, my boy, his exact words, my boy, art is everywhere. And he was right. Art is everywhere. The art of life. Lucy Red says, Flying Circus Channel was struck out, officially terminated. Oh, I never knew about that. Frank works in mysterious ways. I told you, man. I'm a hell of a person to deal with, man. Fuck my age. Age has nothing to do with it. Well, it does, actually. It's called wisdom. Well, they've got to attack me for my age. They're not that much younger than me. You really think about it. They're not that much younger than me. We're all going to go, every one of us. We all got our Grim Reaper papers waiting, every single one of us. God, I can't believe all the people who have died on here. And contrary to what you might believe about me, I don't really wish death on anybody as much as I want to wish it on myself. Unless I was in terrible pain and I couldn't live anymore, then I'd wish death. I'd even have somebody just put a pillow on my face or something, or just get it over with. I promise you that. No, I don't wish death on anybody. I really don't. I don't hate anybody enough to do that. Now, unless there's something, they killed a family member or something like that, yeah, I might cause their death rather than wishing them death. And at my age, I got nothing to lose. If I decided to turn the corner in some other way and be physically violent with somebody, I would have done that a long time ago. Barry would not be in a cushy, compared to being, dead or alive, he would not be in the protective custody of the Republic of the Philippines. Believe me, I would have took care of this business a long time ago. Not to kill him, I wouldn't do that, as I said. I said I'm not an advocate for violence in any form or way. Only thing I like to watch is MMA. Two people getting their aggressions out on each other in a legal atmosphere, a planned legal event, where they signed up to beat the shit out of each other. I could watch that, have no problem with that. in my interest in martial arts anyway. I've always liked it. But, you know, to kind of label somebody as being frail, I don't know what you guys, well, they just say that to pull your chain. Of course, I understand that. But even in jest, how do you define frail? Frail is what Barry was before all those Oreos made him into a Goodyear blimp. I'm like 170 pounds at 5'7", barely 5'7". That's not frail by any means or measures. But it sounds good for people to say that, though. But that's just the way it is on here. They'll turn the truth around as if they're trying to make you, you know, get your feelings hurt. But that doesn't work with me. It never did. I examine their situation, what they look like, or what their lifestyle is, compared to mine. And there's no comparison. I live a very stable life here. Bottom line, there's not much more to say. I've been with the same woman for over 9 years. That's admirable. Same woman. Yeah, I bought her a house. If she didn't like me that much or something, she could kick me out. But she wouldn't be able to do that either. Because I actually have a 25-year lease on the land. I got a 25-year lease. So if push came to shove, I could throw her out. But they don't want to talk about that. It's Jimmy's house. Jimmy, Cocoa Pop, all this Jimmy bullshit. They have no idea who Jimmy is or what he's all about. He has no interest in his house whatsoever. The house is willed over to her children anyway. He don't have a problem with it. Jimmy's not a bad guy. Jimmy's a pretty good guy for what I know about him. He's never been adverse to us. He's not a challenge to us. He doesn't hold any harsh feelings against his ex and all that. And doesn't have any harsh feelings for me because I'm with his ex. There's been no problem with that at all. But of course, trolls like to turn it around. Jimmy's going to take over the house. No, Jimmy's not going to take over the house. That's never going to happen. Yeah. But, you know, it sounds good on paper. As I say, you know, looks good on paper. That type of shit. No, actually, my lifestyle, I'm very happy with it. I think I could visit a few more places. I think I'd be happy. But other than that, I'm happy with the status quo of my life. I love being with her. I mean, there's no question about that. I tell her all the time how important she is to me all the time. I always tell her, you know, I love you. Don't you? She says, I know that. And she loves me. And it's a wonderful relationship. I can't complain about it. She's special to me. And you're going to forgive me if I get reactive when people start talking shit about her. I guess because they shouldn't talk shit about it. There's no reason to talk shit about her. They all know her as a good person. Even the biggest trolls will acknowledge that there's nothing wrong with Gilda. She's a pretty solid person. She's a good gal. So leave her alone. Keep her name out of it if you feel that way. That's what I say about that. But they do that to try to get my goat. But it's like this. You either like somebody or you don't. You know, come out with it. Say it, you know. Instead of all the bullshit. Lay your cards on the table, man. That's all. Be real. If that's even possible to be real. Anyway, it's at least here in the Philippines. I don't know where you all are, but it's Easter Sunday here in the Philippines. I don't know what we're having for dinner today. I mean, I don't really celebrate the religious holiday. They do. But it is what it is. Found an interesting channel. Oh, God. You know me with the names. And there's this, what's another Russian guy. And he's with this Filipina. And apparently she's having like, what seems to be anxiety attacks. And they're milking people for all they got on this. I see right through this. He seems like a nice guy. Is this right? His name is Boris. Boris and Darlene. Yeah, that's the characters. Boris and Darlene. Are you guys familiar with their channel? I forgot what they entitle it. Boris and Darlene. That's their actual names. Seems like a nice enough guy. She seemed like a nice enough woman, but I'm seeing through something here. I'm not trying to find fault with him, but I'm surmising something here. For some reason, she seems to be supposedly having seizures, or the shakes, or she's passing out, having anxiety attacks over this and that. Well, I don't know how Boris treats her, because you don't know what goes on beyond the camera. Now, Russians are known to be quite staunch and controlling. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's what's going on with this. Because, you're not going to see everything beyond the camera. They're going to show you what they just want to show you. Seems like a really nice guy, really caring for her and all that stuff, Give credit when due. And I always do that. But what's going on beyond the picture, I don't know. But they're sort of e-begging out there because every time she's got to go for a CT scan and everything else, her viewers are paying for it. But that's their own doing. But are they kind of pushing this in their own way with sympathy? I saw a lot of scenes in their shows where I could see they were pushing for sympathy. The gal is simply having anxiety attacks. That's all she's having for whatever reason it is. I know what anxiety is. I know what an anxiety attack is. Just like I could tell whether somebody smokes or whether they drinks. If you're doing the same thing, you can recognize a person that does either one of them. And I see what's happening with Darlene. And there's a pattern here. So his name is Boris and her name is Darlene. I can't think of the name of the channel. You guys maybe are not familiar with it. He is a Russian guy and she is a Filipina. And they seem like really nice people. But even nice people do things to get money. I don't know what he's living on and how he's affording all these MRIs and scans and testing and everything you think of, and hospital stays for his wife. I have no idea where his money's coming from. But their efforts to bring her for tests, and some very expensive, seem to be coming from his audience. Either they're just very caring and generous people, which I'm sure some of them are. See, I look at both sides. See, I'm not on the attack. I'm saying that there are generous people out there that help him out because they're sympathizing with him. But a lot of people use this little sympathy thing, like Barry's girlfriend with the drinking. I think that's all for sympathy. I'll tell you straight up, and I'm not holding anything back, and I never do. Look at me, I'm starting to drink now. Feel sorry for me. Feel sorry. I don't feel sorry for you. Don't drink. Go to the doctor's office. It hurts when I do that, doctor. And the doctor said, then don't do that. Well, if drinking is going to hurt you, then don't drink. Don't look for sympathy. So you can make some money, perhaps, if that's your goal. Don't drink. Is it worth becoming an alcoholic because of Barry? Shit. He's not worth the fucking price of a jeepney ride. Get real. Get wound up. Which state? I wasn't sure about that because I'm not a religious follower of them. She's becoming very independent, Chrissy. I don't see that relationship lasting forever. When she gets her complete independence and everything, she's not going to put up with his drinking and his bullshit and his lame jokes and how he, in many ways, very publicly downs her. I've heard him do that many times. Things don't last, and not everything seems to be what they are. It's all a facade. It's all smoke and mirrors to try to hurt somebody's feelings. Well, Big E and Tit Fisher and the likes of them all, you're not hurting my feelings. Let me just tell you up front. You know me better than that. I'm a human dynamo when it comes to you guys. No matter how old or frail or broke you think I am. Actually, you'd be surprised how much I have in the bank, boys. Maybe it's not as much as maybe some of you might have, but you'd be awfully surprised from various resources. And that's just talking about my money. It doesn't talk about my partner's money. That's just my money. But, I don't go into detail about that, and there's no reason I should. They know everything about me. But the one thing they don't know, and they will never know, and have no ability, no matter how tech-savvy they They will never be able to get into my bank account to actually know whether I'm really broke or I'm actually set up fairly well. Only I know that, and only Gilda knows that, nobody else. I could be broke as a skoke. Could very well be. You might be right. Or I might have enough money in there that, might be quite impressive on some level. Maybe not as much as others, but might be quite impressive. You never know, and you never will know. And that's what bothers them, when they don't really know. So what's the easy thing to say? That Frank is broke. Frank is broke. Okay, I'm broke. Why don't we stick with that? Frank is broke. Okay? We'll go with that. We'll make you feel happy about that. Frank is broke. Our relationship is horrible, 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 horrible. Nobody would have a relationship like ours. Believe what you want to believe if it makes you feel good. Take the feel-good medicine. And the dogs are, there they are in the room. No, there they are. Oh, they like being in Daddy's room. Okay. Well, dear, today is Easter Sunday, is it not?
Yeah.
Any special dinner planned today?
I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know.
You don't
What do
know.
you think?
What do I think? I'll settle for a bowl of lentils if I could find any lentils. We're broke, remember? We're broke. We can't afford food here. We're so broke. I don't know what's for dinner. We didn't plan it out. We have another family member actually coming here tomorrow. We gotta have some food around, but that's, today is today, tomorrow's tomorrow. But they miss out on our feast or our famine, whatever it might be. One or the other, right? It has to be one or the other. So which is it? Whatever you want it to be. Whatever you'd like it to be if it makes you happy. No, I have no idea. I'm not, obviously not religious, but I respect their beliefs, and I just don't really celebrate Easter. But as part of a quote, and it certainly is, a family unit, I'll go along with the holidays, religious or not, out of respect. And that's how you play it. Okay, anybody want to hone in with anything? Now's your opportunity. If you are in this country and it is actually Easter today where you live, I'll wish you a happy Easter. Of course I will. Too bad about Flying Circus's channel, huh? I wonder how we had it taken off. That's a crying shame. Crying shame. Shit happens sometimes, Why don't we all just sing Kumbaya around the proverbial campfire? And as Rodney said, why can't we all just get along? Wouldn't that be marvelous and novel if we could all just get along and mind our own business? Enjoy your life as you have it, because life is very questionable. Life can be very short. And it's all you got, considering how many hours you sleep, how many hours you might work, everything in between. Enjoy your life and your breath, as long as you can take one out of your lungs. Appreciate it for what it is. Stop spending time concentrating on somebody else's life and think about your own. Make yourself happy. And if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. But clap your hands if you're happy, but don't attack other people because maybe you're not happy after all, and you want to see somebody be miserable as you are. Shameful, shameful, shame, 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 shame. Take the low road, tend to your grass. Fertilize your grass. Nico will teach you how. Although his grass always winds up dead. I guess it's a point I'm making here somehow. There's got to be a point to this. If you got nothing, develop a relationship with your lawn. At least you're doing something. Spend all that money, and then your lawn winds up dying after all, the expense. This is the insanity that goes on here. Okay, the dialogue has definitely slowed down, so it's time for me to get off. Trizzle, thrazzle, thrizzle, thrown. Time for this one to come home. It's almost at the 2-hour mark, so under it. Let's keep it under, so I'm going to split. And Papa, I hope you had a glorious Easter. You only wish the best on you, Robert. You know that by heart. Do something special today. And as far as the other trolls, go say your prayers, go to the confessional booth, and you'll be absolved of your sins, and you'll go back to committing them on Monday. But then you always got another Sunday coming up. You could do the same all over again. So it's fun, isn't it? Get to commit all the sins you want and get them absolved just by saying a few Hail Marys. That's a pretty good deal, I think. With that being said, good day. Damn the torpedoes. Okay, I'm going to do a real short here. Really shouldn't talk about this because people are going to be challenging me that you can't do it, you can't do it, you can't do it, you can't do it. We're not talking about quitting YouTube. I didn't say that. Although it's a great idea, but which harder to quit YouTube or quit smoking? Yeah. Well, I'm going to be reducing a hell of a lot more because I decided that punishing myself in this way is useless. It doesn't make any sense at all. There was a notable figure in, I don't know, call it maybe a celebrity figure that smoked about as much as 40 cigarettes a day. I certainly don't do that. That managed to quit. And the first week, it wasn't hard. But then the following week, it was a she, and she wound up smoking a certain amount of cigarettes per day, went down to 12, and next week she went down to having a fraction of that, and then completely off, and then none. And although she would have these moments of wanting to have a cigarette, she would feel proud of herself that she didn't need to anymore. Now, a lot of people on there know I talk about health topics and all this stuff on here. And maybe I do certain things for my own survival because of the fact that I smoke. I'm sure I do. It's a very hard thing for those that do smoke. They know that. And those that drink understand that too. But we all have challenges in our life, and I'm one to always face a challenge. Obviously so. So we're going to make an effort, wean down. Some say go cold turkey. That's never worked for me. Weaning down, I guess, and I did a bit. I talked about it the past few weeks. But I think I'm going to get to the point here now. After these cigarettes run out, it's going to be something that's going to have to be controlled by my lovely Gilda and make an effort not to give me anything at all until the count is down for the day of how many I could smoke. Kind of dish it out, because it's hard to do a cold turkey. I've tried. I actually successfully quit smoking once before when I was in Hawaii. And it wasn't for a long period of time, maybe a few months, but that's a lot. That's a lot. Then stressful things happened, and I found myself saying, fuck it. And I wound up buying a pack and said, fuck it. That happens a lot. But you know what? When I did quit that time, I woke up every day and I didn't even think about it, wanting to smoke. Unless you had a stressful situation going, but then you'd hold back on it. So we're going to play around with this a little bit, and I'm not going to talk about it until I've actually gotten to a point that I could talk about it, of any measurable success on that. So, with that being said, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make an effort on that. I don't want to wind up having inhalers, and every time I walk up a step or something, that my breathing is going to be affected. I don't want it to come to that. That's borderline COPD, rare, if you get into a situation like that. So, I think I'm just going to give it the old college try. Let's get another bachelor's degree in quitting. What do you think about that? We'll see where this goes, but we won't talk about it anymore. Later.
Right to emphasize the lack of publicly available official proof regarding a blacklisting of Frank Battaglia in the Philippines. Here's a more detailed explanation of why that kind of definitive proof might not be readily accessible, and why the existence of a petition, while suggestive, isn't conclusive official confirmation. What constitutes official proof? Typically, official proof would be a document issued by the relevant government agency, in this case the Bureau of Immigration, BI, of the Philippines. This could be a formal order, a notice, or an entry in their official records that explicitly names Frank Battaglia as being on a blacklist. Why this proof is on his visa. This suggests the delay in his visa is not due to any action or inaction on his part, but rather due to administrative processes or backlogs within the Philippine immigration system. By no willingness of his own, this emphasizes that Frank Battaglia is not intentionally overstaying or neglecting his visa obligations. Due to immigration complaint, this is a crucial point. It implies that a complaint has been filed with the Bureau of Immigration, BI, and this complaint is the underlying reason for the administrative delays affecting his visa. If this is the situation, several possibilities could be occurring. Investigation of the complaint. The BI might be investigating the complaint, and this process is causing delays in the processing or renewal of Frank Battaglia's visa. Hold order. Depending on the nature and seriousness of the complaint, the BI might have placed a hold order on his visa processing until the investigation is complete. This could prevent him from renewing or obtaining a new visa in the meantime. Potential blacklisting, though not yet official. While not yet official, if the immigration complaint is serious enough and found to be valid, it could potentially lead to blacklisting in the future. However, as we've discussed, a complaint alone doesn't automatically result in a blacklisting. Misunderstanding or miscommunication. There's also the possibility of a misunderstanding or miscommunication regarding the complaint and its impact on his visa status. To navigate this situation, Frank Battaglia should likely seek legal counsel. Engaging a reputable immigration lawyer in the Philippines is highly recommended.
How do I know? Because I have scoliosis. And when I examine that video footage further, that's what I saw. We're brothers of the spine, Mick. We're brothers of the spine. It's called a spinal tap. Brothers after all. Well, Discord is going crazy as a bedbug. And why do you say that? Seems the tables are turning quite in a different direction. I get people that are messaging me all the time what goes on Discord, because I actually don't really go there on Discord. Apparently the tables are turning, and this time it's not against me. I think people have had enough of all the bullshit with Biggie and Mick and people like Don C and that like and Popeye and all that. Because the word I'm getting all the time is that people are more so supporting me. They understand the situation in regards to immigration. They know that Barry's girlfriend lied. They all aware of that. And they understand possibly why she did. And she's being pushed a little, but not just by Barry. There are other things going on that was pushing Barry's soon-to-be ex-girlfriend into actually putting that complaint on me. Now, I've sent you guys some information on how or what is actually going on with immigration. There is no blacklisting. There's a hold order, but there's not a blacklist. There can't be a blacklist until they actually make a resolution. And obviously, we've all figured out that there is no resolution, although the high roaders, they tried to make everybody believe that they held the paper in their hands. They have the resolution right there in their hands. In fact, Biggie went as far as showing some plane footage of him getting on an AirAsia plane, which is supposed to be indicative of him that he actually went to Manila when he said he did, and he's putting all these reports in on me, and he's attending to the poor damsel in distress, Barry's girlfriend, and all that bullshit. Well, the people on Discord are a little bit more intellectual than that. I don't know why they are more so than those that spend all their time on YouTube, but apparently there are a couple of intellects in that community that see exactly what's going on with all this. Now, in regards to Barry Jordan, the one thing I don't know if his fees accrue. I don't know if his fees accrue as long as he hasn't paid off his visa fees and all the fines and all that shit. I don't know if they actually accrue, because if he hasn't paid anything, I mean, some people believe that his fees are just constantly going up every month, that he doesn't pay, and this will be a continuation. If somebody knows something I don't, maybe perhaps you can share that with me, but I was under that impression. It seems unrealistic that Barry's going to be getting out of prison anytime soon, because the high roaders, the ones with the fat wallet, they are reluctant to pay anything to Barry Jordan because they simply don't want to see me profit in this in any way. That's what's going on. Besides, there also is a very inert factor going on with the times that Barry has said some very horrible things about the very people that he's trying to get the money from, and people do have a memory for that too. But although to try to get even with me, you would think that, yeah, they would pay his way off. And as I said on my show, I don't care. I don't care if they gather their money and pay Barry and he's on his way back to America. As I said, I will profit from this. I could use extra pocket money. I have no problem with that at all. But you see, they also know that. And they refuse to give a peso to Barry because, and first of all, I don't believe the bullshit that Big Ego was putting around saying that Barry has most of the money for the initial court fees. I don't buy that at all. And that's the word on the street, on Discord and other places too. I don't think that's happening. And even if that happened, he's still going to have to come up with another $250K. Who's going to give him that? The high roaders? I doubt it. Then he still has to pay off for remaining, all the complexities of an immigration, overstay with fees and fines and everything like that. It's quite good, actually. He's probably never had a living situation as good as the one he had in the broken down detention center in Mandawi. That was probably his better living situation. Free rent and electricity. He's never had it as good as that, although he's walked out on a lot of his landlord's rent and electric bills and all that stuff. And some of it he even granted over to a girlfriend that might have been staying there, or it's under her name or whatever, and took advantage of that situation and said, fuck you, you're going to pay this, not me. If we're breaking up, go to hell. He likes to say all the time, go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. Well, speaking of going to hell, he is in hell. I would say 107 degrees Fahrenheit, with the heat index. I would think that's hell. I would think that's holy fucking hell as far as I'm concerned. So he is going to hell. So he got to go to Bicutan. He's also in hell. He got an RSVP to hell in advance. It's called Bicutan, and everything working out just well. Good evening, Anthony. AJE. Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening. No, we didn't have any special Easter dinner today. We were going to go out for dinner. And we decided we wouldn't. It's really crowded downtown. It's kind of crazy, and we just ate at home. But we didn't have any special Easter dinner today. Blacklisted and sent home. I don't know. I've heard something about 6 months, but no, you're looking at a video I put on briefly where a guy that's in there saying that he was an overstayer. No, he wasn't. He actually, what did he have? It wasn't an overstayer, but he was saying that, well, they said 6 months to 2 years for overstay, if that's the case. But it's kind of a complicated situation with his, because he was basically sentenced to a fine and all that shit with the judge, but at the same time, he was still an immigration overstayer who hasn't paid off all the fines and penalties. It's a very complicated situation for him. Now, here's what he's thinking, and what the consensus of the do-gooders and high roaders are thinking. They're thinking that, let's see, what was that train of thought? It was that if I got arrested and deported, that's what it was. If I got arrested and deported, then he wouldn't have to pay all that shit, and they'd send him home and be deported. That he wouldn't be responsible for all these court fees. Boy, is that far from the truth. Whew, damn, can't get any further from the truth than that. Evening, Mr. Istor. Barry's aren't doing shit. They're just throwing mud in his face, which proves. And speaking of Discord, tables are definitely turning against Fisher and all the do-gooders, the high roaders. They don't respect them at all. The tide has actually changed, and where I was a topic on there, and I always am at some point, and there's always been some people on there that supported me anyway, but more so now. And as everything kind of like irons out and relaxes, and everything is like, the smoke is clearing, everybody is able to get better vision as to what's actually going on with this whole situation with Barry, with me, and who's lying and who's not, and everything else. People are finally figuring it out. It took a while, but they're finally figuring it out. Are you gay, double chin? He looks good shirtless. Well, he has a spinal curvature. I know because I have it. I saw him on the beach, and what I did see, he did have saggy tits. But he does work out. I mean, I said, same note. Give him credit that he does work out, but I saw the way he was standing, and if anybody knows, I do, because I have a certain touch of scoliosis. And I could see him, and I know he has scoliosis. Yeah, he does not have a straight spine. I could see that in there. And somebody actually wrote me and mentioned that to me, and I said, let me go take a better look. And I went over there because I wasn't looking for that, and I went over there to see what was going on and examined it a little further. Yeah, and the way he was standing, it does actually look. I can't be completely factual on this, but it does look that way. Yeah. But, like I said, it's not a death sentence to have scoliosis. Let's see. All 4 discords are trending, Frank. Yeah, that's the other thing, too, about Barry's passport. I'm happy you brought that up. As most of you may know, or may not know, to renew, sorry, I'm getting some water here. To renew your passport, you have to renew it 5 months, and everybody can, they can verify this. They know it's the truth. They have to get it done 5 months. Apply for a new passport 5 months before it actually expires. That's the way it works. I needed that. Yeah, I think it was in June. But I got on 27 here. Put the lever up here. Okay, that should work. Put the fan on. Mediocre. On medium. Okay. It's only, what time is it here? Oh, now the clock ain't working because I ain't got it plugged in. Oh, hold on, focus. Which one is this? I don't know which wire goes to what here. There's so many goddamn plugs over here. I don't know which is which. It's a black wire going into here. Jesus Christ, seriously. Oh, here it is. Perhaps I should take that out. It's not barely 8 o'clock. Okay. When the lights go down. Hold on, folks. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just kind of multitasking. Okay. Should suffer a hell of a lot. But, Barry's crimes were not big enough, really, to have to endure this kind of shit in Bicutan. Sure, he did wrong in so many ways, but, there should be a better facility for lower grade crimes, but there's not in this country, definitely not. Abbo was, oh really, he did a live an hour ago, saying everyone is delusional thinking Frisbee is in a real jail. Is he trying to prove, is Jay trying to prove that to himself or his audience, or who's he trying to prove that to? Well, have Jay, well, I think he's been in and out of jail in his life. I think he even talked about it. Have him be put in Bicutan and then have Jay rethink that question, rethink that statement. It's real. It's real. No, it's a real jail. Can't get any more real than that. You gotta go by their rules. He ain't gonna get away with all the shit he got away in the detention center. That's for damn sure. That ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen. Sure, you can slip a couple of pesos in guards' pockets and shit like that. You might get away with that now and then. It's according to whether they want to risk their jobs or how much of a chance you want to take. Or if you got that kind of money to do that. If you got big money, yeah, you might even get an air-conditioned room in a corner somewhere. And have your own bunk, your own bed to yourself. Yeah, that exists. I don't know. They have special sections, private, that is just made for that. I don't know how they get away with it. I mean, the warden must know. He runs the place. How does a warden not know that there are special rooms for special favors? How does a warden not know that? They have to know that because he's going to probably get cut in on something. It's the only thing I could think of. Jay said it's a detention center and it's a walk in the park for him. No, it's no walk in the park, that's for damn sure. What a hell of a park that would be. I know what nice parks look like. I worked in them for years. And that ain't no nice park. The living conditions, especially this time of year, is hellacious. Just hellacious. That it's not. No walk in the park, buddy. Jay's been in a couple of jail cells in his life. I think he's talked about it. He's had some run-in with the law, I believe, so you could correct me on this, but yeah. Jay's, he's not unfamiliar with a jail cell. I still don't understand, with all his so-called Bitcoin money, that he's living with mommy. And he sits there and has mommy listen to all these shows, too. The dynamic duo, dynamic duo. Mr. Istarahe says, there's an inmate appointed, as the mayor in the warden's facility, and $8,000 a month will get your own small bed. $8,000 a month, huh? That's still a lot of money. Shit, get your own bed, that's almost worth it. Well, it's according to where your bed is. Well, if you mean like in a private room somewhere, I'd be all for it. I'd be all for it. And a strong fan and a number of hand rags to wipe the sweat off. I definitely would have some, definitely in there, you would need the following. That alcohol sanitizer for your hands and everything else. Yeah, you definitely need that. Some antibiotic cream. Yeah, I think you would definitely need that. Because any cut you get in that place is going to fester like Uncle Fester Fazio. The guy was a walking, festering pustule. Let's see. Change off of shirts and clothing, for sure. Let's see. Definitely any equivalent to Pepto-Bismol. And they have it here in the Philippines, not as Pepto-Bismol. I know the name of it, and I just responded to somebody's show, actually. A local guy in Santa Fe who was talking about this. They have an equivalent to Pepto-Bismol here. I just forgot the name. And there's another drug, too. You get an upset stomach from the food or something like that. What would be helpful if you got some basic, broad spectrum antibiotic, if you could get it in there, whether it's amoxicillin or any equivalent, because they're not going to help you in there. You get an infection, you get a fever and everything else, you're going to die in that place. So getting to be able to have, antibiotics, I think would be critical in a situation like that. I think that would be absolutely critical. Oh yeah, that would be critical. I mean, it's not a good situation, man, because the water comes out of this rusty pipe, and that's what they're using for drinking water, unless you could afford to buy bottled water, which of course, and actually, even outside of jail, I mean, don't be drinking tap water or any shit like that out here. You all should know that. You want to drink bottled water and just put your faith in that. But that's almost a necessity. So I can see a large expense, if you have the money, to be buying bottled water every single day. Even the shower water is terrible. I mean, I don't know, man. It's just not, why don't I just say, it's just not a good situation over there at all. It's not healthy. It's not sanitary. It's horrible. I don't have to be there to know, and hopefully I never will. I'll make sure of that. But Barry's got it really mixed up. He says, if I wind up in there, it's going to be a problem. Well, I'm going to say the opposite. You don't want me in there, because your problems are just going to start, bud. His problems would just start with me being there with him. Trust me when I tell you that. If you never trusted me before, trust me now. His problems would be just beginning. You know why? Because I, at that point, would have nothing to lose. If I was going to be in there for years, I wouldn't care, and especially at my age, anything will go with me. Shank the bastard or something, whatever. I don't care what it'll be. Get some prime mosquitoes and blow it his way or something, But he's going to get shanked by somebody, because he can't help but running his mouth. No, I wouldn't really. I'm just being big mouth here. I'm not going to shank the guy. I don't believe in violence like that. But I think somebody actually would get around to actually doing that with him, because he's a very special guy. And his mouth got him into trouble so far, and his mouth continues to get him into trouble. It just doesn't know when to shut up. Anyway, yeah, Discord is, they're going crazy on there, I hear. They're just going crazy. The information highway is just running all over the place in Discord. And I have a few characters on here that they're not exactly happy with. How the tables have turned. My understanding is they're not happy with Mick. They're not happy with Big E, especially. They're not happy with Barry's girlfriend either. They know she's a liar. Yeah. Oh, they're livid about this. They really are. I get somebody who gets me all the information from there. I'm not going to say who, obviously, but see, I don't go on there. I'm just technically challenged. I don't know if you get down there, how do you get to these people's channels, if they call them channels or whatever they are. So I have people that actually write me, and they give me pretty much a daily digest, if needed, to actually what's going on Discord. AJG says, I remember Barry saying he was never going to Bicutan, so it stands to be reason that it's impossible that he's there. Well, he is there. Mr. Istor says they're very anti-ego on all of the Discords. That's what I heard too. They don't believe a goddamn thing that Big Ego says, or Mick Fisher. None of them. They don't believe it. The tables have finally turned. Yeah, I knew it's just a matter of time it would, but the tables have finally turned. They know I've been given a raw deal with Barry's girlfriend and all that shit. They're all aware of that. They know that. They don't want to admit it, the high roaders, but they know what's going down. They're smart enough to figure this thing out. They can figure it out all by themselves, They don't need any influence from anybody. Very anti-ego in all the Discords. I think people have always been anti-ego. They never believed anything he said in the past. They don't believe it in the present. Running a harem, all this shit. Nobody respects the guy. Nobody ever did. I don't remember anybody respecting him. Except if you're another troll, and you both have something in common, like you want to attack a certain person, like me. Little old me. Then I really laughed that these people think they're getting... Ouch, it's biting me. They think they're getting fucking younger for some reason. So they make fun of my age all the time. Well, like I said all the time, man, if they're lucky enough, they'll get to live to be my age. I just don't, maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't see that happening. I don't care how much weight you lift. Doesn't mean the internal part of your body is healthy. Yeah, you could build up a couple of muscles, but that doesn't mean that you're doing everything right in your life. That you're not going to drop dead like anybody else does on here. All these fucking YouTubers that have fucking kicked the bucket. Any one of us at any moment in time could kick the fucking bucket. I could, you could, anyone could. Easy as pie. So that's why I have a good laugh when I hear all this shit. All the do-gooders, they ain't doing no good at all, and they ain't doing no good to themselves, that's for damn sure. I'll say it again, I know the exact people that are going to have medical problems. It's just a matter of time. I've been right before. I gotta grab something here. Okay, let's see what we got here. Where is my, oh, there it is. I don't know, call it beginner's luck or something, but a lot of my prophecies have actually come true. Have they not? Am I lying? They actually have. When you come to think about it. And I'm not going to be on it too much longer. It's too hot to talk any. I might kind of hang around in bed a little bit early tonight. The air conditioner on. She wasn't feeling too good, so yeah. But like these Filipinos, man, they don't listen to you. I said you got to keep cool. She had a temperature of, 39.4 centigrade. And I said, no, that's not good. No, excuse me, 38.4. 39 would have been really alarming. But it went down, and she seems okay. But you get a Filipino to listen to you, that's almost impossible. And I got to the point, I said, you're on your own, just like my daughter. People, you give them advice, they don't listen to you, and oh, well, it's their prerogative. And it's their life, Did you hear Kitchi Kim scored her a new YouTuber? I don't even know what the channel is called anymore. I haven't tuned into that for a long, long time. I know she was living with this guy, doing work for him or something. What is the update on that situation? Because I'm not real privy to that information. I don't listen to her. I can't listen to her if I wanted to. It's very hard to listen to that crazy laugh of hers. She scored her a new big YouTuber. Well, who would that be? Do tell. Loser says that ego is just arrogant. Well, obviously so. Oh, Istar says, I got to laugh when they called him the big sphincter. That's what he is. He's a big ass. He won't take his shirt off and show his physique, though. Have you ever seen him do that? He won't. He makes fun of me, that I'm frail and all this other shit. I'd like to see Big E take his shirt off and pose for the camera like Mick Fisher did. And that was an embarrassment in itself of Mick Fisher, because he does have women tits. They're not what you call really workable, solid pecs. And his body is not symmetrical. He probably has some kind of spinal curvature. Now, we're not jumping on Mick for that. This is an observation, simply an observation. But I'd like to see Big E take his shirt off and see how physically in shape that he is. He's supposed to work out too sometime. The only thing I ever see is him photographing Mick work out. Maybe he's attracted to Mick. I don't fucking know. You know how bizarre he is with relationships to go to ego Micster. Who the fuck knows? I don't know. He's into anything, it seems, He's looking for couples. He says couples, period, on his dating profile. Couples could mean a couple of guys, could mean whatever, Yeah, but I don't follow Kitschy Kim. I don't even know what her channel name is anymore. And all I knew is that she was, she got this job with this stupid YouTuber, man. Decided to take her in. And he's got some money or something, so she was living a good life. I don't know if that ended or what happened with that. But you're saying that there's another YouTuber in the picture now? I wish you guys would kind of finish your sentences. You're going to say something. Come in with a little bit more information than that. Otherwise, this becomes very, I don't know, cryptic. Yeah, I don't know. I suppose you tell us about it since you mentioned that. You can't score a new big YouTuber. Tell who's the YouTuber. What's the situation? Don't be so vague on my channel. You know I hate that. Being vague. I'm never vague about anything. So if you're going to say something on my show, at least, give me a half a paragraph or a couple of sentences or something. Explain when you come out with a comment like that. Otherwise, don't. KK, the Philippine. KK Philippine. FILIPNS. She's dating the regular guy? Oh my God, I have to check that out. I know of the regular guy. I mean, I never watch. I hear his name being used all the time and being attacked or something. My God, I don't know about you foreigners, man. You expats, I'm not going to say it any more than that if I get in trouble. I'll refrain. Caught myself in this one ahead of time. Like I say, it's to each his own. Wow. Seriously. Is she living with him now? Did she now move over from the other guy that was employing her, and now she's living with regular guy? Is that what's going on? She's got him on her videos. Well, I still don't know the name of her channel. KK to Filipina. Oh, KK to Filipina. Oh, it was Philly and Mike that hired her. And why did he fire her, may I ask? I mean, let's, keep it going here. Keep the knowledge free and clear, What did she do? Did she try to clean him out of his money, or what did she do? She's too old for regular guy. Hello, Hugo. Well, I don't know. Apparently she's something to do with regular guy now. What a sad life these people are living, I swear, between the expats and even some of the Filipinos, really. Who they wind up with and why and all that shit. Oh, fuck this. I have to go where it's cool. I'll put my headphones on, but she's still going to hear me. I wanted her to get some rest, but I'm still going to... I just got to go where it's cool. I want to go in the living room. That's where they all are. And I'll keep the air conditioner on, too, because it's kind of hot. I normally shut it off in the living room, and they don't mind having the fan. They're used to it, actually. But goddamn it, I goddamn make sure that I have a friggin' air conditioner going, that's for sure. One stop off first here. I don't know the backstory. I just saw Scotty Boy kissing up to her. Really? Oh my God. So much for taste, but hey, whatever, I'll leave it at that. So much for that. Let me get my headphones. Let's see. Well, I don't need headphones if I'm not listening to anything, so I gotta come in here to cool off. It's just too hot even to talk on here. Oh, she's in love with anybody that'll be that'll give attention to her. That's what I think. But then again, yeah, they got the money to support her. She has no fan base that's making her money, for one, on any YouTube channel, and she's just basically a poor Filipina. So yeah, love comes easy peasy. In situations like that, yeah, sometimes it happens. They don't know what love is. They don't have a clue what love is. I don't think most people on here do have a clue. Ricky's been quiet because he's over in Germany. I heard his daughter looks just like him, too. No comment on that. Use your imagination. I still got a kick. You remember when Ricky was dating that one girl that looked just like him? I don't know if he found her purposely. I don't know how that happened. Remember that chubby chick had the same space between her top teeth that Ricky does? And what are the odds of that happening? I mean, what are the odds? But it did happen. Isn't that something? They were made to be with each other, those two. Someone would think they were family, actually. Then I don't understand, a lot of these people on here are supposed to have money. And they got horrible teeth. Have you ever seen Don C? I have to put it on here sometime. And I have a picture of him. If you blow it up, you can see his teeth. And they are like as yellow as Fazio's paint. His famous paint. I've got that. I'll have to put it on here as a thumbnail sometime. All these people are supposed to have money, take care of themselves and everything, but his teeth are yellow as shit. I mean, yellow. Then you got other people on here that have bad situations with teeth. There's guys that are married to women, no names mentioned, that have some buck teeth and all kinds of shit. You got, the guy that's in love with his grass. He has the most gnarly, horrible teeth you could ever look at. And he's supposed to have money, or he claims that he's comfortable in some sort of way. But look at his teeth. This is what I don't understand, how these people talk about everybody else. But look at them. Look at their teeth. Hey, man, there's nothing wrong with mine. They just fucking edited things all the time. My teeth are capped. My teeth are capped. But there's a number of characters on here that have the most horrible choppers. Like Barry didn't have any teeth except a couple of black rotten teeth on the bottom of his mouth. You got Ricky with that huge space. You got Nico with, he has really horrible looking teeth. Horrible looking teeth. I did a blow up of it once. I don't know if you remember. But he's too busy, spending money on fertilizer. And he keeps on killing his grass. It's just so fun to watch. He's so much comic involved with this guy. How much he spends on his lawn, he still don't know how to take care of it. Always dies on him. He's got the money to spend on all that shit, on fertilizer and stuff, but yet he won't go to the dentist. Go figure. I don't know. Go figure. The Papper girl? Who's the... Oh, the Gapper girl. Okay, the Gapper girl. You mean Ricky's, yeah. God damn. What a match that was, huh, guys? That was quite a match, if I say so myself. What are the odds of him meeting somebody like her? What had happened? I couldn't believe it when I seen it. And Big Kevin, he showed pictures of his daughters, and one of his daughters looks just like Big Kevin. One of them does. And she's actually chunky, too. I mean, that's his kid. There's like no question about that. All in the family. All in the family. How about some more thumbs up, people here? Be respectful of my channel. Respect your elders, okay? For God's sakes, it's Easter Sunday here. Show some respect. Well, anyway, the word on the street is that Discord is just fired up, man. This is all fired up like crazy. The furnace, the banshees are dancing around the campfire, and they're fueling it. The flames are getting bigger and bigger. And they put their foot down and their hands up in the air, and they said, fuck these creeps. We only want to tell the truth about these creeps. We're not going to support them if we ever did in the past. People are tired of all the lies on here. All the lies. I think we've had enough of that going on, don't we? For a lifetime. It's like, all these people are doing so much wrong in their life, and they're more interested in trying to... Well, there's a lot of projection going on, number one. but they want to try to emphasize, or what they try to see and find, fault in somebody else other than themselves. But if you've been following some of these people long enough, there's not enough fingers on your hand and toes, or enough toes, enough fingers, and way beyond that, of all the faults that these people have, and all the skeletons in their closets. But the funny thing about YouTube and social media, it always makes its way out. Like I always say, it all comes out in a wash. Slipped up once when he said that Popeye was driving a mobility scooter. It wasn't a regular motorcycle, and he slipped and said it was a mobility scooter. We caught him in that one, and that stuck. You gotta watch what you say on there. People have a good memory. I do. I go beyond just a memory. I record. He never went there, especially during the holidays. The holy end. At this point, she never will. They're just trying to do this stuff to get a reaction. They hate to lose. Popeye, oh God, I don't know who's a bigger sore loser, Big E or Popeye. I'm not sure. They're neck and neck on this. They don't like when something doesn't work their way, or if they hear something very negative about them, then they come out on the attack, and they just fire it up. Because they think they're so perfect. Their shit doesn't stink kind of attitude. These are the true narcissists. If you want to label somebody a narcissist, these are the true narcissists. They're trying to show you to live in a bon vivant lifestyle, all that shit that I've spoken about. They're not. They're not. It's all smoke and mirrors. Okay, getting to that point, I'm going to become terribly redundant, so let's just sum it up and say Barry's not having the best time of his life. I think he's going to be in there for a while. It's been, I think, officially a week now. Hasn't it been a week? As I said, I haven't counted. It's been a week. Oh, shit. Something I got to do tomorrow. Oh, that's Tuesday. Oh, thank goodness. Tuesday, not tomorrow. Okay, something important I had to do. Thought it was tomorrow. No, it to be Tuesday. And to sum it up, Barry's not having a good time. I think he's going to be there for a while. I don't think it's going to work out very well for him in there, considering the atmosphere, the environment, the temperature, the horrible people in there, the horrible living conditions. So anybody that's ever tells you that Barry is saying that he's having a better living situation there than he had a detention center, obviously you're not going to buy that story, because there's nowhere in the world that the conditions in Bicutan are better than his detention center in every single way. He was able to order out food. He was able to have his girlfriend come over as often as he wanted. People visiting him left and right. Ice cube makers, the whole shit. He's not going to have that in Bicutan. That's just a fact. And the only reason he's not doing live shows is because he can't. The only use he has of his phone is to supposedly call his lawyer or keep in touch now and then with his family. And they limit that, but he sneaks on. That's why he made some comments. He did a posting on there saying, okay, I'm fine, guys. Let you know I'm okay. And all that. Well, he's not going to tell you the truth. That he's in misery. And the high road people, they're not even helping him. All this talk about how they support Barry and he shouldn't have been. This is what kills me about Big E and Mick, because they're the ones that were telling me. They're the ones that were telling me that they thought it was too long that he was in detention. Okay, fine. That's your thought and opinion. I didn't totally agree with it, but I had some agreement to a certain point. But now, and they wanted to try to help him out, the Free Barry J campaign, all this other crap. But now he's in the prison, and he's still detained. And they're definitely not helping him out. Remember, these are the do-gooders I kept on saying. That's why me and Mick don't get along, because I told you on Messenger we had a disagreement on that. He didn't think Barry deserved to be in detention for that long. Okay, he said what he did. But, so now he's agreeing that Barry should be in Bicutan? Well, if he felt that way, that was too long for Barry to be in tension. Then why isn't Mick and Big Ego, the Deep Pocket duo, the Deep Pocket duo, the DPD, the Deep Pocket duo? Why aren't they, getting that lint between their couch? Probably a lot of money underneath their couch and the lint. And why aren't they getting this guy out of jail? They won't answer that question. They won't. They might say, well, actually, what was Big E saying? Big E was saying that he's waiting till I get deported before he's going to try to help back. That's what he said. That's what I was trying to remember. He said that he's not giving no money to Barry. But he said if I get deported, he'll think about giving money to Barry. He just wants to see me get deported or something. Or in jail or whatever. I don't know. One or the other, both. That's what he'd think about helping Barry out. And if you want to buy that, well, Joe, Ego is thin-skinned, and he has had time. Oh, he has a hard time losing. Yeah, I've gathered that. He doesn't like, with his money and everything, which is a controlling unit for him. He's used to being in control. He goes to these seminars and tries to get people interested in the company's products. So he's used to being on the podium, shall I say, okay, or at a sales table, most likely. And he's used to be the center of attention. That's the kind of guy he is. It's so true. It adds up. Because he's the one that fights so much for attention on YouTube. I mean, it's so obvious that this guy just lives for attention. So he's used to being at the table, at a meeting, or on a podium, trying to promote these products for hospitals and industry and all that shit, HVAC stuff and filtering systems and all that stuff. And he don't even make the money they make in America. He's making approximately $85,000 a year for a profession that should be paying a lot more than that. Yeah, I've researched the information on him. Yeah, he's not even getting the money he'd get in America if he had the same job. I don't know what, but anyway. I mean, I wouldn't snare at $85,000 a year. That's like, I don't know. What is that? $7,000 a month or something like that. I don't know. I could live on that real well, steadily anyway. But no, he likes to be in the spotlight. He needs the attention. And when he doesn't get the attention, he'll do something to get that attention. If it means attacking somebody because somebody's spoken the truth about him, yeah, he's like a little baby. He's like Trump when he doesn't get his way and he's on the floor and his arms and legs are just dangling. He's banging his arms and legs. That's what he's like. That's exactly what he's like. I wouldn't want a Big E. I would not want to be Big E. I don't care how much money he has or whatever. He's got a lot of things working against him by getting into too many relationships and all that, which he does. And we all know that. I mean, I could say this truthfully on here without a disclaimer. That's obvious. We've been listening to him for years. So I wouldn't be lying on it. There's no legal liability to that statement at all because we know that. I definitely got proof of that. But he's used to getting his way, and when he doesn't, that's when he gets vicious. And you know his pattern as well as I do. Mr. Isler says, I remember the PowerPoint presentation on Cheese Channel, Loser. I don't remember the PowerPoint presentation. I don't remember that. It's all very comical on here. People like that need the attention, and somehow when they don't get it, they get all unwired, They get unglued. They don't feel special, and they're just not getting the kind of positive attention that they hope to get. I would imagine he's been like that all his life, even as a child. I'm getting tired too, I'll tell you that. So we've learned a lot tonight, as we do every time I do put a show on here. We can ascertain things. We know we can put two and two together and come up with a proper number with stuff. And These people have been on long enough on here for us to understand where they're coming from. It doesn't take a lot to figure them out at all. Not for me, it don't anyway. Look at that. I asked for thumbs up early, and not one of you gave me another thumbs up, which tells me I got all the trolls on here tonight. That's okay. I expect it. But, they listen. You know the funny thing about this all is, let me tell you, they do copycat channels and all this shit about me. They complain about me with this, with that, with this and that. You know what I tell them when I make a comment? I said, but yet you still. But yet you all watch, don't you? There you go. All you people, I'm telling you. Let's see, what do I got on here to show? Anything? No. What do I have? What do I have? Bicutan Barry here. Do you really want to see his ugly mug? I forgot what he said he uses to his little goatee there. Cigarette ash? What did he used to use? Cigarette ash to do that or something? Oh, I don't know. Maybe he learned from Ricky with the shoe polish or something. I'm not really sure. Nah, I can't look at that too much longer, to be honest with you. I just really can't. Unless you want to look at Poop Eye. Oh my God. Oh, that's like 12 years ago, guys. 12 years ago. A little trip to Vegas or something, some little organization, that buddies I don't know. Look at that creepy face. God. Only a mother could love, maybe not even that. And what's this one here? Oh, this is Barry's statement from 18 minutes ago. Why does it say, let's hang out? Oh, that was when it was recorded on my screenshot. He's telling everybody, just wanted to let everybody know that I'm okay. I am fine. So remember, take care. See you guys in a couple of months. Hopefully. Yeah, hopefully is right. You got that right. That's one part you do got right on there, Bummer. Hopefully. You'll be lucky it'll be a couple of months, but at this rate, if nobody's donating to him. See, I kind of got these guys between a rock and a hard place, because the people that, the deek sucker, yeah. Remember that? Yeah. My thought process just went out the door. Okay. Boy, I tell you, when one thought comes in, it chases the other one out. It sure does. I forgot where I was going with this. Guess I am getting old after all. Or wasn't that important to even remember, actually? Well, anyway, things kind of work out the way they do. Let's hope on this deportation complaint that they throw it out the window. Then, boy, there's going to be a lot of people pissed off out there, I'll tell you that. You've seen the recordings, or a couple of shorts I put on there. Some AI recordings, but it was factual. It was coming from actual research information on the topic of me and or my deportation complaint or whatever. There's some pretty vital information that was on there. Very accurate, too. You kind of know where it stands. There is no blacklist order on me because there is no resolution. There is a hold order. But as I said, everything is administered. Where are they going at this hour of the night? It's not that late, but where the hell are they going? I hate when they do this. They come home, then the dog will bark, and I wake up or something. That's all bullshit. I think we pretty much come to a conclusion about all this stuff here, and I think with the immigration, I was talking about the blacklist deal. Of course, they lied about that too. I'm not blacklisted, and unless there's paperwork that says I am, but you see, they have to come up with a resolution first. That that's going to support this complaint, okay? Certain fees. Well, I have no choice about it. I've been there to try to pay my fees. I was successful once and twice, and they let me through, but then that was it. And they said, well, until we settle this stuff with the immigration, you know, we have to do a hold on your visas. So we can't allow you to renew your visas until we could clear this situation up. So that's actually what's going on. They're kind of banging their heads together. If they even got together at this point, they're dealing with so many pogos and stuff, you know. So that's what's going on. There's a lot of busy things going on with immigration instead of some substandard complaints like this against me, and, you know, that's not their top priority whatsoever. Let's see. Istor says, Jay says the hold order is in my... Don't even listen to these people, man. Hello, Sofa King. There's a lot of things in my mailbox. I'm supposedly, yeah, right, I supposedly never accepted my registered mail, and I guess my lawyer didn't accept it either. Okay. Such wishful thinking, you know. They really do wish bad on me. I mean, they really do. And they want so hard for something to come in their favor. So hard, these people. And they get so pissed off when it doesn't work their way. It just makes them even angrier. They can't keep it together, man. Well, you missed a lot. No, I'm sorry, I'm not going to review because I'm getting off. You just missed out. Talk about a lot of things. How Discord is so totally against Big E and Mick Fisher and that group, the High Road Club, even Aloe. They're all against him. I guess in some ways I've been kind of exonerated, I guess, is the best thing to say. I'll have a couple of more minutes here. I'll stay off a couple of minutes. So I am going to go out and have a cig. I haven't had that too many today. Remember, I'm cutting down. I'm going to be trying to quit altogether. But no, we were talking about quite a bit, actually. How Discord and other people, they've been washing their hands with the high roaders and stuff. Now their level of support seems to be going for me. Why did I ever expect that to happen, right? Well, actually, that's not true. That's not true. There's been a lot of supporters on Discord in regards to me. Judge Dredd, Roberto does not have Alzheimer's. Okay, what has he got then? Sofa King says, Big E seems shady. Oh, you think so? Sofa King says, Jay is telling Porky Pies again. Maybe he should play with his toy in the shower. I think he probably does it on a regular basis. Probably sucks on it, too. I tell you, man, we got some sick people out here, man. I'm talking about clinically sick. Sofa King says, Aloe wants to be on the winning team. That's usually what Aloe does. I think you're probably right on that. I mean, Aloe don't like me at all. But whoever's winning, he'll support. We already know that. There ain't no doubt about that. You girls go pee. Go pee pee. Go pee pee. Your last opportunity. Kids decide to take off with the trike thing to go get something at the store. I'm going to be heading in pretty early here. And then, I'll finally get to sleep, and then they're going to come back with their electric bike, and the dog's going to bark. It's going to wake me up. So they're not in prison here, but I'd rather them take care of their business prior to us going to sleep, because my dogs have very sensitive ears. They will bark at just about anything. Judge Dredd, we know why Popeye does not show his face. That's pretty obvious, because he's an ugly motherfucker. That's why. Nature has not been too kind to him. I'm so far into it that they can't stop. And they're being embarrassed left and right. Every time they put a show on, nobody believes a goddamn thing that they say. But you gotta understand also, too, well, as I said, I get up early. I get up early. When I used to work and actually had a real job, I mean, you know, on the days I didn't work, I'd sleep in late and enjoy it. Especially if it was a Seattle winter, you know, I'd get under the covers and be nice and comfy, and I didn't want to get out of bed in the morning. I'd get up at 10 o'clock sometimes, but usually earlier. I've always got up pretty good, but you know, after you've been working all day, then, you know, you're a little burned out, mentally and physically, and you'll sleep well. But, you know, when you're retired, you know, things kind of change all the way around. And you got plenty of time on your hands. You absolutely do. Ask any retired guy out here. They may tell you different, but the truth is, there's only so much to do here in the Philippines. You guys know that as well as I do, you know. The early bird catches the worm. I caught a lot of worms on YouTube. Yeah, it's early even for me. You think I want it? Well, you think I want to wake up at 5 o'clock? I prefer more kind of medications to help with my sleep. I'm just going to just hack it out, you know, and just kind of, you know, go with the flow. I'm still getting 6 hours in no matter what. And that's my normal 6 hours sleep. You really need 8. Everybody needs 8. I don't care if you're growing up or you're, you know, you're a senior, whatever age you are. You're really supposed to have at least 8 hours sleep in there, you know. Okay, I got to get off here. Oh, I got an actual thumbs up here, 3 thumbs up. Amazing. I guess the best advice I can give to my viewers is keep your ears open and listen very deeply to when people talk, because you'll know when they're bullshitting or not. And that's the fun of this, actually. Believe me, I've had so many laughs over some of the shows that were done on me, what they had to say about everything from my height, me being frail. I mean, I could go on forever. That would be a whole show just to name all the what all the deviants say about me when, you know, it's kind of one of those things where they think their shit doesn't stink, but boy, it does stink. They're not good people. A lot of them are mentally ill, or they had some challenges in their life that they lost out on love, relationships, and they become very bitter. And what's a great place to take it out? Right here on YouTube. Social media. It doesn't have to be YouTube. They do it Facebook a lot. That's very popular. Other platforms, they, you know, it's a podium, you know, with their own microphone at the podium, and they're getting out all their bitterness about everybody else because they're not really happy with their life. That's my show. Thanks for listening.